doing it alone as he so often does. Nice shot. Ballsy run and gun. That's random. Shooting Lee Hang. And now we have the outer rush. We've been waiting all game for it. 9 rounds deep. Kicks and sends it into the site. Got to prioritize the palm, but he gets stuck on the truck, and Nico can't win this. There's simply no time. They go for the fight. Nico, it's a messy spray. Oh my God, he's got the stick. They have to run him down. Chalking, chasing into the side. Nico, 1v2. He's built for these rounds. He's going to force the 1v1. Nico does it alone.
Looks like they're going to be just marching forward. The bomb's trailing a little bit behind. You've got to be careful about that.
This is really where it does prevail most of the time, especially in the hands of someone like Mazinho that is so surgical with those headshots. And Mazinho, who gets himself a 4K. Just go straight in. They have to fully commit to this one. Mazinho getting one kill is huge, but Yuri's there for 2.
You can hear that bomb just ticking away in the back. There is a kit right in front, so they do have the opportunity, but it will be denied. Yuri instead.
It's looking bad. Caserado is going to give them a chance. Hasn't had much impact on this T-half. That would be a great time, but Techno's going to silence him in more ways than one. Puts the final nail in the coffin.
Oh, Nico.
Taking this pistol means it is 100% a done deal. If it weren't feeling like one already, Nico looking to make it so. Hasn't really been a game about Nico here in the second map, but in the pistol.
And Holzer unable to connect his shot with no kid on his back. Time is running thin. He's still got a very difficult clutch ahead of him, but he's got both kills.
FaZe, well, for complexity, they're on point. Oh, missed shot. Brokey didn't want to swing out wide enough. No way.
He gets away with that shot.
Flawless in anticipation of the stairs swing.
Towson's got a flash. I don't know if they're going to use it for him. Oh.
Okay. Faces the smoke. Towson's going to make up for it. Things getting weird again.
Oh.
And so that's why you're seeing Astralis in this portion of the map time and time again. The timing there is sort of, as you see them get out the long doors, if they run at you, you got to get back. Do a lot of the heavy lifting.
He's got it.
And Lato with all 5.
Yeah, he's going to plug the gap as well. JT's aggression catches Brokey.
Looks like they might want to attempt to the B bomb site, but with that piece of aggression.
JT, look at that aggression again. Timing is perfect. Elige goes down with the bomb as well, and this is now Carrigan having to go back, and he has no time really to do much with this. Even if he gets the bomb immediately and sprints to A, there is still a player down.
Because they're the ones who only need to break through in like one of these rounds. They're playing from the front right now, and that will reflect in the cooling. Still, it's going to be even more props to Legacy if they can keep this game going. And that's the ace for Sadsin.
They're applying pressure, realizing this is the position Frozen must have gone to, and it's the double for Frozen.
Onto the other side of default, tethered here nicely with PR, who goes for the wide swing to get past that Opper's expectations.
Man.
What a swift reposition here from PR. Icy thinks he's locked behind the other set of boxes. Now, does he drop the ball by missing that shot?
Surprise! It's a different voice for the morning if you've just joined us. This is PGL Bucharest. My name is Sam. I'm also known as Tech Girl. Richard Lewis is normally here in the morning, but now it's me. Or you could just pretend that he's wearing these rad pink pants, whatever suits you. You know what was so funny is that when we started PGL Bucharest, just before this event started, there was a lot of chatter online about, you know, the big teams weren't here and it's only a studio event. And well, guess what? Everything you thought it was going to be, it was not. We have had the biggest upsets. We've had incredible competitive Counter-Strike. We have had absolute chaos. This has turned into one of my favorite events of the year just because of the entertainment value that these teams have brought to the table. And today, in the last day of the group stages, as we find out which 3 teams will make it through to playoffs and complete that list, it's only going to get better because the names on the list of players and teams, it's mental. We're going to have tons of fun today. And to get us started, Dust and Prof are on the desk just to chat a little bit about what we've seen, what we can expect, all that good stuff. It has been the story of upsets throughout, right? Every team that we would have earmarked as the potential favorite, as the guarantee, for the most part, has at some point made us go, oh damn, what's happening?
I'm still just thinking about Richard in pink pants, so if you can come back to me a little bit later and let me get past that part.
I'll lend them to him if he wants. We'll chat about it a little bit.
I think you rocked it really well. I mean, it's been a very interesting tournament. As much as the results on the server and the news off the server, I think was very interesting. All the rumors about Falcons, their results, and then how it affects G2, and then maybe some other teams that might end up doing some changes. Liquid coming in with changes, like a lot of exciting little moments, and I think it reflected a bit on the results, but not fully. Like some teams just played really well.
You know, we had a plan about what we were going to talk about. Screw the plan. I've just realized I want to talk about something. G2 Esports qualified for playoffs. Falcons is going to try and qualify today. Today is the 10th of April. Tomorrow is the 11th of April. Why is that important, Prof?
I mean, there is the deadline for essentially putting in your teams for the MRQ and the major essentially. So I guess if that Falcons move for m0NESY is going to happen, it should be official tomorrow. But is it going to be announced tomorrow? Who knows? You know how these orgs operate. It's going to maybe take some time for it to actually be in the public. But funnily enough, if they win, so it's a 3-2 team, there's a 3-0 team, could even be playing in the next round, the first round of the playoffs. Who knows what expect us? More excitement here at PGL Bucharest.
I've just got mad excited about the chaos that is potentially coming. We'll talk about the matchups and what you can expect, but let's talk about results so far. For me, the one that I'm really excited about yesterday, GamerLegion qualifying for the playoffs. I feel like this team needs a lot more flowers.
Yeah, I mean, I think GamerLegion has always been just like one of those teams that just grind it out. You know, they just find a way, you know, even if maybe one of their more talented players gets, you know, sniped by another team, and they always are able to kind of dig into the war chest and find somebody else. And some of that, I think, comes from Coach Ash and his scouting capabilities. But I think it's also that just some of the core parts of this team are just able to handle a chaotic environment that the organization has been, just due to the nature of not necessarily always being a feeder team, though again they do sometimes lose their best players. But look, they themselves have kind of hovered around a pretty nice top position, I feel like, in the rankings for quite some time. So they're a fun team to watch for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, they were kind of unlucky this year, I think, with kind of how the invites worked for a few things. First, from playing in Katowice, losing the spot for the invite for some tournament because of weird stuff, let's just put it like that. And then again, being just below the cutoff for the major invites as well. They're in this group of teams with Astralis and Virtus.pro that were around that 12, 13, 14 spot. They'll have to play the MRQ just like Astralis have to. But, you know, they've shown that it doesn't faze them. They've been down 2-0, had to win 4 games in a row at the last RMRs, and they did it and made their way to the major.
Why do you think, we speak about Coach Ash from GamerLegion with like such awe, right, and so much respect. Why do you think other top tier teams haven't gone to pick this coach up?
That is an interesting question. There's definitely been rumors that have circulated at times where you thought someone might be interested in trying to build a really big project with him, but I think it's just one of those things where maybe the opportunity just hasn't struck quite yet. I definitely think it will happen in time. I definitely think that, you know, sometimes a reputation will kind of lag behind what you're actually doing, right? It might take some months for people to actually notice what you've been doing. And I think that all of a sudden we have kind of hit that point between Shanghai and now where people really are starting to understand the value that he can bring to a team. I mean, at the end of the day, I think judging coaches and IGLs is always hard, right? Because we can't ever know for sure, did they make the call? Did someone else? You know, you can't really do it. But when you have a guy like that who has been in that organization for such a long time with so many different rosters, but yet has continuously made majors, continuously kept them a pretty top-ranked team, you do have to admit, okay, he has to be bringing something to the table for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely cooking, but I think one thing that might stop some of the big orgs is like, is he a coach for a big team? You know, because he is great, definitely at building rosters, finding talent. This is great. This is a good part of his job, but like he obviously hasn't been winning tournaments, and I don't think we can like put it against him because the kind of quality of players that he has and what he has to deal with other teams poaching his best talent, you don't really expect them to win tournaments. He is doing great for the caliber of players that he has, the organization, the investment, but would that necessarily translate in like, if we give him Zonic's job, that you know, he'd be great in Falcons? Maybe yes, maybe no. I think that's maybe the risk about why some teams haven't still gone for him, but probably his time will come.
I think that there is a deeper conversation about coaching, and there's different types of coaches, right? You either have coaches that can manage big personalities and allow them to work together on a server. There's coaches that can build really good teams up from the ground. I think there's very few coaches that can do both. That's like a special unicorn somewhere, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, I don't know if this will ever develop. I mean, we've seen other esports that there are, you know, coaches that are the head coach, but then you also have like a strategic coach, and then you have your analysts below them. And so you're right, like in CS, sometimes you don't get that deep in your staffing. And so you do kind of almost have to pick and choose like, well, what kind of head coach do I want, as opposed to being able to get the total package.
Let's take a look at the results from yesterday that were on the B stream, because we've obviously seen the A stream. So here we'll determine a lot of the teams we get to see today. Obviously, Astralis is one of them, Falcons as well, and the Mongols finally beating FURIA. They've had a really rough time here in Bucharest. Prof, why do you think that is?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Honestly, if you look at this result and you go back like a year and you think like, oh, this is an upset from Mongols, right? Honestly, the first games I saw from them were some upsets that they pulled on FURIA. But now, if they don't win, we're like, what the hell is going on? Because they have built themselves into this team that is a top contender, a playoff contender every tournament, and at this tournament probably champion contender, right? They need a big tournament like this to add to their reputation. They did get a couple of trophies in the past year, but nothing like tier 1, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, when you're coming to a tournament like this one where, you know, you don't have to worry about Vitality or Mouse Sports or Spirit or some of those other names that are our biggest title contenders of the year, it really was, to me, either Aurora or Mongols. One of you two got to get the job done. You know, bare minimum, both of you should be making finals, depending on where you're at on the bracket. So it is tough that a team like Mongols find themselves still playing today when they came in as one of the favorites to, you know, definitely 3-1 at least. But, you know, 3-0 is certainly in the cards for them.
So MongolZ is one of the teams that still hasn't qualified for playoffs. We're waiting for that. But on the other side, a team that did qualify for playoffs, surprise, surprise, North America celebrates, was Complexity in a surprising fashion with the way that they were able to take down FaZe. And as much as the conversation around Complexity is positive, lots of thumbs up, I'm sure that the boys have lots of hangovers this morning as well. On the other end, you have FaZe, one of the greatest lineups in modern day Counter-Strike in terms of results that they've been able to achieve, and yet it looks grim.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, at first you kind of just think to yourself, maybe they just need time, right? Maybe, you know, there's a lot of moving parts. You know, yes, they're only bringing in one player, but he's a very different player than, you know, who he was replacing. Elige, more of an aggressive entry type guy. You know, Ross is more on the passive end, more of an anchor, things of that nature. And so you're having to see, okay, Rain's having to kind of change some of his roles. Frozen's having to change some of his roles. You're trying to figure out how much you implement Elige as an entry fragger, as Complexity did, or do you feel like, hey, maybe we should tuck him more into the mid rounds of trade fragger to get even more value out of him, not necessarily having to go in first and run his head up against the wall if things go a little bit wrong with utility or something. But for whatever reason, they have just never been able to settle in. And I think what's even the most damning about it is, forget all the complexities of what I'm getting at there. It's just even the basics for them have really struggled. Like just communicating in a 2v2 situation and figuring out a way to come out on top. Like they just seem like they lack any cohesion in some of those situations.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at last year, obviously they weren't they weren't the title contender consistently that they want to be. So already it was kind of like a downwards trajectory. Robs as an individual wasn't that great. He had a great Shanghai major, but second half of the year was like, oh, is this guy losing it, right? Then he goes to Vitality and we see he definitely has not lost it. And then you look at the rest of FaZe, okay, they're going to pick up Elige, pretty good player, objectively a really good player, but how does he fit into the team? I think the problem there is that there's not a single thing about FaZe that you can rely on and be like, okay, this is good. Talking about individuals, talking about their chemistry, like playing off each other, the team play, talking about the map pool, there's nothing solid that they can grab on and be like, okay, this part is something that works. Let's work on these other things. Like they're changing positions. It's just not working as well as it should be at this point. And I think the reason why I'm so surprised is because Kerrigan has pulled off these moves consistently, and it always worked. It always worked, and it worked almost too fast most of the times. So this is I don't know. I'll see this out, see maybe a tournament more, but I'm becoming a bit pessimistic, a bit concerned for the core of this, FaZe roster that's been together for a long time. Obviously, winning major and Grand Slam and all of that. If you go back to the Twist and Robs being together at Brokey, Rain, and Kerrigan.
Is this the beginning of the end? Do we go to the Austin Major with this lineup, and at the end of the major, we say goodbye to FaZe as we know it?
This is a tough one for me because there's been so many times within the last couple of years where I've gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, it's time to cut Rain. Like, it's just time. Like, his performance is just too low. It's not fine. And there was a stretch there in 2024 where he was absolutely struggling as an individual player. But then he was an absolute monster at the RMRs for Shanghai, and then was very critical for them in some of those playoff wins that they got to get to that second place finish. And you're just like, damn. And that happens so often. It's like you're kind of right on the edge of saying, okay, it's time to pull the trigger. And then he's like, he showed you a like performance. You're like, okay, maybe he still got it. And the same can be said about Brokey. Brokey can look so flashy sometimes with the op. He can look so polished, but then he'll have stretches where he just looks completely absent. But then again, similar to Rain, like what happened at the playoffs at the major, he pops off in a couple of very key series that makes you think, okay, maybe he still got it. But at some point, how long can you keep living that way before it's just like, okay, we got to make a change? Like we can't keep doing this over and over again. And then here's the other thing that people have to think about. It's like, at what point does Kerrigan just say, okay, I'm done? Like, I've done so much, I've accomplished so much, maybe he wants to do something else in life. We'll never know. It all depends on what he wants to do.
Oh, I was waiting for you to say something mean about Kerrigan.
No, I would never say anything. I think Kerrigan's
turn his mic off.
To me, he's the GOAT IGL of CSGO, CS2 combined. So, I'll give him as much time as he wants.
There is a question to be had about whether we're a little bit too forgiving on Kerrigan because of the memories and the joy that he's brought us. And maybe there is time to be a little bit more critical because if this was any other team, there would be a lot of focus in on the IGL, and there would be a lot of conversation around what they may or may not be doing. However, I love Kerrigan, so I'm not going to let us have that
Funnily
conversation.
enough, I haven't heard anyone mention Neo at all. He's just there. He's just on the team. The amount of flack that Zonic catches for every Falcons loss, Neo is just like, yeah, I'm chilling. Taz also. Taz is getting so much shit for any G2 timeout he calls, but Neo's chilling. He's untouchable. In
his defense, they've been very open about the fact that Kerrigan does so much of the prep and work. So like that's not unexpected. Again, I'm just going to defend Kerrigan and Neo till the cows come home. So let's move on and take a look, because FaZe is going to be playing the dark horses of PGL Bucharest. Apogee, the Polish team that came out of nowhere, has caused absolute chaos in the group stages, and it seems almost unfair that they now have to go up against the mountain that is FaZe, shaky or not, in order to secure their playoff run, because they've beaten some big opposition, and I think they've crept their way into everyone's hearts, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just like the unfortunate angle that you find yourself in when you're one of the lower seed teams or lower ranked teams in the tournament. Is like, yes, crazy Cinderella story to even win the qualifiers to get here. Some fantastic performances, on some of these guys' first LAN ever. Certainly for pretty much all of them, it was their first time playing like a bigger international LAN. Most of them only had played local Polish events, at best. So yeah, I mean, it is a cool Cinderella story, but sometimes you're just not quite ready to take that next step yet. And they've already made so much progress and probably learned so much and got so much value out of this anyway. But if they do wind up actually making it all the way to the playoffs, then we'll get to continue that Cinderella story.
How impressive was it though? They faced off against Aurora on Anubis, which, like Dust had said, best Anubis team in the world, and they go toe to toe. It was so close. It's insane what they've done. I mean, that's just one result, Prof, but they have they have hit way above their weight time and time again during this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, got to win on MongolZ, got to win on Astralis. So you beat one of the GOAT players of all time in Device, right? Four-time major winner, multiple, so many MVPs and everything. So the accolades over there, winning against MongolZ, who's a top team right now, right? Unfortunately, their start against FURIA, like out of all the teams they lost to, like you're like, how'd they lose to them? But that's the opening game. A bit of the jitters for some of these players that are coming to their first LAN ever. And I honestly think they'll rejoice this game that they'll get against FaZe, a FaZe that is definitely beatable, and a FaZe that's going to, as you said, like just provide so much more experience, so much more tape to go back and learn from moving forward.
So Carrigan is the GOAT IGL. There's a very good chance his wife is the GOAT sports performance coach, because she actually does do the sports performance for Apogee. But that is a conversation Yanko will have with you a little bit later when we watch that matchup. Now we're going to focus in on what you're about to see, a spot for playoffs being competed between Virtus.pro and Astralis. And for me, Virtus.pro and Astralis have the same story, boys. It is the guy that took you on lots of wonderful dates. He bought you beautiful flowers, incredible gifts, took you to really nice restaurants, wore pretty jackets, and you thought, damn, this guy's impressive. And then you moved in together, and it turned out that he didn't have a job, he had lots of failed side hustles, and he didn't know how to use a washing machine. That is Virtus.pro and Astralis for me in a nutshell for 2025.
I can't relate to this analogy at all. The only part I can relate to is someone buying me flowers, which my girlfriend does sometimes. So shout out to her one time.
Shout out to Moses for buying us all flowers.
That's also true. That's also true.
Yeah.
But
guys missed the point. But
everything else, I was like, I don't know what this is about. But they are kind of the letdowns of top tier Counter-Strike for a while. Virtus.pro with quite a few changes in the last few years. Astralis with their investment bringing Stabby, I almost said Stown and Yabi. That was a huge scoop over there. They invested a lot, missed 4 majors, right? Both teams really not delivering to the name value or the player value that they have on the server.
My point is, Virtus.pro, the players here, some of the best, should be some of the best firepower in the world. That is what we should be getting. What we're getting is the subpar, depressing Counter-Strike that kind of just,
It's tough for me because obviously, like, what VP made the change, and they finally departed with Jame and they let trying to be the IGL, you're kind of hoping that he was going to bring, like, a new system, like a new energized version of the team. We always kind of harped on how Jame, they played way too slow, they were way too predictable, they didn't evolve, they didn't follow the meta, they were just behind. And, I'll have to say, like, they kicked off the year in pretty good fashion, right? They came top 5 at Katowice. They beat what was then Eternal Fire, now Aurora. They beat G2. They were on a roll, but then at Cluj, they get knocked out by Mouse with the eventual champions before they can make playoffs. And so you kind of give them a little bit of pass on that when you're looking back at it in hindsight. But so far in Bucharest, I mean, losing to Rare Adam in the opening game, that's kind of unacceptable to me. GamerLegion should be a team that they could beat. So they definitely had their ups and downs throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, for me, what bothers me, there's a quote from Flamus here. This is from Katowice, their first event. Just read the last line. I understand that my moves were completely wrong. This is him talking about his time in GamerLegion. And in Virtus.pro, he is a completely different, not completely, 80% different player than he was in GamerLegion. And my issue with all of Virtus.pro's signings over the last few years is like, they find a very aggressive, exciting, new young talent from the region, and they're like, okay, we're getting this guy. But then either they put him or someone else that is the same profile into all the roles that don't fit him at all, and obviously that guy is not shining. And this is what they're doing now with Flamus, who in GamerLegion, he was a pretty exciting prospect, he was a pretty exciting talent. Now in this lineup, he's not really finding his form, he's struggling, and they're essentially making him doubt everything that he's good at, right? If you have a guy that is fearless, play off of that. Don't make him double guess everything that he's doing. And we can see here the difference. Just it's not like in GamerLegion he was like destroying everyone, going donk style, but with the team that they were, 106 rating, being very aggressive, going for a lot of opening duels, he was definitely doing his job. He's not even giving the same job on Virtus.pro.
I think that quote defines the problem with Virtus.pro so well, because here was a guy who's telling you that what you were doing was wrong. What you were doing was right. It got you into VP.
Right.
And yet someone somewhere has told you that it's not correct. Like,
if everything I was doing was wrong, why did you pick me? This doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up to me, right?
I mean, on the other side though, you have Astralis, who needs a big sigh before you say their name. I think Harry defined it so well yesterday during the Astralis game, where he said, there's just no one stepping up. There's no hero in the story. Should it be Device? Well, he's not stepping up. Should it be Stabby? That duo cost a fortune. They're not stepping up. Stare sometimes pops off, but I mean, he's not the hero that they need. Cadian is Cadian.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Virtus.pro, Astralis and Virtus.pro, same argument. Both of these teams are just, they're underwhelming, and Astralis especially so, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously had a really poor start to the year at Katowice, but then they kind of showed us a little bit of hope at Cluj, right? They had a third place finish. They beat MongolZ, they beat FaZe, and third place is Cider. You're thinking, okay, maybe there's a little bit of something here. There's a little bit of cooking going on. But then at Blast Lisbon, I mean, yeah, Vitality, the loss is fair enough. That's the best team in the world, but they also lost to FaZe, who they had just beat. And I think the more damning thing is that even when they lose, they're not even competitive. Like, they're not even at any point in the game or make you have any hopes of belief. And then, you know, the fact that they were losing to Apogee at this tournament, that shouldn't be happening if you're Astralis. No knock to Apogee, but that's a team you should be beating if you're supposed to be one of the favorites. And yeah, you can see that Device, like, he's just not the same guy that he used to be. And I'm not going to pin the blame just on him, because you're right, Sam. Like, you know, Yabby and Stown, for the most part, have not been that great. Stown's actually been okay this tournament, but overall, he hasn't been what you really hope for. Honestly, Stair's the only piece that I'm actually liking on this team, where I think he is doing his job as an entry fragger and actually is trying his damnedest to help this team, but they just cannot figure out anything in their map pool in particular.
I think for me, the word is lethargic. That's how I feel about this Astralis lineup. Like, they're on the server, they're going through the motions, but they lack that killer instinct. They lack, like, the fire that Heroic used to have with KD and Stown and Yabby, like how excited they would get around about rounds, how they would play all off of each other together, one for another. You know, I don't think this Astralis lineup has it. And it's just, yeah, it's kind of, it's sad.
Also, here's the damning thing, just as we get into the veto. Astralis has to ban Anubis. It's their permaban, but they suck at Dust 2. I mean, I'm talking like one of the worst teams I've ever seen on Dust 2. So that's an obvious pick for Virtus.pro. I think if you're Astralis, you're probably either going to go Ancient or Inferno here. Ancient, they have picked at all 4 series they've played so far this tournament. And they go for Train. I actually like the curveball. I actually do appreciate this a lot. Both teams don't really play much Train. They're actually both banning at second rotation quite a lot. So that's a nice little wild card pick there from Astralis. I kind of like that.
Okay, at least they're bringing something new.
Exactly.
This is nice. So Virtus.pro obviously going to ban Ancient second rotation, then Inferno towards the end. I think that's not bad. That's not bad. I honestly surprised, really surprised, because I thought it was going to be Ancient and then Inferno decider, or the other way around, which would be pretty good for Virtus.pro, I think, because both in the Ancient and Inferno they also play, and Dust 2 they're heavy favorites. Five map win streak. On the other hand, Astralis 5 map loss streak on Dust 2. So okay, the Astralis did go for the Train pick against FaZe in at Blast. That didn't work out at all, but they've definitely been working on it. So, you know.
Have we not? And maybe it's early in the morning. Astralis we've seen them on Train already at this event as well. I do believe it may have also been in the FaZe game. I don't think that they won it.
They did win. They did win over FaZe.
Did they win it?
Yeah.
I just remember it being, I was like, that's okay.
They're 1-1 against FaZe on the map. That's their only 2 games, I believe, on Train.
I don't think their Train was horrifically bad. That's what I'm saying. I think it was okay. But unfortunately, I hate that this is how I talk about Astralis now, where I go, it's not horrifically bad, it's just okay. This is not how we should be speaking about Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, that's how they closed out the series against FaZe this time around. So funnily enough, they're playing FaZe, like 3 of their last 7 games are against FaZe, so they're playing them all the time. That 3D Max series was also pretty competitive. You know, it was interesting because, like, after those 2 games, Device did an interview with HLTV, and then he said, like, you know, today's loss doesn't feel like that big of a bummer. They lost to 3D Max. 3D Max in the playoffs. They're a pretty good team. After that, they go and get stomped by Apogee and then scraped by Legacy, the 2 teams that came from the qualifiers, right? Not nearly on the same level, or shouldn't be on the same level, right? And I feel like the energy and, like, the perspective of this team changed quite a bit from the first 2 days into where we are now, fighting for the playoffs. And, you know, ultimately, these two, Virtus.pro essentially stole away the spot that takes them directly to the major from Astralis. So I think there's another extra gear and extra motivation from Astralis to do well. So I hope that is reflected on the server as well.
Lethargic, uninspired, meh. Wow, guys, you've done a great job at selling this matchup to me.
Well, this Dust 2 match is going to be obnoxious, by the way, just to make it even worse for you, because, I mean, Astralis are absolute just dog on this map. Like, and I couldn't even tell you why. That's the thing. Like, if you were like to ask me, well, why are they so bad? I don't know. They lose on all aspects on this map. They can stack sites and still lose. They can make the right call and still lose. They just get out-fragged. Like, they got nothing on this map. It's actually absurd.
I think one of the problems is the CT side, and that's where they have Cadian still in a kind of active role on the B rotation, and he's just not. He's not that great. He's not that great there. They try to double up a lot, and if they don't have actually the economy, it doesn't look good.
Dinko, Moses, what do you think of these rays of positivity I'm working with this morning?
Dust woke up and chose violence today. I love it.
Got a little bit of attitude. Yeah, it's good. You know, I don't know. I can't really argue with anything.
No.
I got nothing to really challenge.
I did like what, you brought up, Prof. He's like, Device is like, it's not the worst day. That would be tomorrow. And
I love that.
So maybe it's even worse today, Jason. Last chance to make it through.
I know it could get much worse, especially considering this feels like such a coin toss. I think the desk highlighted it very well. Both these teams coming into this underperforming up from what we expect, and especially when you consider, I mean, VP making the playoffs back in Katowice, they had that awkward stand-in situation. Flamus couldn't play in the playoffs. They had to bring in a sub. So, but from there, they haven't made the playoffs. Astralis obviously have labored this whole year, but that previous event in Lisbon, the disaster that was is what allowed VP to overtank them in the rankings to take that spot in the second stage. And now Astralis has to play in the MRQ. Prof brought that up on the desk. It's a huge point for Astralis where on some level there's a grudge match in this. There's some level where Astralis is just saying, we want to prove we're actually the better team because you snatched that spot from beneath us. And now we've got to labor through this really, really tough MRQ. So just a very important match for pride for Astralis.
And Dust has got me very excited for this Dust too. So let's lock in.
Yeah, you in for some annoying Counter-Strike today?
Enjoy this one. Cadian out towards CT spawn. Flamus already walking through the double doors. And Cadian gonna body block that smoke, just offset it slightly and try and delay them with a flash. Need some work done from Cadian in terms of delaying them, and they're gonna actually fall back away from it. It'll leave Electronic in the cubby and everybody else going back to the tunnels.
Yeah, he actually does a great job of scaring them away. So funnels Virtus.pro away from their initial plan, which is that mid to B split. And now it's just about busting out of the halls. But Yabi at back plat, Device with dualies over at car. This can be a very strong setup. If Yabi can take one or two down and take the teeth out of the attack, they have a chance to hold on.
Yeah, he lies away to the back of the platform. There goes the first pick. Cadian coming in as well. A Device hasn't even connected a kill yet, but eventually should, and he'll get one from the back of the car. But Electronic making his last-ditch effort through middle. His teammate already inside of the site. Icy can get that bomb plant, and Electronic has two extremely low CTs towards him, and Icy actually got both.
Yeah, nice little peek from Windows supporting Electronic. Knew he was going to be in a tough situation. Man, I feel like Yabi could have taken way more fights when they're deeper in halls. He kind of hid under that box waiting for a flashbang, Cadian's calling it, but it just took so long to come in that they're actually, despite the fact that you have a CT back plat, they're not being harassed in those tunnels at all until they're already swinging wide into the bomb site. I feel like Yabi maybe spotted them like 2 or 3 seconds on that execute, just waiting for the flashbang. So 1-0 for VP. They get started with the pistol, and we have some mid-aggression from old Deve. He's going to back off after a miss up towards Xbox, and a good control of the middle of the map, and VP want nothing to do with it.
But they want everything to do with the B-bomb site, and they go out in towards it. There's no defenders in this position.
Yeah,
now with a double scout setup, 2 MP9s, 5.7s, gotta be a save here for Astralis, right? Or
yeah, it should be. I mean, they're going to investigate if they can find a kill, just something cheeky. I think they heard the footsteps back towards T-spawn, so they realize there's one player who's like kind of cut off from the action, and that might be an advantage they want to try and exploit. Yabi not able to complete the kill, and now I think your kind of moment of opportunity has passed.
Well, they're now committed into the tunnels.
They need to make a decision if they're going to bail out now, because you have to make the call to save at this very moment.
Yeah, you can't go towards Electronics. You have to go through the lower tunnels. And he'll get that information, so he can call Fame to go watch him mid, realizing that's where they're going to have to be saving. And because of the late decision to back away, they're now in danger's way inside of mid.
A little bit awkward.
It's okay.
Yeah.
They've kept everybody up.
I mean, both teams were like, okay, stalemate. But like, no more.
No one has to die.
Nobody wants to fight. Let's all just live and play again. So round 3 comes in.
That was one of the rounds of Counter-Strike, Jason.
Yeah, it was. Astralis just going to replay the buy. A couple MP9s, couple scouts. It makes sense too with the scouts, and we obviously know Astralis from what we've seen on Dust 2 so far, pretty reliant on that double op setup once we get into the gun rounds, and that'll be the question of can they build up enough money with which to afford the double op setup.
Well, quickly into the tunnels with 4 here for Virtus.pro. To leave Electronic just to lurk outside the long doors. I think people, in particular at this event, have perhaps noticed VP slowing down a little bit more in their play style. More reminiscent of the days of Jane, perhaps, but it has definitely been a slower approach from VP at this tournament.
There's a couple, you know, changes and new factors to them as well. While they've mixed some new things in, even if they've gone back a little bit to some of the old stuff that worked also. For the moment, just gonna wait. All 4 players in upper. Astralis has control of long. Cadian's in middle, just challenging with the scout. Still no information for VP about the long play, so they just start walking into B. Contact style.
Oh, pops up. And I thought he would have landed a shot there. He's very close to it. Fame, though, coming in and cleaning up the B bomb site defense. Electronic has pushed through the mid doors to cut off that safe rotation from Astralis.
All right, 3 rounds to the B bomb site to open up this this series between these 2 teams. First series of the day here at PGL Bucharest. It's a 2-2 matchup. So losing team is eliminated, winning team finds a spot in the playoffs. Everything on the line for these 2 teams today, and obviously for Astralis, last chance to build up a little bit of a good feeling and confidence heading into the MRQ that they'll be playing next week so that they can attempt to qualify for the major. They've missed 4. Every major since Antwerp they have been absent from. They'd like to change that trend this time around.
Otherwise, they will have missed more majors in a row than they've won.
That's a fair point. That's one of those stats that like sounds kind of bad and embarrassing, but you only really get to say that stat about the teams that have had great success, you know?
Yeah, no, but I think it's a great way of contrasting the success they had in the past versus the recent failure, and just how no other team really at this level who's achieved what they've achieved have had as weak of major performances since 2022, right?
Yeah, it's been a struggle for this team to get back to the top. The COVID, the online era really ruined them, that whole
Despite
breakup
making
process.
the moves, it feels like they should, right? They bring Device back.
Yeah, but I mean, if you remember though too, like, I mean, they missed some critical moves in there when the Heroic team was on the rise, when Copenhagen Wolves...
it feels like they made the moves at the wrong time.
Copenhagen Flames were making those runs. I mean, they missed a lot of the young talent as well that was coming up, trying to hold on to some of the old talent for maybe a little bit too long, and now they just haven't been able to find the right solution in terms of the roster. Flamis gets picked off, so a 5-on-4 for the Astralis defense, and now they get to play things a little more conservative with this boost up out towards long. One more pick to give them a 2-man advantage would be a lovely thing to find for Device.
Yeah, Yappy being in this early position in the tunnels is huge information for Astralis to work with. It'll be the early warning system as VP come back to B. And Cadian's getting more information for his squad as he pushes up top middle. So it's on Yappy. And I don't know if VP are going to be ready for him in this position. So should be at least able to get one. And they line up, in fact. They're going to block each other. And Fame walks in front of Electronic, eclipsing his vision. And Yappy still standing. Throws utility down, gets his gun out, and a second kill is massive from Yappy. It's down now, applying pressure to Flit, who collects that bomb again. But Device is rotated over. He'll watch in the doors. In fact, he'll climb to the window. Just spots the back of Flit. The timing every second here for Device is a little unfortunate. He'll connect his shot, not enough damage to bring Flit down, and in fact, he still gets away even from the flames. So Icy on the other side of the map, 25 seconds for that bomb to make a beeline.
I don't think he can get around. I mean, I think it's just going to end up saving, but Icy certainly wants a pick. And yeah, Flit's just kind of lollygagging in T-spawn, so he's just going to sit back, save the AK-47, same with the AWP. One good find at the end for Icy, but overall, solid defense for Astralis, and they just controlled the map from the get-go. They had mid control the entire time on Catwalk, on Xbox, no presence from VP. They had B control, upper dark control, no presence from Virtus.pro until very, very late, obviously. And it even allowed for a crossfire to be set up. With Yappy like isolated in that advanced early warning position, you still had Stown who could just kind of shift over from Xbox control to lower and set up a really strong crossfire. So VP can't let Astralis' defense have control of the map like that too frequently in this half, or else it's going to be tough. I know the picture that was painted was that Astralis' Dust 2 is pretty rough, but even they are going to find it hard to lose rounds where they know everything that's happening on the map, so VP have to be cautious about that. Fist bumps are out. Timeout's coming to a close. First one for Astralis. That's a fancy fist bump as well.
Yeah, secret handshake.
You know they're feeling it when it gets fancy.
Yeah, true. Having a good time. Early in the morning, vibes are flowing.
I mean, it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's early in the morning for gamers, Jason. I know you're a real adult nowadays, but...
Yeah, it's a shame.
I'm sure 10 a.m. felt early when you were 20 years old.
Yeah, it did. That's fair. Especially after a night of Counter-Strike. Tagged up is Yabby on the cross. Good shot from Icy. Cadian's going to push lower. Yabby with low HP chooses not to go into the B bomb site. Deploys the utility first. And once again, an emphasis towards B for Virtus.pro. 3 players in upper dark. They're going to come down, clear lower, and establish some catwalk and Xbox presence of their own. Flamus leading the way for VP. It's Flit watching for long pushes and electronic. Throwing utility from Suicide and watching for pushes.
Just taking their time. We now hit 1 minute on the clock as that CT smoke is deployed. Long push being set up here for Astralis. Flit is still waiting for it. He's going to get his reward for his patience as the low HP Yabby steps into the open. Stare trying to make sure there's a bit of a gap between his possible follow-up, but Flit seems to be very aware of that. Throws the Molotov in, and so Stare has to relinquish control of Longhouse, and Flit is doing his job very effectively.
Yeah, he's doing great. He's done lovely work. So that's great information as well. He's calling out there's one more over towards Long. However, there's still 3 defenders for Astralis at this bomb site, so VP could get caught off guard.
Down waiting on the ramp. Device blinded at the corner. He'll go into the open. Fantastic pick on the Flammer. Seconds even better from Device. And that's the round done. No time for VP to recover this.
Yeah, that's an odd round. I mean, VP just like stopped at the corner. They encountered one player at railing, a little piece of utility, and just nobody scaled. Nobody kept moving forward, and you're just kind of sat out in the open, susceptible to every Device repeak with the op. A weird round with the way it played out. Obviously, they would have loved to have had the utility of the smokes to be able to make that run a little bit safer, but just straight up, everybody kind of quitting on the attack.
It seems like for Virtus.pro, it's a style that they had in the past too, where it feels like there's so many steps they have to take to get to where they want to go. But if one of those steps fails, or a couple of them fail, there's just nowhere to go because they either don't have time or the idea just breaks down completely.
Sure.
And they just stall out.
Yeah, it feels like they do try and play a very smart, outsmarting style of Counter-Strike, and sometimes that they get lost in it a little bit. Round 6.
I'm sure it's quite difficult for a player like Flammus to adapt to.
Hey, they've simplified it now.
He goes up to the front, yeah.
Let's just march up catwalk. Here we go. Oh, the lower part of the totem pole is knocked down, so Device feeling nervous with the op. He's going to come back. Missed shot from Icy, and Device just gets lost in the chaos.
He doesn't take a shot. He just his gun jammed. Well, it's Stare going to be sitting down. Ooh, sees the heads, and eventually gets 1 kill, but traded back by Flit.
Yeah,
more of an acceleration from VP.
That's a weird look from Device. I don't really know what happened.
He's like, he got overwhelmed. There's so many targets.
I know. It's like sensory overload. His body just refused to respond and react.
That's more like it from VP. We're going short.
Yeah,
we're just going to get headshots.
Yeah, we're just going to trade. Nothing special, nothing crazy.
5-0 from Icy.
Yeah, it's a good start. He's been able to save. Hasn't had a whole lot of impact yet with any kind of crazy kills that open things up, but just has delivered some good shots when called upon.
Yeah, pistol round, probably his biggest moment.
Yeah.
But VP do not let that scoreline get tied up. They extend their lead. Astralis saved 2 players, and they've still got plenty of money on Device to get the AWP out again. Hopefully this one works.
Hopefully. Well, actually,
Last one was faulty.
they could also switch into the double op if they wanted to. Cadian could drop that.
Definitely something they've been doing.
Yeah, Cadian can drop that M4 over and get a second op if they choose to. I mean, part of the struggle with that round is nobody from middle is spotting any kind of catwalk play from VP. There's no information on how fast they were scaling up cat. That boost just gets destroyed before it's even truly, you know, set up and deployed. So 4-2. Up on device out towards long, and he misses. The shot goes down to Flit.
Yeah, Flit with the opener. Here's Cadian to try and respond to the top mid push, but Flamus just swings him. Important for Astralis that this down was on short. Doesn't equalize the numbers, but certainly keeps it within touching distance. Here goes Stare out from the CT peak into the long fight. And now the numbers are even. And VP will take that, and they'll slow down. They've got a minute 20. They're fully committed out long. Astralis are going to drop players back. They haven't confirmed the remaining spots of all 3 players in VP. And so they play behind the smokes, giving Virtus.pro access to the A bomb site while Astralis try to reposition up to short. So there's going to be a plant situation going down in just a second here, which will leave Astralis in a 3v3 retake.
Yes, it will, and 2 players coming out towards long. Do they want to swing and double up on this fight from Icy, or they want to try and bait and switch with a 1-for-1 with a lurk? They're both going to come out. Good flashbang. Icy's in trouble.
They had a chance there before the flash pop, just couldn't connect the shot, but stays alive. There's the peak. Icy with 2 kills before falling to Yabby. Quick shots on the sniper. Here goes Yabby to try and win it 1v2. Electronic can then fame, but it's VP to extend their lead to 5-2.
That's so nice from Icy. The second kill is incredible. The fact that he gets that out. Good counter flashes from VP as well, holding that turn of the corner out towards long at bay as long as humanly possible. This is how it began. Flamus doing some good work in a 1-for-1, but it's Icy. This second kill, last second.
Oh, it's so good.
Stare just barely seems like he gets around the wall, but Icy catches him. And a big round for VP as they reset and decimate the Astralis economy. Now the runway's open for them to really blow up the scoreboard.
There's a great pick from Flit as well. Got the long spawn, ran out, and as if they needed an advantage, but they've got it. Flamus bringing the energy. Super important round here for VP's T-side campaign. Up next is Train, and the analysts were enjoying the fact that this map has come through. It's not necessarily a fantastic map for either side, but Astralis feeling like it's worth the risk to throw it into this series here.
Yeah, a team that's still developing their map pool as well. Might be a map that's going very well for them in practice so far. That'll be a fun one to watch as we're still kind of enjoying seeing how Train is going to settle down and be played. Odd timing for Stare as he pulls out some utility. Smoke actually probably helps VP after it drops from his dead body. It's going to be 6-2. Device, Cadian, and Yabby, you have some upgraded pistols. Cadian's got armor, but it's not a big deal. You're not going to be too concerned about saving it, but a weapon at the end of the day would be nice. But now we see truly, with the losing bonus built up, with some money, there's some residual cash for Astralis for that losing bonus to build off of. They'll have the money for the double op if they want it. Are they switching into it now? We have to expect it's going to come out at some point in this half, and now that they're feeling like they're getting beat across the map, this is back-to-back rounds. We've seen a long pick out of Flit. Might be time to make the switch. See what Cadian and Device can do for you.
Obviously, being here in the 2-2 matchup, you will have had a lot of reps at the tournament. Astralis' record started with a win versus FaZe. A pretty impressive result for them to take down FaZe. Both teams looking relatively weak, but still a result you can be happy with. They went on to lose the 3D Max. But that 2-0 loss against Apogee, that's
the eternal problem with Astralis is you're like, oh, cool, win over FaZe, nice. Like an upset, that team's got some good players, you performed really well, and then you lose to Apogee 2 days later, and everyone's like, I don't know how to read, I don't know where I'm supposed to place you. Yeah. What are we doing here?
Yeah. It's hard to really get a read on them.
The up and down nature and the inconsistency of both of these teams makes them really hard to kind of evaluate, especially because both of them have shown some signs of where you're looking at it and you're like, oh, this is cool. This is positive.
Getting better.
Especially that Astralis series over phase was, I remember casting that and talking about how good the calling looked from Cadian as well on the T sides. I thought they were doing some cool things, shades of old school heroic.
And VP, they had us at the start of the year, man. They were looking really exciting to watch. They were certainly having some positive steps.
I feel like I was a little bit of a VP hater last year. This year I'm like the other direction. At the start I was like, oh, the eye test, it makes this team should be so fun to watch. It's gonna be so cool. Yeah. And then it hasn't delivered the same way. Hopefully both of these teams can find those levels at some point during this series to qualify for the playoffs here at Bucharest.
Oh, through the smoke. Oh, Flamus, that is ridiculous. Astralis come into this round after waiting for another bye, and immediately it gets destroyed.
We're seeing a lot of teams do this now, is like kind of mess with their utility timings. I mean, this one is just kind of walking through your own smoke, so it's a little bit crazy, but you can see part of what allows them to take advantage of it is you see that smoke, and Cadian's thinking it's a smoke for Catwalk. He's going to break it open to get information, maybe find a fight, and actually the push coming through it is just the complete opposite of what he expects based on the utility.
Yeah, I mean, that second shot from Flamus is also just nuts.
Yeah, the transfer is pretty nasty.
Yeah, well, that's what I like. This VP team do have a lot of options in terms of how they can play rounds, though, because of the pieces they've now got inside of the squad. Like, you can just send Flamus in. There's 2 rounds so far on this T side where they've just sent him up short early. He's got the entry, and then this round, he just wins it from his mid-push through the smoke. So you have chances to do that. Now, Device is under so much pressure. He's doing well, but eventually just too many players coming at him. He just can't hold on to the AWP.
That's a hard round to swallow if you're... Hard round to swallow if you... What was that? Was that just like a whale call or something?
Yeah.
It's a tough round for Astralis when you consider they just kind of had saved the round previously. They had that losing bonus. It was the strongest buy they'd had in quite some time. And you just don't even get a chance to fight for the round based off that opening from Flamus. It's just done after the 2 kills. 5-round deficit for Astralis' defense. VP really piling it on, and another pick. This one down middle.
Tough half here for Cadian so far. Aggression up top mid. They've got a dink on Icy. And Flit has been cast aside by the MP9. Fortunately for Icy, he's got plenty of bodyguards. Electronic immediately replaces Flit. Fame's already moved through the B-bomb site. He's got all the space in the world, but he's hoping to help his teammates from behind.
Yeah, they've gone passive just to watch for pushes. Icy's very low on HP, so they're letting Fame play right now and get close so he can wrap through these double doors and try and take away some of this pressure from them. Actually, a very nice push from Astralis, considering they lost the first player. Yeah, he's spotted now, but he's safe. What's kind of a little weird for VP is obviously how they work the rest of the 2 players, where they go on the map. They haven't seen the second player yet. Now they will. And now they know everything, so out towards long with the bomb. Plant at the A bomb site, it's all good.
10-1 on Icy, man. This is a sick half from him. To think Icy came from Amkel. What a journey.
Yeah. The saving grace. The saving grace of that series, yeah. And I mean, he hasn't had to do a whole lot in this game, right? Like, I mean, that's a nice pick in this round, but other than that, it's a lot of the entries, a lot of the opening moves. Flit's got you a couple picks. Flamus had that double kill to open a round, so Icy as an AWPer is just loving it because his riflers are forcing the defense to move around the map and shift. So he's actually getting some looks in the mid round and the late round because Astralis is scrambling to try and plug the holes in their defense. 6-round lead now for Virtus.pro. 3 ops for the T side to open things up.
Yeah. None of them getting a shot, though. None down mid.
What the hell? Flitz dropped his.
Just kind of flexing a different move. And it hasn't worked out. In fact, that's a very expensive decision. Yabi and Device, 2 opening kills here for Astralis. Should be able to convert this into their 3rd round victory.
Yeah, this should be all fine. They can play a pretty standard defense at this point.
They were going for the old Fnatic style of play through top mid.
Oh, they had an op to like pick mid. I think one had the long spawn that he went for. Yeah, I mean, they had a couple different options with it and just trying to find an early pick with the ops. You had so much money with only 2 rounds remaining. So just trying to hopefully find Astralis checking for something with those AWPs, maybe thinking they're going to switch into an aggressive idea with the scoreline.
Turns out to be one of the best rounds Astralis have had yet. Fame is left alone, making his way through middle. And bang from Device.
Yeah, right between the eyes. Good shooting from Device, 11 and 5. He had those 3 garbage kills in a lost round, but his op has looked solid when it's had its opportunities. Finally, last round of the first half, we get the double op setup from Astralis that we've alluded to so many times. Cadian's picked one up next to Device, so expect that to be in the B middle side of the map. Device will be playing A. And can Astralis scrape 4 rounds together? Give him the best chance possible.
Virtus.pro's stand-back approach allows them to dodge the initial utility. And they'll go through that initial phase and then Molotov close short, smoke the mid doors, and group up a B. Now, we've seen a lot of early B success for Virtus.pro. They're going to try and close the half the way they open with a B hit this time towards Cadian. Didn't see the player just crossing down behind that smoke, and now the head shows, but no kill. And so Cadian's under a lot of pressure to round out this half. What a shot from Fame. He got that kill on Yabby. Quick shot from Cadian, under pressure, gone. And now Electronic on low HP. Device mollied out at the window, but not enough yet for Astralis. He hit that shot. So many wild moments in this round, but Astralis not catching a break. Damage is not enough.
Yeah, they don't have any HE grenades to really finish those off quickly. A couple Molotovs. Stound can place his to the back of the platform. That would flush out Icy. That would make things really awkward for him at low HP. But a tough retake despite the low health on Icy and Electronic. And with utility still up, with the kind of nice, easy tactic VP ran, they got plenty of smokes to drop in the choke points after the fact.
Stair waiting to peek. Good kill off the back of the platform. Needs a second quickly. He'll get it, but traded by Flit. Device alone, and the rifle in his hands. It's not enough. Electronic closes, tucked down beneath the window.
Actually, a nice attempt at the retake. That comes very, very close. 1v1. Device had a chance at it. Hard to figure out where Electronic's going to be. Stayed quiet throughout that whole engagement. A very rough CT side for Astralis. Obviously, 9-3 in the favor of Virtus.pro. They couldn't get anything going in this first map of the series. Electronic had that T-side cooking, helped out by some great rounds, some great picks from Flit. A lovely half from Icy at 10-3.
Yeah, a little patch of success for Astralis after the initial 3 lost rounds, but as soon as VP decided to free up Flamus a little bit, he got 2 rounds where he just had basically the entry won the round. It was, he got the 2 kills in mid, then the short pick. You know, he's just that's the key to success.
It was an odd half of Counter-Strike in the sense that it didn't feel like there were a whole lot of close rounds that came down to like 1v1s, 2v2s. A lot of it was just kind of like, we win this round, and you win this next round, and then we win a bunch of rounds.
And then VP by 3 ops.
Yeah.
They lose that round.
They did. Didn't need to do that.
But I appreciate it.
Yeah, you got to admire the effort.
Still 9-3 at the half.
Yeah, smoke flash for Electronic.
They win this pistol round. Might be a very short dust too.
Yeah, it could be. It could close out very, very quickly. Flashbang out towards long for Astralis' attack. They're going to get that space. It's only one player. It's Flamus. And with that information that they're already out long and hearing the footsteps, you can see the push-up catwalk from Flit. Electronic and Fame starting to get a little bit more curious over at the B bomb site, but still just the one defender here. So Flamus is going to have to call teammates over, and they're going to be late because Astralis has just picked up the pace.
Yeah, he realizes that. He wanted to jump up, but they're already on the site. Long flanks quick here for Flit. He activates into a single kill. He'll just take a pause and allow his teammates to reposition. He'll become a later piece.
Yeah, he'll become a late lurk. Stair didn't seem prepared for that fight whatsoever. Okay, well, there's footsteps in CT spawn. Now, Cadian's going to try and wrap all the way around Catwalk, but they can hear this the whole way. He still wins the fight, and now they come in for the retake.
Dude, I love that from Cadian. Just running around, jumping, but Fame now getting in. Couple of headshots. Cadian coming up through short side. Yabby's trying to deal with Flit at long, and he's going to go into that fight, but the defuse is happening. Kill from Yabby. Defuse all the way. Fame's low in HP, but he's sticking it. He's got protection. 1 bullet saves it. So A nice attempt on the defuse, but the full 10-second stick will allow Astralis the pistol.
So painful with that 10-second stick coming in. Yeah, that flank from Cadian ends up working out very, very well.
Dude, that's like a 50-50 at most.
I know. I felt like Icy he's got to be frustrated. He's probably tracking him the whole way, and he's like, this will be the easiest kill of my life. But Cadian just swings it. And I mean, for Virtus.pro, it's kind of a bummer in the sense that with that kill out towards long, you had really good standing in this round. You had a really good situation. Device kind of, with the way that Astralis like improvised and dropped into CT spawn, Device over at Car kind of gets the bus thrown at him. He just has no more cover to prevent anyone. That's a nice sequence.
One of the fastest aces I've seen.
All 5.
That is one of the fastest aces I have seen in a long time.
God damn, Cadian. He's rich now. 6,200 in the bank.
1 mag in the Mac 10.
You don't get that every day. That's kind of the way you imagine and dream it.
Yeah, exactly. Just a conveyor belt straight in towards him. Well, in terms of fast rounds, that's one.
We like those eco rounds. That's the eco round we enjoy.
Bringing us the entertainment value, getting into the real round straight away, and Stown kicking things off with an opening kill for Astralis.
Which is actually huge when you consider that Virtus.pro started with 4 players out towards long. They obviously put a lot of resources there with the express goal of controlling long, of getting control of long, and that kill just comes out so quick they don't want to mess with it. 5-on-4 for Astralis. And Device has found himself an upgrade.
Little hot rod. Ooh, some damage done. But Electronic gets away with it. Device trying to sell a little bit more presence than is really there, and Astralis going to be sending 4 players up through short.
I think Device has done a really good job just because, ooh, missed smoke in middle for VP, but, or I mean for Astralis, it's all good. They're coming up catwalk. We'll finish that thought later. Good kill. That's the round.
That's the round. You can finish the thought now.
Yeah, I can. I think Device did a good job. I think it was relatively obvious to VP that it was just one player causing a distraction with the way he was shooting and the way he was firing and jumping around and playing behind the smoke. I think they could tell it was one person trying to like puff up his chest and sound like 3 people. And that might have been what caused that shift towards CT spawn that just creates the perfect timing for a catwalk play. 6-9.
That is the funny number. Save call should be okay here for VP. They're still a decent way away from Astralis. In terms of finding the comeback, Astralis taking all the right steps at the start of the second half. Icy holding on to the save is super important here. Device actually got 1 extra kill. Can Icy hold on? No! Oh, losing 2 players at the end. That is a problem.
Yeah, this Astralis offense is warming up really nicely. I mentioned it earlier. There was shades throughout this group stage where Astralis' calling and T-sides through Cadian have looked really, really sharp. Notably the first day against FaZe, playing some really, really cool Counter-Strike. So let's not count them out of this comeback. They're only 3 rounds back. They've taken a bunch of weapons away at the end of the round, so VP can't buy up and have any kind of forceful buy around 3 saved rifles.
Yeah, those hunts are so important. You know, this would have been a buy for VP. You finding success right at the end there, if you're Astralis, is huge. It allows you to get up to 7 rounds most likely.
Yeah, give yourself an easier round too against a lack of weapons. And it's nice too, you have Device playing well, still 13-7. Yabby starting to climb that scoreboard as well, and Yabby we know can be such a force for this Astralis team. Would be great to have a strong performance out of him in this elimination or playoff series.
Oh, leg shot. Fang gonna get caught through the wall bang. He's down to 9 HP. Stown's turn to move on forward. Gets himself out into the pit. Long range fight in the CT peak. Not going to get the kill, but certainly going to scare Flamus further back.
Looking to burn some counter utility, Astralis, I think. There's one of the flashes, so they love hearing that sound cue. Still another flash up on Catwalk to set up again later on. Icy's got that in his hands. He's also got a defensive smoke he can deploy, a Molotov over on Flit, but they never expected this. Juggling utility and no one keeping track of the scaling. So Stown gets 2 kills, brings himself up to 5 frags on the map, and the bomb site is wide open.
Mac 10 in the fame, and Flit is going to find Yabby with ease. Bomb plant goes through, and Flit's going to try and retreat to save that M4 again. Ooh, just about gets around the corner. Really impressive how quickly Astralis have drawn this scoreline back.
Yeah, good old MR12. These scorelines shrink quick.
Yeah, if you keep it clean. You know, there's a lot of booby traps along the way. You know, you could lose these pistols, you could lose to a half buy, but Astralis have kept it clean. And they've got a lot of money. You know, look how much cash they've got left over on a couple of these individual players.
Yeah, and I mean, starting with building momentum with the first 4 rounds of the half as well, and I think Cadian's an IGL who loves calling with momentum. I think he, as a caller, as a leader, I think he gets much better as his team is stringing rounds together.
Yeah, getting into the flow.
Yeah, it's kind of his thing that he likes to get into. Not always not the most detailed ideas, but you know, very much off his intuition and his feel. And when they get going in the groove, it's to great effect as well. 9-7, it's a 2-round deficit. Astralis bringing this all the way back, but Virtus.pro have another buy. Up in the hands of Icy. All rifles, plenty of utility. 3 out towards long to start, 2 crossing over to the B bomb site. And Stown, I mean, doing a good job having presence at long. Breaking the smoke, flashing out, showing presence, going for a little jiggle tap, keeping defenders at long as possible, and it's given Astralis a lot of freedom to get up towards Catwalk. Haven't been harassed from middle whatsoever. Icy's all positioned at car between long A and the bomb site. And Virtus.pro's defense now spread in a 2-1-2 setup. Electronic and CT spawn to keep the mid to B split honest.
Yabby going through the CT smoke. Has he just found the gap? Well, Electronic currently holding it for the moment, and the patience from Electronic. He's very aware of this possibility, and look at that. He was so focused on getting that pick on Yabby. 35 seconds left. Astralis moving to the site. They've got a 4v4. The plant is coming in, and it comes down to the retake here for VP.
And they're going to risk a lot for this. Icy with the op, still out towards long, though. Good shot from Fame, and now it can begin, but Icy hasn't started scaling yet.
Stair keeps his head down, but he's blinded. Peeks on up. It's going to be Cadian and Stair combining with Stown, leaving Icy 1v2. No kit on his back. And he realizes not much of a chance, so he's going to actually not even go for this. Run back down long, and Astralis have now got 8 rounds. There was a kit down as well. Gotta feel like there was a small window of opportunity there, at least for Icy to give it a go, but yeah, realizes the AWP is more important to keep for the later stages.
I was gonna say, you know VP, and that's probably one philosophy that's still stuck around, is the importance of keeping that AWP alive and the importance of having it as part of the economy, because they can buy again in this next round. Flit and Flamus right around 5,400, so both of them can buy themselves. Electronic can invest himself. Icy can drop to Fame if he wants. And VP's going to come right back into this, but I mean, they've had strong buys throughout this whole half, haven't been able to get a win, haven't been able to slow Astralis down whatsoever. They're starting to get really worked on this map.
Quick out from Stown at long. Commitment in behind the blue bin. Stown looking to tap. He's got Device charging with him into the corner. Device is sacrificial. Stown to respawn. Now Electronic elevated on the platform, spotted. Bullets rattle towards him. He can't handle that pressure. And now we looked at this AWP that was saved in the previous round. Icy needs to find impact.
I'm surprised he didn't see Stown's head. I thought he would just spam him down through the smoke. Such low HP. Gonna go for some reaggress, but Cadian is holding this. Oh, if you turn that corner. Icy doesn't have a flashbang for you either.
Doesn't look like they want to go yet.
Who blinks first in the standoff? They've even got boosted up behind the blue box, so Astralis wants to stay long. Stairs just keeping an eye on the flank, but they always want to finish at long A.
Mid-smoke coming in to sever off the information flow to Fame as he peeks towards. And so they're going to rotate, flit away from long. He's gone back down towards CT, leaving Icy at the car to watch long.
He'll have a chance. We mentioned he's having a good game, but his kills haven't felt like they've had the most impact in terms of winning the rounds, but he's going to have a chance here.
And he'll nail that shot on Stown. That was y'all peeking it towards him. Second kill for Icy. This is huge. He's going to freeze them out along 25 seconds. Astralis held in position. Icy gets another chance and another shot. 20 seconds. Stairs got to move. Flits inside of that CT smoke. Stairs seems to be aware, but did not see a barrel tip through that smoke at all. So Flit has got the flank at the perfect timing. He's starting to move forward, but there's a long peek coming in. And Flit, with patience, he'll peek out for a double-figure round here for VP.
Oh, there you go, Icy. That's a huge round to deliver for your team. Virtus.pro needed that. 3 versus 4, and Icy takes 3 of them out with him. Beautiful from the AWPer. And Astralis, after a solid opening and good map control and a good take of out towards long, the patience is their undoing. Turning that corner and not enough utility to negate Icy's position with the AWP. Not enough flashbangs to keep him off the angle, and you lose too many players. Lead back to 2, 10-8. And economy's starting to be an issue for both teams. I mean, it feels like if either one of these teams gets reset and completely broken in terms of their funding, they're in a lot of trouble. Surely if Astralis happens at 10 rounds for VP, that might just be a win.
Dude, this is the worst. When you miss this smoke, and then you have to stand here and you can't see your lineup as well. Oh, just waste some time for KDM, but all good now. It's faded away.
What did he do? Like accidentally like right click?
He must have done that, yeah. Just like, drop his own smoke. He'll toss the smoke out into a CT spawn.
I think there's another missed smoke. Yeah, I think they tried. I think both of those smokes missed. Now CT smoke is there.
Not great though. It was a little. Looks like there's a little gap on the left side, but
seems like they wanted. Yeah, there's a massive gap. So yeah, both smokes missed, and they wasted one on the initial throw. So a really rough round.
Back
of
to the
utility.
drawing board with that one. And they've also lost their first pick. So VP teed up for 11 rounds here. Flammus though going down to the smoke. That's one way to get a kill back if you're Astralis. Cadian gonna have to deal with the tunnels push eventually coming his way. Fame knocks him on his ass in from behind. 25 seconds. Astralis still committed to their final long play. VP with no one in the sight, but it's the electronic flank around the back, and Device gets caught, hands busy. Stare and Stown still fighting on.
Dude.
And so it's Flit 1v2. Those final 2 kills have put Astralis back into a winning position, and a flick down from Stown. Fantastic reaction. And Astralis able to turn this round in their favor despite it looking miserable throughout.
You know, it's the beauty of Counter-Strike. Sometimes you can do everything right and still lose the round, and sometimes you can do everything wrong and still win the round. That's lovely from Astralis. Outside of the utility usage, outside of the 3 missed smokes in that round alone.
Yeah, outside of all of that wasn't lovely. It was still lovely.
Yeah, you need to work on maybe coordination, utility usage, but the aim, it seems like you've got down. Nicely done from Astralis.
You know that meme with the horse that starts off like perfectly painted and then you get towards the end, it just falls off?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the opposite way around.
It just started ugly and got better as we went.
They had a glow up in that round.
Well, it's Astralis to break the economy of Virtus.pro. It's not going to give them the map win, but it's certainly going to get them a great advantage to tie things up at 10. Half investment from Virtus.pro, upgraded pistols, FAMAS MP9. Really nice round from Stare.
Oh man, he looks so stressed.
He did look actually very sad. I felt bad watching that. I'm feeling something. I got some empathy.
Dude. Poor Icy.
I know, he looked like that kill meant so much to him. Good molly to force Flit back. Takes tons of damage. Mid to B smoke from Cadian. But the forces are going to come out of B tunnels. All 4 of them. Another missed piece of utility. The Molotov meant to be thrown up onto the boost boxes, lands right back in the tunnels.
Astralis about to tie up the scoreline. It was 9-3 in the first half. VP have won a single round on the defense. Both teams struggling so hard with CT sides. Keeps up like this, Astralis about to find themselves a Dust 2 victory out of nowhere, really.
Yeah, especially after that first half. It didn't seem like it was even going to be remotely possible, but again, this offense has just been striking gold round after round. Electronic's going to try and pin Yabby into the tunnels. That's a beautiful shot, though. 16 kills now for Yabby to lead the way for Astralis. And they're tied up at 10. A 3-9 half, but a 7-1 run to start the second half.
This will be mentally shattering for VP. Your map pick. 9 rounds to 3. Seems like everything's going to go smoothly. Second half is a disaster. So I got to try and change that now. He's got the AWP for Icy back in his hands. 3 M4s, 1 FAMAS on Flammus. No long fight this time from Astralis. No fights anywhere for Astralis.
No, and actually, I mean, last round you could tell they kind of called that at a spawn for the most part. This round obviously opening up in a default, so just going to start taking some control in middle and see what they find. No one home in middle to defend for Virtus.pro. It's Fame and Flit inside the B bomb site. Icy at the railing with an op. Electronic out towards long. Flammus at the corner. Meanwhile, Astralis is out middle where you'll notice I said no defenders are present.
Fame hides in the car. It's Flit with a double from the window, but Fame's going to lose his life. So now the pressure really is on Flit, about to get split. And he'll wait at the site, but it's all about this shot. And Stair comes in from window. Back of the head. Icy with an important kill, keeping his team ahead in the player count, but Device could trade it back. Device could immediately trade it back, but doesn't want to overextend out of the window.
There's going to be a double lurk in towards Halls too, so which one of the 2 players actually handles that? If it's Cadian playing on, like here, like that, this isn't going to work.
Well, they could move out of the doors.
They need to get aggressive out the doors, or they need to reposition.
Oh, Device is starting to realize that move is required, but he immediately loses his head. So it's Cadian in the clutch again, and this time unable to get anything going. So 11 rounds for Virtus.pro. They take the lead.
Yeah, that's a nice job. Flit over at the window. No defenders in middle, but he just takes a quick glance, and he's got 2 players along that wall. Nice and easy. Such a tough angle for the attack to deal with. Flit takes a lot of the strength out of the split with those kills. An Icy break in the smoke finds Stair just before he can disappear into B. Lovely round from Virtus.pro. Back into a lead.
That's like the best timing for Icy.
There's no money in the Astralis side of things. It's down 50, Abby 200, Stair 0. You lose this round as Astralis. Virtus.pro's at 12, and you've got scraps to fight with. Because you got no losing bonus built up. You're going to get $1,900 after this round.
Yeah, it may not have been the best CT side here from VP, but later on into regulation, they may have just found the way out. Gotta break this round, though.
Oh, it's happened again. And we've seen it all. We've seen it all. We know who the culprit is.
I mean, yeah, I'd be sad we've seen that.
I know. Yeah.
You were so sick, too. It was like, perfectly lined up with this little speck of dirt on the floor.
It's got the wrong spec.
Yeah. That was sick, though. I really like that. You know, you molly yourself in the tunnels, then you drift into the lower.
They were landing it. They were landing it the other day when we watched them as well, which is the real head scratcher. Is like you guys were hitting this just a day or 2 ago. I remember seeing it.
A lot can change.
So one up on Catwalk. It's Cadian who's got tons of space in that sense.
30 seconds.
Yeah, one more in pit though. Will you expect Electronic? The answer is no.
Nope.
Oh, Trigger Discipline could win the day. They check.
But he still gets 2, make it nearly 3. He held down mouse 1. Here's Icy in the sight. Goodbye, Stown. Good night. As Cadian has 18 seconds left to try and get to the bomb site. He actually has managed to find the pathway. So bomb picked up. He can go for the plant now, but oh, just seemed famous short. Goes for the fight and so close. But yet so far. And without a bomb plant, without the round victory, Astralis, like you said, it's the nightmare scenario where the money's gone and VP are at map point.
Nice long setup as well. Baiting, Electronic baiting down in pit sets himself up perfectly for that double. If that second player isn't jumping and clearing pit at the same time, he just racks up 3 and he closes the round out himself. 12-10. Either way, he might have delivered the map over to Virtus.pro. As their third and final timeout comes in for Astralis because they've got to work out what they want to run with. Everyone sitting at around 2K of money coming into this. It's not going to be a pretty buy. Not a whole lot of weapons and resources. And you could see the reversal of the efficiency on Dust 2. This would make Astralis 1-8 and would make Virtus.pro 8-2. Impressive Astralis is able to then play themselves back into this map and keep it close and challenge down the stretch, but close doesn't count, and when elimination is on the line, it's not really any kind of positive feeling that you were able to fight this hard. So let's see what they've come up with. Tech9's a MAC-10 on Stown, and towards the B bomb site we go.
Here comes the charge right into Fame, and he's got 1 second before his bullets run out, but it's Flit to come and make sure that he puts an end to this map. Astralis have one last chance, and it's heroics required here from Device. Electronic going to make sure Device does not even get a single kill. And Virtus.pro from a 9-3 half to nearly allowing the comeback from Astralis, but they get the job done right at the end. 13-10 on Dust 2.
Well, there we go. Virtus.pro takes Dust 2, was their map pick. And if you watched the pre-game segment with Dust and Prof, you might have noticed that they didn't have a lot of nice things to say about these two teams. There was a lot of sad, negative thoughts. So what we thought was to change this up a little bit as we do this pre-match segment. We're going to challenge our two analysts to only say positive things about the match that they've just watched. So Prof, let's start with you. Positive, happy thoughts.
Well, it was a very competitive game in the end. You know, we didn't expect Astralis to show up a lot. They actually had a really strong T size, so made it somewhat competitive towards the end. It could have maybe gone either way, but ultimately, you know, Virtus.pro prevailed on their map pick. I would like to highlight, I think the Flit openings on the T side were very hard for Astralis to deal with, and Icy was very clean on the op, and that kind of got them rolling on the T side. Virtus.pro, that is.
Yeah, I mean, now Virtus.pro improves their record to Dust 2 now. There's 8-2, excuse me. So I've really been able to kind of rely on this map throughout the course of this year, and it's for the sets that they have had. And look, I mean, Icy's been their best player this tournament. He's kind of slowly moving up the leaderboard as overall on the player side of things, and really has proven to be a great prospect with AWP for the squad. And they played a fantastic T side to kick off the first half. I mean, there's really nothing you can complain about with VP's T side. Second half, things got a little bit rough on them, right? It looked like maybe Astralis was actually going to get the comeback, but when they dug deep those last couple of rounds to close things out, they wanted to get the job done. So tip your hat to them for securing the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to also highlight Flamus. I know he didn't have like a great showing overall, but in that one round, round 9, he did show his balls. It was a bit of that GamerLegion Flamus that I'm missing. He just, I don't know if it was a strat, was it his call or whatever. It was just like, let's walk through the smoke. He caught 2 players with their pants down pretty much, and just capitalized on the situation. And yeah,
I like how you mentioned that, because I do think that like Virtus.pro, when they're at their best, it's whenever they do play up pace, right? Whenever they make this departure from the old school style that Jane used to implement on this team, you know, and that was something that I really enjoyed for them when they had their top 5 finish ahead of Veto. I saw them being way more decisive, way more quick on the pace, way more willing to take duels, way more willing to not wait out the clock. But this tournament, there was a couple of moments where it seemed like they kind of fell back onto some old habits and, you know, did lose off the clock, or did seem like they got bogged down and were kind of concerned and just didn't feel like as decisive or as confident as I am kind of used to seeing them in previous tournaments. But they really turned it around here on Dust 2 and kind of got back to that more exciting play style that we were so happy to see in Katowice.
Exactly. I mean, what you just said, like the reason also why we were so negative in the pre-show is like, both of these teams, at some point during this year, they kind of sold us an idea that they could be good. So when they weren't, in the last few days, we're left disappointed. You know, we're only human after all. You know, so when we get our hopes up and then the reality kicks in, then we get a bit sad.
We're gonna say some positive things about Astralis now.
Oh, that's good stuff.
I've made a list. So my comment is their T side is better than their CT side.
Okay.
I will say this, their T side today looked about the best I've ever seen it since this 5 came together. I mean, they've played Dust 2 12 times with this 5. They've only won it a single time. That's a fact, not a negative thing. That's just a statement of fact.
Okay, we have to stop there. There is an inside joke that you've missed, but I feel like you're our friends. I'm going to explain. When we mentioned that maybe we'd been a bit negative in the pre-show, Dust got quite upset in the green room and said that he had made some positive comments. And Prof and I pointed out that stating facts is not positive comments about a team.
That was a statement of fact. They have won one Dust 2 game out of 12 with this 5. But their T side did look better, right? Like they looked a little bit more cohesive. I thought what I really liked actually on their comeback effort was their ability to play split pressure. Like there was a couple times they would just like tuck Device into long A, let him kind of cause a lot of ruckus, and they were able to use that to kind of fall back, maybe make VP think, oh, they're not actually here. They're going for some type of mid to B split. Let's start making their rotation. And then they would just run cat cross where people are stuck in CT spawn, and it's just like that was actually some pretty good feinting and actually some pretty good execution on the catwalk. Unfortunately, it's just like they could not dot the I's and cross the T's to close out the game. Because look, I think if they win this Dust 2 game, I think they put themselves in a great 2-0 position on Train. Now, unfortunately, they're gonna have to work a little bit harder.
Okay, we can. The game was fun. We've done our best.
We passed.
We both passed. Good job. I do think though that the bigger question is why do we speak? And I hate the word negative, but we are quite harsh on both of these teams. So why? Why is it?
Because they show us sparks of positivity. That's why. Like, when you look at a team like Virtus.pro, again, you think of the top 5 finish at Katowice. You think about the talent that they have. Even their run at Lisbon wasn't that bad, I thought, right? They got knocked out by some of the best teams in the world and actually got a couple of quality wins.
They got a win on FaZe.
Exactly.
The huge comebacks against
100%.
Falcons. Like, Electronic got super fired up after that one. Obviously, like for him as an IGL, he has a lot of criticism about him being an IGL. Like, you go back to his short stint in Navi, then coming to Cloud9, then now in Virtus.pro, having this like weird situation with James. Like, he picked up the IGL role a few times and then kind of dropped it. And I think what it kind of irks a lot of people because it feels like this like kind of spoiled child is like, I want this toy, and then you get the toy. And it's like, I don't want this toy anymore. It's like, yeah, but we just bought this toy. It's kind of expensive. You better enjoy it. You better play with this toy. This is your favorite toy now, right? You can't just leave it after 2 days. So this is why I think he has a lot to prove as an IGL, and we want to see more of him. And ultimately, as we said before, like these are big orgs. They invest a lot. They should get returns. Like Flamis also wasn't a cheap purchase for VP.
Yeah. And then for Astralis, it's like, look, they had their run at Cluj Day where they look fantastic. And again, you see sparks, you see potential, and they have an exciting play style. But maybe, Astralis, maybe consider not playing Dust 2. Maybe just consider Anubis, maybe give it a thought.
Can't be much worse.
Yeah, it can't be. This is just too long for them to be still trying to make this work.
Other than Cluj, I mean, when was the last time watching Astralis excited you though?
When they beat FaZe early this tournament.
Yeah, during the
Was that exciting though? I mean,
yeah, that was a good opening game for them, honestly.
I don't think that they looked mega impressive though.
Their train looked pretty good in that series, actually.
Yeah. Like going back to it and thinking about that game, that was a game where like their T side, there was a 6-6 T side, but they won all gun rounds because like the economy was never really there and FaZe was really good at saving. So they really had to earn these 6 rounds the hard way, and on train it can be very easy to be locked out of the bomb site. So I think that was that game kind of sold me on like, okay, there's something cooking here.
Yeah, and as we look at Train, we're going to have Strauss starting out on the T side on their pick here. And what I really like about them is, like, look, everyone kind of knows that this map can be very, like, outside execute oriented, very brawly. Like, maybe you have, like, your one smoke sandwich and you just kind of swing out and start fighting towards bomb train by E-box. Maybe CTs get a little bit aggressive and pop and you have some exchanges there, but it's more about just kind of almost DMing your way out to outer. But what I've liked about Astralis when they played against FaZe earlier this tournament was they had some really nice utility set pieces for both sites, and they were able to get Stair and Stout into open space, and they were thriving in that space, which is something that Stout has at times struggled with this year. But at this event, he's actually been quite strong, and Train's performance against FaZe was actually one of the big highlights for him, I feel like.
Yeah, the thing about this game is, like, VP, the last time we saw them play Train was in Katowice, and that was like the last game they played actually with a stand-in, so it wasn't even the full roster. So it's been so long. The question is, even if they are going to be playing the same positions, who knows? But their initial games on Train have been pretty good. Like they play against Vitality, Eternal Fire, Complexity.
They beat Eternal Fire.
Yeah, 1-2 games, lost one, and these are, you know, now we see Complexity is really good on this map. Obviously, they weren't that great early in the season, but Vitality is the best team in the world. Eternal Fire also one of the best teams on Train, right? So there's some promise, there's some potential there, but I really don't know how they're going to shape up compared to Astralis.
That is the big concern, right? Astralis doesn't know what Virtus.pro is going to bring to this map either.
Yeah, I mean, I think here's the thing, though. Like, Virtus.pro did not expect this pick. I can promise you that. I'm sure they were expecting Ancient. That was, I mean, again, Astralis picked Ancient all 4 games they played before this one in this tournament. Usually, if they don't pick Ancient, they're usually picking into Inferno. They've never picked into Train. You know, it's been kind of a handshake to the end, and then somebody kind of gets rid of it in the second rotation. It's kind of how it generally played out. So, first of all, I appreciate Astralis pulling out the curveball. I think that was a smart move on their part. And yeah, maybe you're not going to know what to expect from Virtus.pro, but here's the thing. It's early days for Train for everyone. Like, you can't really know what anyone's going to do. Maybe someone found something new that you haven't seen yet. You know, that's the one positive about Train, is that there is still ground to be explored, I think, that we haven't seen yet. Whereas I've already seen Astralis latch onto it and show us some pretty cool stuff. But now we're going to learn a lot about Virtus.pro today in this game.
Well, there you go. Virtus.pro ultimately will figure out how Train is going to play out for them. They did take their map pick. They can close this series out 2-0, or Astralis can face the comeback. We'll find out what's going to happen and who's going to be going to playoffs after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's lineup landing, and I've got the man who's always smiling, and probably smiling even more if he does well here. It's Fame from Virtus.pro. How are you doing?
Doing good.
You ready to rock and roll with this?
Yes, I'm ready.
You said you know your utility. You know your utility, your team uses, right? So you should be pretty good at this.
But if you show some crazy lineup, I'm not sure. I don't know crazy lineup.
I don't know crazy lineups either, so you should be fine. We should be good with this. All right, let's start with the first one. And it is going to be Ancient.
This is window smoke, because he throw it left click. It should be window smoke. But it's bad lineup. I don't know, nobody throws like this.
But you were correct. First one is right.
It was easy.
Easy, okay. Well, it might get harder from here. Probably not for you. It's going to Anubis next.
Okay. This is stair smoke from spawn.
He knows it so well.
I want to see how it lands.
Oh, you're going to judge it. Okay, give us the analysis.
I don't like the deep. You should throw, you know, more closer to the, I don't know, to A, and it will close this pillar. So all player,
you can't get shot from connector.
You should throw it from spawns, you know. Learn 1 or 2 spawns.
All right, we're going to Dust 2 next. Let's see if you approve of this one. If this is a Fame approval or not.
It's B-door smoke. But yeah, it's window smoke. Nothing crazy.
He's very confident.
No, it's window smoke.
Let's have a look.
No. That's cheeky one.
We'll go on to Inferno next. And we'll see how you do on that.
It should be long smoke. Yeah, it's long smoke.
Whereabouts on long?
When you go from mid, left side, in front, how to say? Not arch, long close.
Oh, okay.
No?
Okay.
It's arch?
Let's see.
I think it's cheeky smokes.
All right. We'll give you train next. Maybe you'll like this one. I think this train one is.
I think every smoke here is cheeky one. This one is sandwich smoke. I know it's, everybody's throwing this.
See, this is a good one.
Yeah, this is good.
There
this
we go.
is good. But let's see, is it how it went?
If it's gonna bloom the way you like it.
It's good, but maybe it should be a little bit left side. I'm not sure because it should cover the gap.
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
You know.
It depends if they can see through it on that other side.
Yeah, but this one is good.
All right, we're going to nuke now.
Nuke? I don't play this smoke. This I know. It's in front of door, in front of vent smoke.
Oh, don't play this, but...
You know, when I played nuke, it was in K23, and this smoke I was throwing, I think.
There you go, you still remember it. That's a good sign.
Yeah, this is easy. Okay.
All right, on one final one. We're going to Mirage.
It's for B rush smoke. I don't know, it should be kitchen, but it can be tricky. It can. I don't know these lineups.
Okay.
Flip throwing this. I think it's kitchen.
Flit's throwing this one, yeah?
Kitchen window, I mean. Yeah.
Correct.
Thanks God. I was never throwing this in my life.
Well, you were very critical of it, but you did pretty good. It wasn't so bad.
Yeah, if you don't show me cheeky smokes, you know, what is this window smoke? What is this arch smoke?
We have to give you some cheeky smokes. That's why it's fun content, you know? I can't give you all the easy lineups.
I was not full focused, you know?
Oh,
I was chill, very chill.
Fame was too much of a chill guy to find all the success of it, but thank you very much for playing. Good luck throughout the tournament, man.
Thank you.
Virtus.pro get the job done on Dust 2. Just about, though, Jason. They were 9-3 up at the half.
Yeah.
Had to close it out 13-10 second half. This is a team that, I don't know, it's hard to place where they're at right now, but at least winning this first map, because I feel like Astralis are going to even out this series now. I feel like we're almost destined to go to 3, Jason.
Okay, you're feeling train goes to Astralis pretty firmly then. You're confident.
Not firmly, I just think they're going to win it.
Okay, interesting.
I don't think anything's going to be too firm in this game. Everything's a little soft.
Yeah, everything is a little, it was a little weird at times on Dust 2. We saw some utility fumbling from the Astralis side of things. VP kind of had a few questionable rounds early on their T side as well, despite the fact that they racked up the scoreboard on it. So yeah, let's see what train is going to be. I think it's quite a risk of Astralis to take it here in the sense that this map, you know, hasn't fully been figured out, and obviously teams still new on it, probably practice against each other.
Sometimes it's good to make a calculated risk, Jason.
Yeah, that's fair.
Straight out into the open. Electronic straight through the smoke. Cadian's gone, and that plant is going to come through. Yabby confirming it, and Icy looking to just peek out from hell. Still stuck down in his position, and eventually enough bullets will be sent his direction that he no longer stands on his feet. So Astralis 4v4 post plant. Remember, VP have got a kit. It's available on the back of Flamus, who has just taken the head straight off Stone. Yabby up next, eventually going to be taken out himself. So Device out from Olaf. Smoke onto the bomb. Defuse can be stuck if they desire, but they're not sticking it because the kit's getting picked up at the moment by Flit and eventually Electronic to bring down Device.
Yeah, nice round from Electronic. It's his first kill, just from Z, just taking a blind shot through smoke. Finds that kill, but a nice cleanup at the end onto Device. Astralis could never really secure themselves safety for that post plant whatsoever. Really good job from Virtus.pro making they clear out the player in 6, putting a lot of attention on being able to wrap around into the bomb site. Yabby holds on to it for as long as possible. When Stown goes down, it's just a matter of time before Yabby can't hang on. A good push from Flamus. And pistol round for VP.
Well, bomb plant did come in for Astralis, so they could invest into this round, but they decide to throw a scout on Cadian. And not much investment around it. Just upgraded pistols without Kevlar. Can be pretty effective though. You know, if Cadian gets some tags with a scout, then it'll soften them up to allow these pistols easier kills. And he's got one tag already. Straight away onto Flamus.
Yeah, just going to be so hard to find anything, especially in the early going when all the smokes are up in these choke points. Like, yeah, you have a scout. Yeah, you might have gotten a tag, but like, what are the Deagles really supposed to find after the fact? And we've won these smoke clear. So many angles to be concerned about. Really tough on Train to just find these picks with pistols.
I'm glad we caught that device body. The ragdoll just got blown out of the map completely on the Train.
It was good.
Look at that.
Hey, give it 10 points.
Yeah, he got the gold medal.
Oh, no. Oh, it's horrible.
It's okay. He's okay. Oh, no, his arm is definitely
His arm's definitely gone. Half the body ripped off.
See, I feel like that needs to be an update. We need more we need more gruesome ragdolls at the end. All right, Flit, Shadow, spotted out towards T-Main. Cadian trying to rip him off the top, and Yabby's turn. Kenny was like, go on, Yabby. You do it.
Yeah, this is just a losing effort all the way through, isn't it? Like, that's just way too strong of a position, and now the MP9 and Electronic gets close up. It's down the last remaining, so 2-0 for Virtus.pro to start out on Train. Without any kind of crazy investment, we will get a buy from Astralis in this third round. So AK-47's coming out. Cadian might go back down to that scout like he had in the previous round. His investment prevents him from picking up an AK-47. This map has been played 5 times by Astralis for a 60% win rate. It's been played 4 times by Virtus.pro for a 50% win rate. So it's pretty even in terms of the proficiency these teams have shown on it thus far.
AK is on 4 for Astralis, Mac 10 for Cadian, and Flamus, look at this aggression. Steps being hurt, he knows, and he holds down Mouse 1, and Flit takes all the glory.
What do you do now? 3 versus 5, and Utility still up in the choke points, and there's been plenty of time for those players, Flamus and Flit, to just fall back from Pop Dog and reconvene towards main.
Well, that's one way to get one of the kills back.
Yeah, actually, VP's got to be careful. The re-aggression, that little push into the smoke is like, you got a 2-man advantage. Why do you feel like you need to do that? Actually, now you've put everyone in a weird place. Device finds a nice timing. Oh, they could be in trouble. Icy not here at the right moment, and Device finds a pick. And now Electronic pinned down, forced to make a play forward.
Has to fight his way out of this. Fame getting caught as Device just kept moving forward into Connector, and VP, you get a clean 2-man opener, you get away with it, and then you just throw everything back in Astralis' way. Now, Flammers, he's got a chance to still win this round, but they've got the read, and Star's got the perfect position. I don't know how that round ended up being so easy for Astralis in the end.
Yeah, that's an ugly round played from Virtus.pro after the opening 2 kills. I don't know what's going on, but that's way too much proactivity and aggression. Like pushing through a smoke in a 5-on-3, losing a death that way, missing the timing on a Device coming out Pop Dog, so Icy gets picked off because he's already passed his crosshair. Electronics then in an impossible situation. All of it just seemed very, very gross. And it felt like that was a lovely opportunity for VP to get a really nice start. You know, start 3-0, got plenty of money in a 5-on-3, can close that out easily. It's just gone the other direction, and now they're on the verge of being reset. So it could still turn into a disaster. Those are the kind of rounds that's just like, man, I've been trying to, I want to talk you up, VP. You know, like that's like a perfect glimpse of like why it's so hard to tell where this team is at, because there's just like
they're their own worst enemy.
The random boneheaded loss that could actually just throw this half into like into craziness.
Yeah, I mean, you were about to get the perfect start on the CT side. You win the pistol, second round conversion, first gun round's coming up, and you just destroy Astralis instantly in a Pop Dog push. Then you give it all back. Stair staying committed forward. Felt like he got a good timing in front of that utility, and Device just goes right through.
Such an odd peak for Flit, though. Had the information that they were just coming out main, and I don't know. Let's see what Electronic can do from here. Lined up against the wall right outside Pop, eats a flashbang, but they didn't spot him falling back to the bomb site. One player over in Pop as well for Virtus.pro's defense. Damn. Beautiful. Beautiful from Yabby.
He's got the good read as well to check over towards Pop. You got Fame currently positioned in there.
They're coming back to the B bomb site. And the player in Pop hears all that, so even though there was a Molotov, he's held at bay for the moment. You know, Yabby was in main, so the attack is a little bit split, but all the AKs are having success.
Yeah, and this, I think VP have just lost track of Astralis. They don't know where they are at the moment. They know the bomb's down at B, but there's still plenty of players here on the A bomb site. Flammers can't get away with it. Stown nailed the rotation. You know, we've seen Electronic come in, and as soon as he comes through that connector is the last-ditch effort to hold the B bomb site. Stown grabs that headshot.
Yeah, but I mean, for VP, like, look at the turnaround. That third round loss in the 5-on-3 is just so painful. You went from having the ideal start to a half, and perhaps setting yourself up for like a 5-0 beginning that you could really enjoy with tons of money, and to now running out of funds. All because you misplayed massively a 5-on-3.
And this round is going to be easy for Astralis. They're going to head into the lead, 3-2 on the T side, and building quite a nice buffer for themselves to kick the map off. Electronic tucked in the corner. And 3 kills come in for Astralis in the blink of an eye, making 4.
All right, so a 3-2 lead for this T side. Losing bonus building up for Virtus.pro. Good kill from Yabby at the end. He had that lovely dust too for Astralis, so if he continues here on train, yeah, might actually be able to help them secure this map victory and take us to a third. 4 and 3 for Yabby in the early going. 6 kills on device to start this train. Inferno being the deciding map in this series. If you're just joining us and missed map 1, it was a nice comeback in the second half, a very close loss, 13-10 in the favor of Virtus.pro. This is a series for a spot at the PGL Bucharest playoffs. The loser is eliminated from the event.
It's your last chance, do or die. Here in Bucharest, both teams would have wanted playoffs, but only one can have it. So many upsets this week. My favorite one so far has been the Complexity win over FaZe.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
Yeah,
I enjoyed that one as well.
Yeah, definitely unexpected. Flit with 2 kills holding onto the B bomb site, but we've seen them in this position before, Jason. You know, a 5v3?
They should be fine. You don't lose 2 this close to each other, surely. And this time, you could see the difference in philosophy. Last time, they were aggressive towards main, towards T main, pushing through the smoke, trying to get a cheeky angle, playing behind the smoke. Now they've just said, you know what? At 5-on-3, we really don't need to do any of that.
Yeah,
we've learned our lesson.
Yeah.
So we'll back off. We'll play it passively. We'll get a couple at the bomb train just to play behind. We'll give some real estate and let Astralis step forward into the trap that we can create.
Electronic pinned in the corner, and Stown will fall. Only 1 kill so far from Astralis. It's thanks to Starry. He knows that Electronic's still in hell, but getting into that fight, impossible because he has to cross a boosted Flammis. And Device is now stuck with 5 seconds on the clock. Got to save that AK-47. He's got money in the bank, so he's going to try and fight out a little bit early here. Now getting spammed down. Does so much damage. Close to a kill, but not able to pick it up.
I actually don't know how he didn't get that kill. I thought for sure he was going to secure that one. The game just doesn't let him have it. 3-3, tied up as VP take a nice solid victory. Device saves the AK, drops it over to a teammate, picks up the op. Icy doesn't have that yet on the CT side. They can scavenge devices if they have a strong victory. Astralis throwing out the instant sandwich smoke, a barrage of HE grenades, 4 of them coming in towards T main, but Device is taking the op over towards Ivy. Wants to spend some time looking for a pick. They wanted to try and set up Stown, but that smoke for the moment has dissuaded them from moving forward. Virtus.pro has complete control of box halls inside and Pop Dog. They've got all the information in the world.
Yeah, I'll be mollying that Pop Dog push. And Icy and Ivy. Big flash into the peak. Double kill before traded. And with a minute left, Astralis have a 3v4 on the T side.
I think he even saw the additional 2 after he goes down. Like, as he dies, the death cam shows off that Device and Cadian are both there as well. Good peek from Fame.
Now they know that Cadian's low. And the swing from Electronic to confirm the kill. Bomb down, and Yabby in an impossible situation. VP go to 4-3.
I feel like that's a good round. I mean, I feel like Ivy on this map has been something I think that just doesn't get a whole lot of love from teams, just because look at when you put resources there, it's so hard to break in. So many angles you have to check, and throughout this entire way, you're susceptible to jiggle peeks with the AWP, susceptible to that flashbang thrown from the bomb site with safety that can set anyone up. It's a really dangerous place for the T side to bring multiple bodies.
CS2 Ivy doesn't feel as fun to play as CSGO Ivy. It feels like there's less options for you.
Even in CSGO Ivy, it feels like it was mostly left towards the end as like a lurk position. Like you weren't really throwing 2-3 players or like 3-4 players there to work it. You were kind of sending 1, maybe 2 to help
It's where
support.
you would go, put it this way, in your matchmaking games, when you solo queue, Jason, you would go there and just like try and become that late solo carry player through Ivy.
Oh, sure. Well, you know, in solo queue, you can do whatever you want. Run out Ivy all you want. I don't care.
Rush Ivy.
Yeah, but professional level, you can't really mess with it. It just seems like a place on the map that's so far away from everything that it's just like you put resources there, and then it hurts so much elsewhere on the map. Astralis, they play with it in this round and just get shut down. Nice flashbang, nice peek from Icy for the double. Round 8. Astralis getting to the end of the road in terms of their money. AK-47 on Device, 3 Galils, and a MAC-10 on Cadian.
Icy, it's getting a little hairy now, so he backs out towards the ladder and will not fall immediately in the brown holes. So that's positive for VP to get info, but also not to concede their AWP. Electronic just jiggling at the pop. Cadian's actually moving in on that quite quickly, but held back behind the smoke. Feels like they're
it hasn't
forced
really
into the B hit now.
Yeah, it hasn't really changed anything in the round. Like, it's good for them to force back that pressure and jiggle from Electronic, but I mean, they're still kind of blocked over in box halls, not really wanting to go forward into the AWP that they saw earlier. But yeah, now they're kind of required to. All 5 players are here, and there's 3 defenders. You can just see how uncomfortable sounds like. I'm gonna go check the flank for a little bit, I guess, because we can't really do anything with the smokes up anyways.
Oh, good flash from Electronic. Fame just peeks right into Yabby.
Yeah, this round is thrown all to hell. Really nice defense from Virtus.pro.
Kill comes back, though. Fame hangs around inside of the smoke. Is that going to be enough for Astralis to dig themselves out of this hole? Star would need to follow up quite quickly here. Cadian's also gone down. Tough round still for Astralis. 25 seconds left. The final rotation's coming in. There's even a flank being set up here for Flit around the back. Icy's got another kill on Device. Stare down in the sights, down left on default. Bomb not in his possession. Very slowly creeping down that ramp is Flit, so he's got that pick, no problem. 5-3 for VP.
You could tell this round was screwed. Like when all 5 players are there, more smokes come in. You see Stown kind of slipping back. It was like they missed the timing to where they felt like they could have hit it, and then the timing just turned into, we're just telegraphing the fact that all of us are coming to this B bomb site. You're blocked off, you're stalled out, again, susceptible to flashes, susceptible to peaks. Really nicely done from Virtus.pro. And with that victory, takes the economy away from Astralis. So basically what Virtus.pro have just kind of done with that win is moved past that early boneheaded 5-on-3 they lost that gave Astralis a chance to kind of get back into the early game. They've recovered from that, and they've basically limited the damage that round will do to just the 3 rounds on the board already for Astralis.
I mentioned Astralis' run at the tournament so far, but looking back at VP, some of the wins and losses they've taken, they kicked off the tournament with a massive upset, right? Rare Adam beating them 2-0, defeated Team Liquid and FURIA, lost to GamerLegion. None of their series have gone to 3 maps so far. It's either been a 2-0 defeat or a 2-0 victory. Maybe Astralis can change that today, but not looking like it at the moment.
Doing all right for this stage in the half. I just wonder if they're going to have what it takes to break through. You'd imagine they would, considering this is their map pick. They had to have been very confident in what they can bring to bear on the T side. Nice trade from Stown. Immediate Deagle headshot onto Electronic. Flitz kind of stuck out in the open, so Stown might have a chance to duel into this. Jiggling into the fight, and he's got another.
2 out from Stown, and Device gets another on the Deagle. So suddenly Astralis erupt with an opportunity at 30 seconds. The bomb's going to try and get back into the B bomb site, and there's no one here. So they're going to get the plant at least.
Yeah, you know Icy's the Ivy player, so good call from Cadian to make this run. However, Flamus is going to hear these footsteps on Stown on the flank, who's got to be really cautious about Pop Dog. But can you get past? There's the peek. Ooh!
Very lucky.
You got a chance.
Gets the shot on the chest as well. Icy moving in, trying to get rid of Cadian, who's so low on health. Icy eventually does so with the Jewel Berettas, and Stown having a fight on 2 fronts. Goes back to Flamus, got that kill. Now Icy into the site, and Stown disappears around Thomas. Icy silently slinks his way up the ladder. He's on top, right on top, but Stown's got the read, but the Jewel Berettas bear down on him, and the fist bumps come in. They still celebrate. And Icy, I mean, he does so much there.
Yeah, I mean, a good cleanup. I mean, I like the fact that Stown immediately turns to his teammate and is just positive and celebrating, because you get 4 kills, you get a bomb plant, and you gave yourself a chance at the round win. Beautiful kills from Stown. He's been go quiet so far in this game, 4 and 7, but these Deagle shots, very loud. First that, a second one comes in later onto Flit. Device adds on top, and look at Stown as well. A chaotic situation working between 2 opponents. Almost wins it out. But he set Astralis up nicely by taking money away moving forward.
Oh, Cadian through the smoke. Good start here for Flamus. Looking to try and continue some of that momentum from the previous round into here, but Electronic making sure VP keep numbers even. A lot of space taken inside of this A bomb site though for Astralis while the smokes are still up. Fame pushes out. He causes some problems here. Cadian spotted next, but Astralis still fighting and cutting through the defense. 2v2 after the initial skirmishes, but all that utility's faded away. So there's no longer the cover of the smokes to make a plant feel comfortable, and the bomb still needs to be picked up. It's on the ground in the open. And with Device gone, it's all on Cadian.
He's got time. He's got a minute to work with, so he can be patient.
He just doesn't have all the info of the whereabouts of the second player, but they walk into him, and Icy able to capitalize on the fact that Cadian's health was dropped to half.
Oh man, this is really getting ragged now for Astralis. 2 rounds remaining in this first half. No plant that round, but they still got money for a buy. Can still pick up AK-47s, but not having nearly the production on this T side they would like. Really, I mean, now it starts to feel like it's just been really dominant for Virtus.pro, and if it weren't for the one hiccup in round 3, this could be Virtus.pro just at an even more dominant scoreline. Utility out yet again for Astralis, another instant window smoke, or I mean, sandwich smoke. Windows and sandwiches are completely different. Flit's going to be playing there, swings in as the smoke is broken open, and wants a little bit more aggression, but a late flashbang catches him, and now Astralis can push forward.
Electronic speed, really effective in terms of getting those kills back, but didn't find himself the opportunity to equalize here.
Oh, Astralis is actually using the defensive smokes against Virtus.pro because there's no information being found, so they've moved around the map and are going to attack from different angles, and Device has the winning play.
I love this, through the back lines.
He's not a guy to go for a knife, but he could go for a knife.
Is that what you want, Jason?
I kind of do.
I want him to take the kill.
Get the knife.
Flamus, sound cue. Give it away, Device to take the pick. 1 minute left, he can either go back to B or try and split the A bomb site, as they've actually backtracked and going to go through Pop instead.
Yeah, I think he called for them to rotate back because he could flank the B bomb site, but they just said, no, we're coming out Pop. And I mean, either option is going to be very strong. Device has a jump on Icy, gives the position out to Stown, who cleans him up. 4th round, Astralis putting another good round on the board. 1 final round remaining in Virtus.pro's caches. It's there. They can get a strong buy, but they're going to be some bells and whistles have to be downgraded. M4 on Icy and 4 MP9s for utility.
Here's quick from Star. Straight out towards the E-box, couldn't get the second kill, nor could Yabby. Flit outmatches 2 AKs with his little MP9. 4v3 here for Virtus.pro. And Fame comes through pop. Surely he gets the line up here, and he does. It's going to be 8 rounds on the CT side unless Stown can pull a 1v3. And he gets peaked immediately. MP9's looking strong for VP to round out an 8-4 half.
Yeah, this time they can't even get out of the staging area of that T-yard, right? They're not even getting past the slanted train, past Olaf. Those MP9s shut him down, chew him up. Virtus.pro with a 4-round lead as we go into halftime, switching sides. 11 kills on Flit and Icy to lead the way for Virtus.pro. On the Astralis side of things, it's Device up at 10 and Stare at 9 as your top 2 fraggers for the Danish team. Train being Astralis' map pick, and they're going to switch over to defense and show us what they can do. Virtus.pro haven't played this map in an official since IEM Katowice back at the end of February.
Long time ago.
It's been a minute, hasn't it?
That's when they made the
Excuse
playoffs.
me, early February.
That's where they made the playoffs and couldn't play with Flamis.
Yeah, that's where they played this map as well, as the quarterfinals.
So they haven't even played it with this roster?
Yeah, they haven't even played it with this roster, I guess. Flamis wasn't there. Mir was substituted in. They lost the map 13-2 to Team Spirit on their run to the final. So they've had plenty of time to work on it, is what I'm saying, Dinko. Plenty of times to know all the smokes.
Now, let's see. We've got plenty of smokes in this pistol. Electronic and Fame with 2. Molotov for Electronic with a flash beside it.
Very heavy defense at the inner bomb site. 2 at the upper ramp, 1 way far back inside. Device just looking at the lower ramp. Abby and Stare primed to kill some players as they try and cross into the bomb site. You got Stown peeking Ivy. Cadian playing at Hell. For Virtus.pro, spread out in a default, not a single piece of aggression so far. They've got 2 smokes, a flash, and a Molotov to use on the execute when they choose to pull it in. If they head to the A bomb site, they've got the space to work with, right? With how passive they're playing, it's only Cadian with any eyes out towards yard. Virtus.pro have a lot of room to scale up to the bomb train and at least get a plant.
.25 seconds. That's all they've got left to make the final thrust forward into the bomb site. Stown slowing them down. 2 shots in, but Icy back to back with the P250. 15 seconds, get into the bomb site. Device stops that bomb from making it across, and now it comes down to kills. Flit's got to leap in. He could save the day if he gets that bomb back now, but he's just got enough time if he starts it, but it might be
I think
close.
he's got it. He's got it.
Oh, just about final tick on it. Device, 1v2 clutch with a USP required. We know this is his comfort zone, but can he get it done?
8 shots.
He usually only needs a few, but Fame to peek into the open, Device to go down, and that last second plant saves the round for VP.
That's a huge pistol round for Virtus.pro. Hard fought as well. Good kills from Icy to have the rebuttal. Stown gets 2 beautiful shots, and you got to feel so good if you're one of the Astralis players rotating over as you're watching your teammate hold down the fort, and then 2 in return so quickly. Right here. P250, 2 taps, 2 kills. Didn't have the timing on when that smoke was going to fade, though. Got a little bit weird, but Virtus.pro with the pistol round victory have primed themselves to be able to have an easy waltz to a 2-0 series. They've got to get past this second round bye, but if they do that, the reward is exponentially better.
Oh, takes a dink on board. Fame no longer wants to commit to that secondary. Oh, fight! Oh my god, it's so, how has he done it? How has he got away with a second before he kills himself?
I don't know, so heroic, but with that death and with Cadian adding a deagle shot, we've got a 3-on-3. Players from Virtus.pro scaling up towards the bomb train. Those back calls smoked off behind Ivy. Icy coming in, and Stare can stop the bomb. Ooh, this would be a tough shot.
It would be, especially now he's taking a few steps back.
Yeah, you can't really stop it. You might be able to slow it down.
Speaking of slowing down, VP do exactly that. They don't like how chaotic it is at the moment, and they realize they've got a minute on the clock.
They actually don't know what's happening. They actually don't know where Astralis truly is. I mean, this is kind of a pause, and everyone look for someone pushing. Everyone look for something. They're in relatively safe positions as well. Flamus over at Heaven, or under Heaven, I should say, behind the bomb train. You've got Ebox player. You've got Flit, who's been working Pop Dog now towards inner just to chuck a fake. So wants Astralis to feel like they're going to be walking down lower ramp behind this smoke, but nobody's biting on it.
"19 seconds.
Oh, he can stop it.
Oh, he can stop it. Oh, body shots just at the last second. Get that kill. So now the bomb can be picked up once more. Flit protecting, but once again, they have to cancel the plant. Comes down to a 1v1. Got to get that bomb again. 4 seconds. Now it's about the kill. He's run out of time. Stare just hides away. And in doing so, has won the round. Flit will get the kill at the end, but VP running the time down, losing track of the bomb, and Astralis given one to play with.
And not having the resources, not having the manpower to watch every single angle. That position, I thought maybe it could only slow down the bomb. Yeah, Electronic just can't believe the way you lose that one. He's just like...
that's so frustrating.
It's like, help me, Jesus. Help me.
Why do we always only have 4 seconds to plant the bomb? The last round, the previous round, they win, but they planted literally the... Oh,
and after that, from Electronic, you drop a Molotov like this.
Yeah, not the best rounds back to back.
Okay, yeah, a little bit of mental breaking on the VP side of things.
Right. So take a breathe. No, breather. A breathe.
Take a breath.
Take a breathe.
Take a breath.
Combine 2 words into one there. Take a nice little breather. Sit back. And get into the fights as Device is pushed all the way up the stairs.
Not too much of a breather. This is a dangerous round with these Tech 9s. There's a little bit of, there's a few smokes on top of it. If Sound pushes into this, Electronic has the read of the possibility. Does he just hold this angle? Pushes out a little bit more. Sound doesn't want that fight. Not against the Tech 9.
Electronic wants it though.
Well, this would be huge information. If he can find out Stair is here without dying. So smoke on the stairs and they back off because Astralis decide to execute an Ivy push in the mid-round. That's Cadian progressing towards T-spawn right now. He'll have a good timing on this wrap. They need to delay inside the bomb site. Stair coming back through Pop.
Ooh. Here they come though, double peeking in towards him. He does a lot of damage, but not a kill from Stair. 20 seconds left on the clock. VP are going to try and finish B this time. But Astralis have 2 players here, so this is still very solid for Astralis. There might be a situation where they can run the clock down, make it messy towards the end here for VP. As Yabby's waiting for that cross, they're trying to plant, and will it be denied? Icy trying to get away with it. This time the bomb does go down, and Cadian will give his position away coming down ramp. 2 remaining players, both low, but Electronic peeks to the open.
That's a crazy round to win considering how things started for Virtus.pro getting locked in T-spot, and you feel like they've just got to be so angry. This is earlier, that second round. Here's the
I think he said plant.
Yeah, it's the most calm reaction you'll see.
Yeah, that was pretty chill.
Yeah. You could see that there is some frustration.
He got the point across, I think.
Yeah, he did. But obviously, I think this year of lack of results after Katowice maybe getting to him, maybe obviously the stress of the round and the situation in an elimination game.
Dude, I don't know how you make mistakes in VP if that's your in-game leader. I'd be so scared to miss anything.
And then imagine being the guy who mollies them all in T-spawn in the next round after that.
Oh, dude, I would never want to piss off Electronic. I'll tell you that. Well, Electronic won the next round, so he channeled his anger.
Look, I guarantee everyone's focused up in this round.
Yeah, by fear of their life.
Inside rush. Astralis getting back in time, but they've only got pistols. So the AKs should be able to do quick work. Electronic just being like, you know what, let's take decision-making out of my players' hands. Let's just get him into the bomb site real quick, and everyone knows what to do from there.
Yeah, leading by example at the moment, Electronic. He's taking a headshot straight away on Decadian. And we're looking 11 rounds in the eye right now for VP. But Stown looking to be a little nuisance in around the smokes. Well, not seeing too much though. And as soon as he may clock the pixel, flash hits his face and Flamus pushes forward. Tough situation here for Astralis for that round to go so convincingly the other way.
Tough situation. I mean, what they did by winning that one round was just kind of delaying this sort of a nightmare. But Virtus.pro, they always had this economy in a position where you'd be up at 10 with the chance to break them out against a low buy. So, I mean, if you're Astralis, you forced everything in. 2 pistols get taken away from you at the end. All you save is a 5.7 in armor on device. You know if you're VP coming into this round, the best they can do is pistol armor. And Astralis have one of those nightmare decisions where you can't really criticize it either way, whatever they choose to do. You either save now and try and make a 7-round comeback with weapons, or you force buy and still give try and give yourself a chance to win in regulation still by winning a miraculous low buy round. No good options available to them. And their map pick has not gone the way they desire. This would be a tough loss and playoffs denied in a moment where they're trying to build some confidence heading into the MRQ next week to qualify for the Austin Major.
Dink and a kill here for Device. Not a bad start to the round for that 5-7.
And if you're heading into the event as Astralis and you didn't make playoffs here, after Lisbon especially,
yeah,
that's a huge bummer. But not only that, like, you've picked Train in this series and now you feel like your map pool hasn't really been fleshed out the way you would have liked. Maybe not the confidence as deep as you'd like on some maps. And you're going into really difficult, annoying online Counter-Strike. Good luck.
With huge ramifications.
Good luck, boys. Good luck and Godspeed.
Good luck. Have fun. Star not going to have much fun in this round. USP to defend against Virtus.pro, who are coming towards him with every single remaining member.
Flitz on 1 health, so he's basically a flank watcher, a supportive element. But if these deagles ring out and do too much damage, he's going to be forced into the action.
Or if VP forget to plan.
Well, no, if they don't watch the flank, which is why I highlighted Flit. Like, I have to imagine that 1 HP player is going to be real aware of the fact that he's probably the one that you're not going to have a whole lot of impact on the front end of the attack, but if you can be the guy helping out on the back end, there's great value in that. Good call from VP, booking it all the way through CT to the inner bomb site. Running down that clock yet again, but getting the plant with plenty of time.
Well, they eventually get Flit. But map and series point.
That was the dumbest fight. With 1 health, it's just...
I'm gonna fight the US.
Everything just felt so weak.
Yeah. Series point, though, for VP. Elimination point for Astralis.
Yeah, and this would be Virtus.pro returning to the playoffs of an S-tier event for the first time since Katowice, and we'll get to see them with their full lineup this time.
Yeah.
Thankfully, not able to see these 5 guys step into a playoff match yet, with Mir playing for Flamus back in Katowice. But for all the praise that gets, I mean, Virtus.pro up and down, but I think there's a lot of praise for how good it looks when it's going well. There are times where you watch VP and you're like, oh, they're getting it. Like, it's coming together.
Yeah, you see the potential. You get glimpses of the potential. You just want to see it more consistently. All right, Astralis, it was called a bit of a risk to pick into Train today. Certainly looking like that risk did not pay off. And one last hurrah. Stown's actually pushed up into T-main. It's not a bad spot to have this early in the round. But can't maintain it. Needs to be more active elsewhere. So jiggling now towards Pop.
Little lurk smoke out T-mid as well that VP can utilize is going to make Astralis' defense nervous. So is that challenge down towards Yabi, brought to 50 HP and has to pull Stare back through Z. Lurk over towards Ivy. That's Flit. Device is dead.
Yeah, he definitely is. Flit catches the gap. 50 seconds on the clock. 4v5 to try and stay alive and stare on the double kill. Yabi follows suit, and this is not over yet.
Great timing on that for Astralis. VP took a very long time without really showing presence on the map. Really, Flit's lurk was the only active stage of it. Box controls with 3, but you held it for so long into the round that Astralis was sick of waiting. Not enough eyes spread out to hold back that push. And Virtus.pro going to be held off of a series victory, held away from the playoffs for at least another round. Plenty of money for Virtus.pro to buy back up and try again. But if you're Astralis, attempting this comeback, 4 players surviving is exactly what you need. Upgraded to 4 AK-47s as well. So things are looking great on the Astralis side for everything outside of the scoreboard. That is.
Yeah,
that part kind of sucks still.
And that really doesn't look that good at all.
It's going to be a minute before that starts looking better.
First timeout used for Virtus.pro. So far for this entire map, it's just been electronic. Pashnoi getting his say now.
He's got a smile on his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's 12-6 up. About
True.
the end of the playoffs.
That's a good point. It's just trying to relieve the tension. He's like,
Yeah.
he's probably just told a little joke.
Yeah, he's like,
Hey,
hey, I've
everyone's,
been thinking of this one.
everyone's a little clammed up. Let me throw a dad joke in there in this timeout.
As long as it wasn't a joke about planting the bomb.
Yeah, stay away from certain subjects. Here we go. Round 19. Icy Zop gonna go for an early peek, and he's got the kill. Device just peeks out before that smoke plumes and sandwich, and that's an early advantage for VP.
Back-to-back frustrating rounds here for Device. He got
Yes.
flanked from Flit in the last round, instantly taken down in the start of this one. Stalin pushing into main again. This time actually goes to the smoke.
And actually, I mean, I don't mind the risk at this point. And it's worked out beautifully. Flit might just be a free kill. Oh, is he clearing? Is he this aware?
Dude, if he clears this. Oh, Mike, he does more than clear it, Jason. I'm so mad if I'm down.
That's what a lifetime of being a solo player will do to you. You're just paranoid about everything at all times.
You trust no one.
Okay, is he going to check the bomb train? Is he going to be ready for Cadian's fight? Close to Z, sees nobody. Wrapping around, all down to timing of where Cadian's peeking. Oh,
Cadian
Flit.
gone. Flit is just taking them through.
He's won the game. He's just booked Virtus.pro's ticket to the playoffs.
Icy goes down on the cross. A little bit of a gap here for Yabi to play with. Goes out again, but Flit wins that fight as well. 20 kills, 8 deaths. What a map from Flit, and he even closes it with the HE grenade. Virtus.pro heading into the playoffs. This is a squad that have had some highs and lows, but for Astralis, their run in Romania is over.
Virtus.pro closes it at 2-0. They're going to the playoffs. Flit making sure that last round was easily cleaned up. And what did we think about their train, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, going into it, we didn't really know what to expect, right? Because they hadn't played since Katowice. Their last game was with a stand-in, even though they had beaten what is now Aurora, but previously Eternal Fire in an OT game in that same tournament, which, you know, was kind of nice. It's still been early days, right? Only a couple of games under their belts. But what we can see here is that they looked very sound. Like, I mean, they knew, I think the biggest thing that I took away from it was how good they were at being disruptive on the CT side. Like, Astralis came into this with a very clear game plan. It was their map pick. They had looked good earlier in the tournament. They had an idea of how they wanted to play things. But, I mean, VP got in their face quite a lot, all across the map, and it seemed like Astralis was never able to shake them off.
Yeah, then that kind of fits this team, right? The players that they have, all of them pretty capable, individually skilled players. So why not do it? I don't know. We were speculating how much VP was ready for this pick or not, but it didn't really seem to make a difference. I think Astralis was looking a bit flat in terms of like some of the executes and everything. It was kind of obvious a lot of the times where they were going. So VP was there with 3-4 players most of the time, and then after the CT side, you know, the T side was kind of resolved pretty easily, I would say, aside from that one round.
I think, just to back up what you were saying, it was almost a bit uninspiring from Astralis in terms of the train play, not at all what we were expecting.
Yeah, I mean, against FaZe, they really left a really nice impression, especially with their gun rounds, but I think we also have noted FaZe's some lack of quality from FaZe on some of the maps, and I think they, as you pointed, they didn't really disrupt it. They allowed them to execute what they wanted, and that wasn't really the case with Virtus.pro here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Astralis came into this thinking VP doesn't play this map very much. We're going to be able to kind of just play our game plan, kind of like they did against FaZe earlier in the tournament. And as we kind of noted, like, they had ideas roughly of what they wanted to do, but once VP kind of got in their face, played them forward on team main or played them forward on pop, or at times they were getting like aggressive, peeking the upper side of inner halls and just doing things to not allow, you know, Astralis to get comfortable, to get the space that they wanted to actually launch into sites. And I think that that was really something that they didn't even seem to have like an adaptation in mind for, which is kind of damning. Like, you need to have a plan B, a plan C, especially if you're making this kind of your wild card pick instead of going for your normal like Inferno or Ancient pick. You can't let this backfire like this.
Let's talk about the guy on your screen though, Flitz. He had a standout performance.
Oh, yeah.
The train looked really good. This is the thing I love about Virtus.pro though, is they do have these players that can do that sort of pop-off if you need them to.
Yeah, I mean, this last round was just a great example how clean and how accurate he can be. Like, just a great player, but one of the players that we are so sad to see not thrive when Virtus.pro is struggling, when they are doing these like super slow rounds and leaving him 2 seconds to get a kill or not. And I mean, they did it on this T side as well. Like, they lost that one round to the time, essentially not being able to plant the bomb, and kind of, I don't know, miraculously won the next one to scrape through the T side very quickly. But you know, good player. They're in the playoffs. They're doing well. They did what they needed to do. Minimum, I think, here is to make the playoffs. And on the other hand, Astralis, just another disappointing result. Like, I don't know how long this can keep on going. Their next challenge, the MRQ, like we spoke about it a lot, Dust 2 is, what are they?
1-11.
1-11. So going into that, like, a bunch of teams will be playing that, picking that against them. I think it's a really tough position for Astralis to be in right now.
Is it another major that Astralis misses?
Very possible. I mean, I think the MRQ field does lend itself to teams like Astralis and GamerLegion probably still having a very good chance, since there's 6 teams that will come out of that. So I think they still have a good opportunity, but it is one of those things like, look, like, what is your map pool, right? Because I feel like the only 2 maps that I've seen that they look constantly comfortable on are Ancient and Inferno. And then after that, they permaban Anubis. Their Dust 2 is terrible. Their train, as we can see, can be exposed. Like, it's not something that they can rely upon as a pick. And so they got some deep questions to ask themselves, you know, going into these next couple of lands, going into the MRQs. Like, you got to figure something out. Like, either you got to give up on Dust 2, try to maybe start playing Anubis, or you have to find some way to find a solution on Dust 2.
We do have a round, Dust, that you wanted to break down that's coming up now. So walk me through exactly what you wanted to showcase here.
Yeah, because basically on this round, we see the Astralis push out Ivy, so they have all the information. They have a pretty good rotation towards inner so far. And we've had an exchange in inner halls where it's kind of gone 1-for-1. Stare in this situation, with the superior firepower, gets caught out by 2 players, gets them down very low on HP. But as you can see, VP are still a little bit indecisive about what they want to do. They want to go pop and try to go back out, or do they actually want to commit to the inner execute? And I feel like Astralis makes the right read. They are on the site. They get the first kill, do a lot of heavy damage there. They back off. But when they back off, they actually allow them to plant the bomb. Like, instead of Stound swinging with confidence to try to stop it, he doesn't. And then he gets caught by 2 low health players like this. And now all of a sudden, Cadian's in a 1 versus 2 against 2 low HP players, and just doesn't even give himself an opportunity to win it. It's just a very weird situation where it's like all the things were lined up for them to succeed, and like somehow they still found a way to falter, and just showing VP scrappiness. Like, I thought they were going to lose that round on the clock, which we have constantly kind of harped about as something that can sometimes haunt them, but they were able to break through and finish it off.
Yeah.
We say goodbye to Astralis. Obviously, they are out of PGL Bucharest, but Virtus.pro has just secured their spots in the playoffs. I do believe Banks is with Electronics right now, so let's hear what he has to say.
That's right, Sam. I've got Electronic with me here as they make it through to the playoffs on the very last hurdle here. Just for you, Electronic, I want to talk about going into this train. You hadn't played train for a while, and just how hard that was for you as the leader to get fit back into it, because this looked like a pretty good win. But I saw at times also you were getting quite vocal, frustrated, despite the scoreline.
I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to lose some rounds, some stupid rounds. I mean, it's hard mentally for me. You know, when it comes to the train, you can lose one round and everything can break, you know. So that's why can be so emotional. I mean, because it was our round and I can feel it, you know, and we made a big mistake. So that's why I ask why.
Why this happened?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, we didn't play it for a while, but we practice it. You know, we know what we're gonna do on this map. We know what's the meta on this map. So yeah, it's kind of good for us.
How does it feel for you going to playoffs now and also finally getting to do it with your full roster? The last time you did it was Katowice, and obviously you had to play with a stand-in. You feel like you've got a better chance, or are you still maybe worried here considering the results you had in the group stage?
No, I mean, like we tried our best, you know. Now we are with our roster, you know. We'll see what's gonna happen in playoffs, but we are ready to do something, to do some damage, yeah.
In terms of doing some damage, the team that did damage to you at the beginning that was quite a surprise was this Rare Atom game. Can you explain to me what maybe caught you guys off guard in that one in particular?
I mean, it's always hard for our team to play first game, you know, even on practice. The first maps for us, it's like, shit, let's say this, you know, yeah. I mean, always we got the game 10 a.m., 1 a.m., you know, it's kind of hard for gamers to play at 10 a.m., so it is how it is. Yeah, I mean, we did a lot of mistakes there, you know, we weren't confident as usual after we took some discuss, you know, and yeah, we just made it.
Now, looking at just overall where you guys are at as a team right now, you've had a bit of time to go through this all as an in-game leader and develop the team. Are you happy with the progress that you guys are showing?
I'm not 100% happy, but let's say, yeah, I'm happy, but there is a lot of work to do, you know. So yeah, I couldn't be never happy, you know, because of there is a lot of always you can learn something.
Well, we've been seeing you learn. You've made it through to the playoffs. That's a very positive sign. We'll see how they get on when they get into the playoffs tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Banks. I mean, last question to the boys here on the couch. How do you think Virtus.pro is going to do in the playoffs now that you've got to see them go through the group stages?
It really depends who they get. Like, they've shown some good stuff. It's not like they're in the dumps as some other teams, some teams that were already eliminated early on. I think they have some decent players, a few good maps. So I think it really depends on who they get. Like, semifinal is possible, I would say.
I think it depends on what version of them shows up in the playoffs. You know, again, this team kind of has two faces. One face is the face of kind of a new, kind of energized Virtus.pro, where they play more confident, they play more up-tempo, they look like a team that is far departed from kind of the things that they used to be critiqued for being too slow and all those different things. But you have seen at times where if they get kind of the nitty-gritty and things start not going their way, they'll maybe kind of start faltering back to some of those old issues where they kind of let the timer beat them instead of the other team. But if they come up the first version, I think they can do a good job.
Yeah, I just want to add, like, they need to have the players be confident and like do the plays they want to do. I think if I was on that team, I'd be afraid to make mistakes, you know. So I'm pretty sure some of them maybe are. That's it.
And let's hope that maybe they don't get the 10 a.m. quarterfinal, because Electronic doesn't like that, apparently. Right, we are done for the day, but the Counter-Strike continues. Richard, Maui, and Yanko will be here to take you through our next two games to find out which two teams will be heading to playoffs.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
FaZe Clan are back in action here for PGL Bucharest. We've got the in-game leader, the mastermind behind it all, Carrigan, with me. And I guess we got to start by just looking at the exit from Blast Lisbon and the way it went down for you guys. How was that one to take? Because obviously of how it started, you win the game against Astralis, but then you go up against the Spirit, which obviously is very difficult for any team. But for you, I guess it's hard where you don't maybe fight the way we were expecting you to fight against them.
Yeah, first of all, we got 13-0 against VP, right? First,
I wasn't going to mention it. I wasn't going to mention it.
Yeah, but it just shows that our A level is pretty good, because I think the way we beat Astralis was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Astralis is maybe not the best team right now, but we had a convincing victory, showed our train, showed our 7 map pool, came into the Spirit game, and if I rewatch the game again, it's like we have so many X on X after plans on the map, then literally we should win like 80% of them. I hate to say it, but it's just like we're getting into side. I kill Donk, Magus kills me, and I'm like, this is the best trade we can get a server for me for Donk.
This is gold.
Yeah, this is the goal of the game, and unfortunately we don't finish the rounds. But I think the worst thing is like our B level, when we don't play our A game, is not good enough, and that's what is pretty annoying with the previous lineup, previously chemistry. Even on our bad days, we could beat some of these teams by the fundamentals and the basics. But right now, it is a tough time. But I think I have seen the potential how good we can be, and now just trying to all the time replicate that.
Yeah. Now, looking at what you learned from Lisbon and just the past events, right? Obviously, you'll change things event to event. Does that mean you're coming into Bucharest for some more changes, or do you have a more like set way of playing now that you're stuck with?
I think there's less changes now. Okay. I think we're getting to a season where we have to give more room and space to see the small changes we have done. I think we changed a lot in the beginning just because there were certain things that didn't work. Even it might have worked in practice, but in official games you see it way more, and hopefully with less new stuff coming into this event, we can focus more on the basics, because there is always, as a problem as an IGL, if things are not working, I will create a new strat, I'll create something more fresh. But when the game comes, you still need to fix those more like basics mistakes and playing off each other in the defaults, how much aggression, who does the aggression, when to call for a flash from team, and all these things. We try to focus more in practice to kind of play less tactical wise and dry run new rounds, but more like figure out mid-round solutions where who is taking the next step as a player and who is doing the mid-rounding together with me based on different scenarios.
And looking at just the practice you had coming into this event, do you feel like you're, obviously it's not the same as officials, I understand that, but do you feel like you've seen some progress in the direction you wanted to go?
I see some progress, yeah. I think it's hard to describe. I still think always practice is different. I know I can be different in practice compared to official, right? But when the games come, I feel like I see more stability from the individual players in the team. Okay. And I think that is a key thing for us to see how the basic natural works. Because there is going to be days I call bad, we need someone else to take care of it. There will be days I'll call good where we don't need to play good individually, right? Those are the things we need to figure out this event and just try to analyze and look at it. I think we are going in the right direction. But it's going goddamn slow, and we have some big tournaments coming up as well, plus this one, and we didn't win a trophy for a whole year is coming soon to an end, to the 14th of April, so we need to win some trophies.
Couldn't be this one?
That's the goal. I mean, right now it's very hard for me to say we're the favorites. Normally I am pretty blunt with you that we are going to aim for the trophy. That's my desire to win and what I'm aiming for. But to be honest, I just need to see a better game from us when it goes bad, because that's the worst thing I have right now. I know we can win a tournament if we play our A game, but you're never going to play a game 7 games in a row. There's going to be a bad game, and that's the one you lose, then you're out.
Well, you know what to do. You've always been able to do it. I wish you the best of luck with it, man, and thank you for all the insight.
Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome back. Always good to hear from Carrigan, and he's on the precipice of either making playoffs or a pretty disappointing campaign for his FaZe team. We're going to be talking about that. Joining me on the desk, of course, we've now got Maui Snake, we've now got Yanko, a former FaZe alumni, so invested in this. But one of the things I just wanted to do right out the gate before we even start talking about this game is I wanted to have a look at just where we were with our talent predictions for playoffs. I know obviously there was a couple of hipster picks coming in from Yanko, obviously Maui, the eternal hipster. But how are we doing so far with our playoff predictions?
Pretty bad, as a matter of fact. I think I chose every single team that went 0-2 to start, so they inevitably had to take each other out. The pain situation for me, for example, I think that's the one kind of unique pick I had, was I just thought that the stand-in situation wouldn't mar their chances so drastically.
Seems like I'm not the only one who has a weak spot for the Brazilians, Richard. You know, for me it was FURIA. I think in the end it came down between GamerLegion and FURIA. I thought FURIA surely will do something eventually, but it wasn't very good in this tournament. Also, I think on the other side of things, similar story with Astralis. I had them making the playoffs, although I had VP too, so them playing each other doesn't really, didn't really do me any favors. But yeah, I mean, the loss to Apogee, those are the ones, right, where you look at and it's, Apogee played some really good CS, but come on, man, like, you have a role to play in that matchup too, and just losing 2-0 to a team that's lowest rank coming into this one, right, that no one expected to even get a single win under their belt, are now in the one game away from playoffs, but you just have to do better this late into the season, meaning, you already had a lot of officials, you had time to practice, you have everything. So what's the excuse?
Yeah, I mean, I literally I think it's just been one of those tournaments where it's kind of like everything's been a little bit up and down. You know, very hard to predict because a lot of teams have been coming in, having had that online grind, getting prepared, for where we're at with the major and everything, because it's around the corner. And some of these other teams maybe have took their eye off the ball or a little bit complacent. So everything's a bit mixed up.
I mean, that's fine to some extent.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because if you're the MongolZ, for example, who are in the or FaZe, because we have them in this game, like, you're not just trying to build up confidence and, okay, you're in the major and whatnot. Like, you want to win this tournament to sort of ramp up towards that major. You can't take any events off, right? Or any games off. And I don't think they are. Unfortunately, even the tone of the Carrigan interview, he just doesn't feel they're good enough yet, that they figured it all out.
And the stakes for teams like Apogee, on the other hand, are tremendous because even though they're not going to be qualifying for the upcoming Austin Major, having a boost in your VRS ranking allows you to get invites because, just a reminder to everybody out there, for VRS sanctioned events, you need to be of a certain caliber to not have to fight through all of the closed qualifiers. So boosting themselves as far as they had, I think they started around 50th maybe for VRS when the tournament started. So now around the 20 range, like, it's not guaranteed they're going to get invites even with that sort of ranking, but they're at least close enough that if they win a handful of online events, they can push themselves up there.
I mean, let's say they would get an invite to Cologne, right? To stage 1 of Cologne, which is crazy for a team like that to consider that they could be a part of that event. So definitely it matters. And even more so, just getting that experience under their belt to, like I said, they played some great Counter-Strike. They didn't fluke their wins, nothing along those lines, right? And FaZe Clan is going to have a tough game ahead of them today.
I think they were 64th, by the way, at the start of the tournament. So real big campaign for them. And on that note, Yanko, I'll stay with you. Why have they been so good? There's been a couple of standout players, right?
Yeah, I think, Jacob is the one that people point out, but like Maui said, Prism is the one who's been really overperforming in this tournament for them. He's the in-game leader and not a guy you necessarily expect to pop off that often. But yeah, in these wins that they've had so far in Bucharest, he's been lights out.
Meanwhile, you can see actually here, I was going to say, meanwhile, Apogee, they continue to, upset some of these bigger teams. And they are doing it with pretty well-drilled strats, but maybe not the most sophisticated.
I would say that they're not the most well-rounded always. They have good ideas in terms of just conditioning. They do a couple things that are just unique. That's how I'd frame it. I feel like Apogee are really a case of we're going to play our own game and play it all the way we can, because And that's why I think, in a way, if FaZe looked at Apogee's demos, they're going to understand it a little bit better. I think a few teams came into here and didn't really know that Apogee sort of conditioned their opponents in a different way, that they throw slightly different nade sets than the top teams in the world. And so it might be a little bit confusing, but when your tournament's on the line, when playoff berth is on the line here, that's when I think teams like FaZe are going to come in here more well-prepared. They're going to use tools like Skybox and Refrag, and they're going to just face those kinds of, I wish it was an ad, honestly, for me, but no, those are the tools they're going to just boot up and just like understand what's coming.
I think also something that we talked about is, in MR12, pistol rounds, that's been recycled plenty of times, but Apogee is the best pistol round team in this tournament so far, right? And I think it goes a long way in some of these wins. They've just been very good at winning the important rounds, right? And then they get to play the quote-unquote easy rounds against pistols or one or two saved guns, right? But look at FaZe Clan. I believe that they're second in the tournament, right behind them in pistol rounds. So I think that's going to be one of the main things for Apogee if they're in a situation where they can't win both pistols every single time. It becomes more
that saved them against Astralis.
Yeah.
Like that basically gave them the win against Astralis, for example. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we got the Veto coming in here. I mean, Apogee have shown a likeness. They've liked a couple maps. It's interesting, actually, FaZe banning Mirage. Actually, yeah, Yanko, I didn't actually really suspect that. I think, okay, Kerrigan already is up to some tricks here that he didn't want to play that, even though their perma Veto is generally speaking train. I don't know if Apogee are going to bite on that necessarily. FaZe going for what is a little bit of a punish pick against Apogee with Dust 2. But Apogee, this is where you have a chance to really show, yeah, they don't take the bait, actually. They don't go for the train pick. Apogee going for something that's more in their wheelhouse. There's something more comfortable for them. And Apogee themselves banning train out. And for FaZe here, this Veto actually went fantastically, Yanko. I feel like this is more or less what FaZe would have wanted to do. Sure, Apogee gets some maps they're pretty comfortable on Ancient and Nuke, but it almost feels like Kerrigan got a second Veto in this.
Yeah, to some extent. I felt like the map pools maybe overlapped just a little bit too, but yeah, I think for FaZe Clan, the map pool has been a problem for them too. Just figuring out what their map is. Like, what do they pick? What's our go-to map? What do we want to have, against any team that we feel like we can pick and dominate? It's been a lot of different maps, and that just tells you where they are as a team right now. They're still searching. They're still searching for their identity. They're searching for themselves, right? And the clock is ticking, I think for me, if they lose to Apogee here, man, I think if you're FaZe, like that's alarm bells ringing through and through. Like, you're actually looking like, do we need to make a roster change before the major really to sort of put a stop to this and do something?
I agree. I mean, I think they're in a weird spot because they took the obvious move of bringing in Elige. Everybody thought this was going to be a good fit. It started out pretty well. It seemed to resurrect Frozen, who would come in for a lot of critique coming out of Shanghai. And then it's just kind of fallen a bit flat. And here they are playing for their tournament lives against opposition, where ordinarily, FaZe Apogee, you would go, okay, this is, you've been given a gift. But it isn't like that right now.
FaZe picking up Elige is a case of, this is not the best fit, but it's the best player available, right? It's a guy who's been the best player on his previous team, a proven winner, a veteran player, no one that needs to learn the aspects about tier 1 or playing on stage or anything like that. But it's turned out that the role clashes that they've had and the position clashes and whatnot, it's actually proving to be a much bigger problem and a hurdle that's very difficult for FaZe to overcome.
I'll just bring in our commentators on the big screen. It is, of course, Scrawny and Launders. I imagine the game's going to start. So just quickly, I know you've been loving Apogee. Can they do it, guys?
I think, right now, Apogee are going like this. FaZe are kind of going like this. I think one thing that wins this for FaZe Clan is the pressure of qualification. That's the hardest thing I think Apogee have to overcome.
I co-sign all of that. I think that in these kinds of do or die moments, this is when I think the lack of experience could cost Apogee today.
Yeah, well, let's hope, because obviously it's been a tough campaign for FaZe. These are the tournaments they should be winning when Vitality, aren't here. This is what they should be really pushing for. But with that said, guys, I'm going to let you take it away. Have a great cast. I know you always do. And I will see you in the green room. Farewell.
Ooh, kind of ominous with that one. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, gentlemen, for your thoughts.
Beat your ass in the green room, son.
Let's get into it, shall we, Mo?
I disagree about this, the conversation about the Veto a little bit, because FaZe had to ban their best performing map right now in Barrage. Apogee are quite happy about the next two maps coming up. FaZe might need us to. I mean, there is overlap, though, as well. So I just wouldn't say Apogee are uncomfortable with this veto or that FaZe clearly won it. Nuke is their highest win rate map. I think they would have liked to play Mirage, but I think they could live without it. Again, this one, it's got to come down to the pressure.
Well, here comes Prism. Lower tunnels dead first. And Prism in their opening games at this event was just playing lights out and statistically well beyond his norm.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
It was an overperformance out of the gate from him. It was enough to put Apogee on the map for a little bit. And, well, this is the kind of kill that's going to return them back with a chance here in the first pistol. Hypex 2 kills on Long. It doesn't deter FaZe from following up on Cat until they have second thoughts here at the minute mark. Smoke to fade in middle, and that's going to be the defense spread thin.
One thing I'll also say about that is that it could be an overperformance, but we don't have a LAN sample size for Prism. It could be the case that he is their best player on LAN, and we'll find out, you know, who's going to fall off and who's going to get better in this environment. So, but for now, he's dead, and it's just down to one. Rain with an excellent pistol round.
Yeah, you want to talk about players good on LAN? There's Rain. You know, today and these sorts of games, I'm looking at a guy like Rain to just dominate as he does. Doesn't always have to be there, but like surely when you look down this roster on FaZe, there's got to be a takeover player versus a, you know, top 50 ranked team in their first LAN outing. If FaZe don't win this game, there's got to be something that has to change after that, which is crazy to say that it's in the hands of Apogee to pull the guillotine on this FaZe roster, but...
Really? I mean, what would you put the odds at, then, if FaZe are the favorite? How much?
This game right now?
Yeah, like a percentage favorite.
85% that they win this.
An 85% favorite in this game?
Yeah.
Damn, that's... Okay, let's take a look at the odds and see what people think after...
What I've seen from Apogee is good. I like the play of it all, but I put it on the pressure, man. We're in Bucharest.
On the pressure, okay.
We're in Bucharest. This is playoffs on the line. I suppose, okay, maybe it's not a stage game, so maybe I am overvaluing like the pressure of that thing. But it's like this would be the biggest result ever because you get into playoffs now. You make top 8 at this event. You secure so much more money, so much more points. I don't know if Apogee have any tools across this entire roster to handle those sorts of things. Other than like...
Yeah, they're going to find out
other
like,
than,
all that about themselves today.
Yeah, other than Kerrigan's wife, who's like helping them psychologically to stay in control of this situation. But Rain and FaZe have been through these motions so many times. And if that's not enough to kind of kick you into gear, dude.
Unfortunately, they've also lost so many times.
Yeah, but I just...
I think if they were playing better, I'd feel better about it, but they just... Even in the interview with James before, I mean, there was no confidence from Kerrigan. He said, normally I'd be blunt with you and tell you, you know, we are coming to shoot for the trophy. But he can't say that right now because they're moving in the right direction, but moving extremely slowly.
I just can't stomach the idea that they'll lose this one for a top 8. You can make top 8 and then lose your next game, and then we'll just, you know, chalk it up to another bad FaZe day. But you're supposed to be the gatekeepers.
You're supposed to be the tournament threats, actually. You know.
Well, they've lost that glow for me.
Yeah. For everyone, I think.
I'm not willing to let go of this last line, you know. This... Come on, FaZe. Not that I have a vested interest in Apogee's failures. I like their opening games. It was awesome to see the way that they've dismantled
what happened
other
to you, man?
favorites.
We literally love Apogee.
I do, but I just can't stomach the thought of FaZe falling this far. Mind you, if they keep using these view models, maybe I will.
I mean, if Complexity can beat them.
Yeah, but Complexity have 3 of the top... 3 of their players in like the top 10
are the vitality of North America right now.
Yes, sir. It's all-time heights. Easy cleanup on the tunnels push. Nothing here for Apogee in the first 3 rounds. It's Rain out of the gate, very convincing. We had one of those moments earlier this week when Heavy God got like 3 kills with a Galil in round 2, and it just felt like he was going to take over for the rest of the day. And he did. That series was a standout for him in G2's run to the playoffs flawlessly.
Yeah, he's been playing well.
I feel like a 7-0 start on Rain is the same warning signs for Apogee.
The 2 players that, you know, it's not even Elige individually. It's Elige's maybe like like in terms of the team play, that's the problem. But individually, it's Rain and Brokey. These are the two biggest issues for FaZe. I mean, some of that is also because of Elige and the role change-ups. That's only made it harder. The volatility of new CT positions. But all your CT problems are solved with enough T rounds.
Missed shot out of Hypex, not ideal. Op falls back. That's Elige to come knocking back the corner of the catwalk. 3 players to just inch their way over towards long doors instead. We get the double smokes out middle. Create a little bit of uncertainty with Kerrigan here behind it. Prism over the box. Has to wait out, and we'll see if anybody offers him contact. Doesn't look like it. Kerrigan just going to play for the late CT peek.
Okay, let's see if they'll be ready for this. This is something a little different here from Kerrigan.
Jacob and Huffa contact towards long. Each of them pick up their kill. Prism gets caught off by that Kerrigan smoke push, and then CTs just evacuate towards long doors. Double kill out of Kerrigan now with the Galil headshot, but the bomb's gone dropped down on long. So that's why they dogpile it with all 3 players. And because each of those long players step up to their first frags, it's an easy closeout for the HypeX 2K.
Yeah, it was actually, well, it was a nice moment from Kerrigan, but literally just Kerrigan, who also tries to meet Rain up at the top of the board. 6 and 2 now. But I mean, yeah, 3-player setup was real beautiful here from Apogee. They didn't have to worry about Cat too much. Pressure's on Apogee, 2-2 game.
I suppose you never know who's going to step up and thrive under the pressure, but I think yesterday's example with Prism just becoming a shell of his previous state in this tournament was a bad sign. He'll chase down the first cat kill. Kerrigan dead, and Brokey's able to trade that back at least. But Apogee clearly taking a more active stance in comparison to the round prior, where they let the fight come to them on long. Very split defense this round. We've got FaZe 3 players out middle. Apogee sectioned off 2-2.
I like the way Rain has taken over tunnels on FaZe. I think he's been very active and really good at drawing out utility. Very comfortable spamming, almost never just sacks his life to put on some pressure. Jacob is the guy we've had conversations about before this tournament started. Oh, and he gets absolutely destroyed.
Sitting around waiting for that, but Brokey too quick with it. Flashbangs, make it a little uncomfortable there for Demho, and Frozen finds the second player in the site. And as alluded to, it's that sectioned off second half of Apogee. Just gonna scoop up some utility down in spawn and call it quits. So FaZe, good establishing fight on catwalk. I mean, it was taken by Apogee, you punish that, and then no activity beyond it for the defense. Lets FaZe just do as they please.
Yeah, we gotta see that Brokey shot. Wall bang to the head in window.
Jacob was sitting on the angle. He was holding for the fight, but it comes by way of Opper. So we've got Rain off to a strong start with his 7 kills, and now this round, a testament to Brokey being in the server as well. 2 clean shots, a critical trade frag up on catwalk, and then the entry that really unravels B site.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see, you know, it's good to see Kerrigan getting kills and all that, but we'll have to keep going back to Rain and Brokey if they have impactful rounds like that. Then this will be the most... This will be the peak sort of FaZe can show us. Brokey just holds too much power. He's carrying the ring. You know, I mean, he can use that for good or evil, but ultimately, he always puts himself in impactful positions, gets opportunities that FaZe need, has to capitalize on them. That's the difference for FaZe.
Rain survives the op shot. HypeX tries to dunk the nade on him. That won't work. damage. 40 damage off of the single B defender.
It's a nice little call out.
All the utility here has done good damage. You've not only hit the guy inside B-site, but then you also burn him out from behind the long doors and soften up the catwalk players too.
Yeah, let's watch for the rotation because now Apogee probably a little bit confused. It's good staging here for FaZe. But an op over here.
It's the op that dropped Rain down to 20, but he's no longer alone. 2 players behind him, bomb included. Gonna try to walk out into the corner. Demo just repositioned here into the corner. And Alige doesn't get the trade instantly. Missed op shot from Hypex. You've got Brokey now looking for him with that bomb on his back. Hypex, minimal cover. He's got the rotates coming in from mid, and Hypex still hangs on here with 10 HP. Pistols out for Brokey, still yet to clear Hypex off site. Meanwhile, Frozen starts to get his kills, and so bomb site cleared out. You've got this last remaining member in Huffa floating around bottom mid. Frozen keeps him on his toes in that regard. It was a well-timed Frozen peek through the mid doors that killed 2 of the 3 rotators. And now Huffa's got a big 1v2. More damage onto Brokey. He knows that Frozen would be towards tunnels, trying to get him out, trying to bait him into the swing, and he won't be able to do so. FaZe in a high-tension round. Hang on, keep 2 up, and the 5-1 lead established.
That's a very careful dance that Brokey had to be able to win on the double stack. Hypex missed a couple opportunities. Demo got one, he got one in the end. And then the best thing about that was delaying for some time. But overall, it was a good split because they did a lot of damage in the early round. They pushed Apogee out of vision on Cat. And I think by the time they went over to B, that was a big surprise. Demo also catches the tag. Brokey turns it into a frag on top of it.
Kerrigan jumping out on middle, supported by Alige. And so FaZe feeling comfortable in this one, moving forward. Catwalk, next point of contact. You've got Huffa here with the Deagle, and he's also going to get dropped empty-handed. So unfortunately here for Apogee, the Deagles and the Scout don't do enough damage. And it's another one that's just going to continue to feed the beast that is FaZe Clan's confidence. A-site clear for the taking. They know it, and Demo going to remind them that the ability's there. Clean scout shot. Rain just responsible for locking him down in middle so that this 6th one's added to the scoreboard. How you feeling about FaZe 7 rounds in?
That's the 2 players that are normally really inconsistent are doing incredibly well. So these are the keys to victory. I think on all 3 maps as well, though, it'll be CT sides that are the most problematic. Especially for Rain and Brokey, that's also a bridge we'll have to cross when we get there. If they need any.
It's never an easy feat to beat FaZe Clan as you are an up-and-coming roster like Apogee, just trying to gain experience. Every game has felt like the biggest one of their careers. And to do it for qualification to a playoff stage of an event is just a whole other beast. You know, you hope you get to catch FaZe on an off day because they have off days. That much we can't deny. And those off days becoming a little too frequent for their fans' likings. But Apogee have yet to get Jacob online. Huffa still sitting 1 kill. You know, they had that solid long hold when the players walked out from FaZe Clan and were looking the wrong direction. It was just really timed duels from Apogee. Each of those long players getting somebody with their head turned. But any time that FaZe Clan are currently looking your way, you're hitting the ground. We didn't get to see it on the replay, but that Frozen cutting off the rotate to the B site, that's what kept Apogee off their second. That was that X Factor moment he's offered. Half of his 4 kills.
FaZe have a ton of brand value, but as Kerrigan mentioned, we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of a tournament win, which was Chengdu, the last time FaZe have lifted a trophy. That's why he put importance on the event, just said we just need trophies, period.
Progress is surely great with the new roster. Now do it with a 4v5. Make it 3. Huffa. Quick kill to Elige as he walks out trying to follow in Frozen's footsteps. Kerrigan dropping down. Hypex. Ooh, missed shot. Kerrigan's going to capitalize on this one. You've got Huffa pushed out into the doors. You've got a bomb still waiting tunnels. Rain out mid. This is individual moments coming out. It's a good amount of damage. They are thinking A-site for certain, and Kerrigan's going to continue to sell that snake oil. Brokey strikes from behind and plants that bomb to put Brokey into a 1v2 on site. Is to give FaZe another great chance.
Here we go. He knows where both CTs are. Brokey at big box finds the opportunity.
Huffa rotating over, caution to the wind, and Brokey finds the right timing to peek out. Now just demo and dead.
Easy.
It is Brokey again with a critical round, 3K and a 1v2 on it. FaZe Clan just keep on winning, this time from a 3v5.
Yep. Man, that was a real messy situation. Unfortunately, Hypex here. He saw Kerrigan, saw his shadow, had the chance to get the kill. Also, look how calm and composed Rain is when there's 3 players trying to scale on him outside of B. Politely dodges the flash, comes back into a spray, gets a kill and some damage. And all that to delay for Brokey.
Who doesn't miss a single bullet, who finds the timing on that frantic rotate through CT spawn. Now Brokey and Rain, top of the boards, 9 kills each. You know, it's a situation set up by Kerrigan. He goes soldier mode, dropping down into CT, frazzling that A defense, causing the B players to move over.
Yeah.
There's no denying Kerrigan has played an important role in some of these rounds already.
Yeah.
So stepping up when somebody has to, giving runway over to the others. Brokey back at it, punishing Prism on the mid push. And Kerrigan once more just gonna go sprinting into the 1-tap.
Damn.
Sits Huffa down, and you've got now Apogee just cowering over towards that B site as FaZe remain untouchable.
That's a force save now. I mean, Hypex hit some really strong shots this game. He's still got over 100 ADR or something, but kills like that last one, the easy opportunities, you have to hit those too. Perfect start to the day here for FaZe. The two pieces that I'm, you know, in general, always feeling most confident about is Elige, because Elige on T side's been given a lot of his space that he wants, and Frozen in general has just managed to play his best CS in this new lineup overall. And they haven't even really been needed so far this game.
Whew. First shot so clean, he didn't even convince himself.
Yeah.
Couple others downrange just for good measure. Sometimes it'd be like that. Brokey back to the long play. Looking for the pick. As Huffa throws the flash out, blinds him. The op rings out, and down to bottom mid goal FaZe again. We've seen a couple moments where Apogee try to prod at middle, whether that's from this cat stack or the mid doors as seen last round. You know, it doesn't feel to me like Apogee have shelled up yet in this match, despite the 8-1 lead.
Yeah, they're just missing a little bit.
Yes.
I mean, we don't have a good game from Jacob or Prism.
And I mean, in stark contrast to their last matchup when they just owned Astralis, like Jacob's time to kill, it was instant.
Yeah.
Those Mirage entries, milliseconds to the kills, it felt like. And that's just not an element of play Apogee have here in their hands so far. Best of 3 series.
Yeah, it's not their map pick, so...
Exactly. But I still would just hope for, you know, that flash of success. Somebody have a big round. Remind everybody watching that Apogee can contend because they have so far at the event.
But it is great to see FaZe winning like a 3v5 or the late round complicated situations where their experience should give them the edge over a team like Apogee. They are getting them confused.
Rain dodges flashes middle, but the crosshair's not where it needs to be. Prism here with a second kill. And now Hypex is off, should have another chance to strike a body off this. Prism in with a triple. These are the kinds of plays we've been waiting for Apogee. Big multi-kill moment out of Prism.
Oh, what a
Gets
find.
put down by Frozen, who's looking to go one better. But Hypex is here to hopefully solidify, unless Brokey can clutch up. No time, really. And Hypex, all right, a no-scope on the edge of the smoke.
Damn.
To post Apogee second. So there it is. That's the kind of round. A triple out of Prism. A double from Hypex to lock it in. A little sign of life here from Apogee at the tail end of the CT side.
Yeah, the scary part about Astralis in their match was just like, as a team, Apogee, they keep it pretty simple, but their aim was so much better on every single player than Astralis. And here we see in moments where there's just like a slight miss. Okay, Apogee are there. But waking up late, that's definitely a recipe for failure in a high-stakes game like this.
Lock in behind blue box. FaZe gonna try it again. If there's one part of the map that's been locked down every time, it's Apogee here towards long.
Yeah, no kidding. There's 3 on the lean. Sometimes you just want an easy round, like get out long control, then, you know, go from there. But Apogee have been really adamant about holding.
You think FaZe Clan want easy rounds?
Yeah, you know, if Kerrigan wants an easy round every once in a while, I think there is actually like a stamina that you have to call, where you got to balance out. You know, how many complicated rounds are you going to call in one game?
Yeah, maybe.
Can we just get some entries here?
Save the cinema for the big stage.
Yeah.
Is it too much to ask for an easy day in the office? As far as Apogee are concerned, yeah. We hit 40 seconds as FaZe try to queue up another 3 versus 5.
They really want long, but they got to go pretty quickly now if they want this.
And the thing is, 35 seconds, you got 1 round after this left in the half. You got no money to play out. I feel like this is the one that suddenly just becomes uninspired and you save the majority. You kind of have to.
Yeah, they just lost. I mean, if there was a way to get back out long, but now they gotta run the length of a football field to get that bomb planted. So that, along with 3 targets on A. And as we can see, this is clearly the best idea. So a rare case, but FaZe will go for the prolonged save.
Boo.
Counter-terrorists win.
Long doors in their back pocket. That much can be said. See what the grand gesture is here to close out a T side. Like you said, their struggles have been on the defense for FaZe.
Yeah.
Struggles could still be there on the other side of this halftime. We don't know what awaits. But Apogee can say they've recovered the end of this one once you've stopped letting FaZe players clutch.
I think the biggest one still for me for FaZe are Anubis, Ancient, which is coming up next. Trying to think. Nuke, I guess. But yeah, like it's mostly inconsistent. It's not like they've never seen a good day. And today it's starting off right.
Again, huh? Brokey gonna keep the pressure up. He's had a great first half. He surpassed Rain. And now one of these 2 B players nice and softened up for potential Rain entry. Won't come yet. And we do have some limitations, that's true. Pistols between Elige and Kerrigan. Hypex hears the pitter-patter of the footsteps, top middle, and peels it back slightly. We get this early B lane as Prism goes through the mid doors over towards that site, but there's no follow-through just yet from FaZe. Minute 15, plenty of time.
There's a left side lean now, so there's 3 inside of B, and they're kind of hoping it comes this way. I guess with long doors push, that helps them alleviate some pressure on A. But we move into territory where Apogee might want to make another move, either pushing into B, or they're going to get a little bit concerned about what they can't see at the moment. Hypex is a stress point here, but we have no idea if FaZe are going to figure this out, or if they're going to mid B.
So they'll put Prism locked in to the B site, freeze up Jacob to come down with nades, and then we see that util come over top at 35 seconds. Whole pack of players coming Jacob's way. Won't have time to drop that util. It's gun out, ready to go with Demo right behind him. Softened by the Opper, pistols first. The fact Kerrigan gets one makes the job easier for the others. Elige picking up that rifle now. Prism gets his one. Brokey's gonna cover off on the rotator. Prism's gotta go big. And he unfortunately tracks the player in the middle of the pack. 5-7 shot may have been clean, but Brokey with another close at a 12-3 half. FaZe Clan take their time and get into another site hit. 9 rounds on a T side looks great for these guys.
Yeah, that's well done. I think it's a disappointing round for Apogee because they had the right setup. They got the payoff, even though they didn't scout that much information, and it was a mid B. And I think the players in the site and outside the site were in the probably the prime positions to multi-frag, but only a kill or two between them. And they'll have to stare this cavernous lead in the face for FaZe. I think Yanko said 2 best pistoling teams here at the event. Apogee #1, FaZe #2.
Oh, it's FaZe to win first pistol and convert fully. It's wild in this one, Mohan, is Apogee win 3 rounds. Can you guess how many opening kills they had?
I'm going to assume it's higher than the amount of rounds they have.
It is. 8 opening kills.
Wow. Yeah,
8 opening kills, and you end up with 3 round wins.
There was a couple of choke sprays in there.
Cheeky 3v5. Little 1v2.
1v3.
Yeah. Tough pills to swallow if you're Apogee. You know there was definitely opportunity throughout that first half.
But it's true that 5v4 isn't everything, especially not versus a team like FaZe.
A FaZe Clan that goes down into the lower tunnels at the start of this. You're going to find long control for free here, Apogee. Bomb included. Elige peels back. Prism tries to make contact on B site. But as long as Kerrigan's inside that window, it's information gained. Rain clearing out the tunnels. Now the jig is up. You may have long, but you've got nothing else. So you better take it while you can. And we see that process speeding up now. Smoke for the cross is good as long as nobody gets chance spammed. Not the case. Now 3 sets of feet on site. Elige should stay alive. Hold on to some cat control for the rotate to come through, but Kerrigan actually overfaces from CT spawn as well, and
that'll be a real test.
Just a 1-man advantage with 14 health the difference.
They've got a long plat plant, a couple CTs coming up cat. It's a real split up situation though. They've got to win some individual duels here, FaZe.
It's another good gush. Long player takes damage. Catwalk guys get it going. So damage not enough. Elysian Rain still standing at the end of it, and FaZe Clan keeps second pistol as clean as necessary. That push up into the tunnels really calling out Apogee's fake execute into a site they had no intention of truly following through on. Bomb was already out through the doors by the time that utility hits the ground.
Sometimes historically when, Kerrigan does interviews like after the Rio exit where they lost to Bad News Eagles twice or whatever, he'd say like, I need my team to play better. But he in this game has hit some unreal shots, both here on this pistol and earlier in that first half. I mean, he's not shy to fully acknowledge, the amount of talent he's surrounded with and how his job, he feels, is to activate it. But when he can shoot like this, it makes it all the easier.
Happy trying to put the score line in the back of their heads at this point. It's a healthy looking force buy. It's a lot of rifles, and they're already starting to knock on the bomb site. Elige, could not have been better. That is such a gut-wrenching feeling now if you're Apogee. On top of it, you're met by an incendiary, so you can't full swing. Your bomb just fell into the CT spawn, and Brokey's scout is on the hunt. Demo and Hypex bring this back. It's a 2 versus 4. There's still a lot of that utility damage out there on the field. Hypex chasing with the Galil. It gets away from him, and Kerrigan gets the better of that duel. So 1v2 goes Demo, but remember, bomb dropped.
Yeah, that was a good duel to take. It's not that secure for the CT side just because of the amount of time left over, so Kerrigan's going to peel back a little bit. And Demo's not going to waste any time himself.
Ooh, still hasn't grabbed it. Trying to fight for it. So worried that somebody else is going to peek him while Rain offers up the duel. At any moment, somebody from ramp behind box could be locked in on Goose.
It was really deep in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Damn,
it's down and around the boxes.
That was definitely his best chance to grab it.
At least he's cleared out sight from this point. Hasn't been hit from long, so I think you can read that this catwalk reposition makes sense. Now it's damn well confirmed, but it's just a matter of keeping him off bomb, and that's what these two FAMASes are doing. God, it's going to have to come down to very instant kills like that. You know where Rain is at. Rain swings, and he's going to take it on his terms to close out. FaZe almost offering Apogee a way back in.
Yeah, they were delaying for time. That duel eventually had to be taken because Kerrigan went for his fight a little bit early, but doesn't matter for them. They got house money to play with right now.
This nade.
Yeah, that nade was fantastic. Scout shot was great. And the point is, Apogee invested a lot here, so nothing to defend against map point here on Dust 2.
This is the kind of result that I think FaZe really wanted. Just a smothering of the lowest ranked team at the event. A reminder that there is a chasm between you and the top dogs, even if FaZe are no longer at the top of that special list of teams.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say that. It's just, yeah, it's like, when is it true? You know, there was a point where it was a playoffs minimum, and then it became, now they're not a playoffs minimum. And again, their last trophy being a year away. Can't say they're not hungry, that's for sure. One of the most exciting roster moves of the offseason, but definitely one of the roughest. Especially when you look at teams like Vitality just fly up instantly to top 1.
Early FaZe B lean inside of the site. All 3 players inside of the site. I mean, it could damn well be the last round we get out of Apogee on Dust 2. FaZe put the pieces in the right place. Elish gonna get hunted down by Prism. Rain returns with just the one. Now Frozen's SMG in the middle could go unnoticed, but that smoke is gonna tell you someone's close. So he announces it. He knows they're looking for him. FAMAS out middle is gonna try to jump on the chaos of it all, but it's still a 2 versus 4. 1 kill in for FaZe Clan.
With the way they're playing, maybe think about it. But the op and a scout for the retake, it's a challenge. It's a little bit too hard, I think.
It felt like FaZe were getting ready for that kind of follow-through. It's just the speed of it all, I suppose. Prism getting a Liege not quite ready, as he had just dropped a smoke grenade in the door. He wanted an extra second to prepare, and it's a nice move from Prism to commit to it. Trade out instantly, but still, you've got your whole team still behind you. So Apogee show us a nice smooth follow-through on the B hit.
Though. Yeah, just never let him rest. But Uffa's ready. That's a 6th kill. Kerrigan will save this op for Brokey. He was allowed to go and try that. They want to keep their economy teetering, with every round potentially being their last. I think for Apogee this game, it's about getting some dignity rounds, and then if you get close, then thinking about the comeback. But for now, it's remembering you've got the rest of the series to play.
Still have to be a massive upset. FaZe haven't lost to a team ranked as low as Apogee in quite some time. Closest comparison would have been losing a best-of-3 to Sangal in their opening match of Pro League Season 20. That's back at the tail end of 2024. You know, the top teams beat FaZe. That's a common occurrence.
Yeah, like how many top team victories do they have?
And we have historic upsets. You alluded to it, the Bad News Eagles in Rio, obviously at a major, so it hurt that extra bit more. But this would have to be something spectacular from Apogee. Not that they can't do it, but it doesn't seem possible here on Dust 2. Not with the slow start that some of their individuals had. Not with the clutches that they went the way of FaZe. Man, advantage to try to close out here in the 17th. To not let this get...
I'm just waiting for the Gervin guarantee before I get excited about this comeback.
No. That's the whole thing here. FaZe, listen, they give us some exhilarating late game moments, but this one, surely not today. ...
Okay, 3 in the B site. They're not outside the site, so it can get a little bit cramped. This is where they were last time, but okay, Brokey's first shot.
Ooh, Frozen drops with nothing. You've still got Brokey back sight, no scope. Brokey under pressure, they still managed to get through. It's the rifle players that kind of dropped the ball, not being able to stop this. It's a close enough hold to allow for the retake attempt, surely. You put Frozen along the car instead of a leash, frees him up now for the retake. Oh, flash is perfect here from Kerrigan. Jacob gonna have to show us what she's made of. 3rd kill and 4th.
Oof.
That is the Jacob that stepped forward versus Astralis and the other competition. That is the multi-kill we've been waiting for from this promising player. Now, the 5th round for Apogee comes with it.
Finally, a clutch for Apogee, which is good to see. This setup in the sites, it's the second time they've had 3 in here, and I really just think it gets a little claustrophobic. Even though Apogee lost that last round of the first half, I think that setup is much better for dealing with the mid-Bs, where you can still be actively defending the B site, but you're not overcrowding it, and you're getting info really early with your players who are outside the site. I think using everyone the best, but they didn't hit shots that time around. It's another 3B setup here, this time with pistols.
Pistol dinks early. Oh, a little team damage in the middle. No. You've got Hypex pistol out. It's even grounds. He's taking nades out. He's going to get swarmed, surrounded, and it's done. Just like that. Some FaZe shenanigans just like that. Surround them on the bomb site and just kill their hopes. Apogee just when their dreams got started.
Yeah, dreams have to end, Connor. That's just how that works sometimes. I could tell you all about that, but not on this broadcast. Maybe later, over a drink. Anyway, FaZe have overcome the first hurdle as they look to be playoff bound. And Apogee, while they've had a good campaign, they're starting to find out about the reality of playing teams like FaZe, of playing these elite teams that go to playoffs with frequency. It's tough, Maui.
It is. Apogee really had no idea what was going on that first half at all. Like, FaZe were actually doing so many different plays at the same time. Like, they'd send 2 guys out long while 2 guys are walking out B while there's a mid lurker. And I don't think Apogee's used to playing against teams like that. A lot of teams in the tier 2, they're just going to have a centered idea, centered play. They're going to take cat control. They're going to do a simple A split or B split with that. But FaZe just were all over the place. And in my honest opinion, I feel like this is one of those examples of like why we rate Kerrigan highly, because he made Apogee sweat in a way that they don't usually sweat. He put them in a sauna at a temperature they just weren't ready for.
If they were ready for it at all. You know, if they were Scandinavian, maybe Poland. I don't know how big saunas are in Poland. Richard?
Less big.
I don't.
Less big. Yeah, I think, you know, one thing that also goes with these lower tier teams is they tend to over-rotate at times. So this sort of an approach on your T side where you're putting pressure and then they might expect the one lurker but not the other one. Even in one of the rounds in the first half, you know, as they're pushing B, Frozen is outside long, still waiting for a push, and one guy is mid, and it ends up with Frozen getting 2 kills very late on the lurk where they don't even expect him after killing the mid guy. So yeah, very good game for FaZe. It also felt like they did to Apogee what Apogee was doing to some of the other teams, you know, especially Astralis in that series where FaZe just won all the key rounds, won both pistols, got the resets in the first half, right, and then just was able to close out the game at the very end.
And Maui, I am going to reference one of the dialogues that you start out there in Twitter land, or whatever it's called now. You've talked about this chap on the screen, Brokey, and how he's been maybe a little bit inconsistent in the first quarter of 2025. Obviously had a great game here, but what's your temperature check been with him in general?
Well, see, I don't think Brokey made it onto my premature top 20 of the year thus far. However, this is a just standout performance. When he's able to just have the freedom that he was allowed in this game, able to just kind of work off of opponents, he's given space. He's not just running into a full-on set defense, but players that are caught in rotation. Also, the way they set him up in times, that kill that he got in Suicide for the guy jump spotting mid there, like there's certain moments where Brokey just looks so sharp here. And yeah, he's being a little bit set up, but also like the speed at which he's hitting some of these shots is reminding you of when he was one of the 5 best operas in the world, without a doubt.
Yeah, I think Brokey was always inconsistent. I think that's
true.
the problem with him. And I think you could also see where he thrives. He thrives a little bit in the chaos. He thrives in the clutch. He's an excellent clutcher, right? And unfortunately, I think for FaZe Clan is where you would have liked for him to improve and grow a little bit more is in the sort of slow pace default setups, right? And on the CT side, when people are just coming his way and he just needs to get that one kill. But yeah, I've always felt that for FaZe Clan, if Brokey is having a good tournament and he gets those situations where he can thrive and delivers, that's when FaZe is in a grand final. That's when FaZe is lifting a trophy, is usually where Brokey is either the MVP or in that conversation.
Yeah, also as well, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Elish. Obviously, all eyes on him while he's been joining FaZe. We've looked at the numbers. We've seen how he's basically playing like a hard entry kind of role for the team. Obviously, very tough to do. Still had really good production, and yet they haven't had the results that would make you think they were in possession of an elite level entry fragger. So what's going on there?
Well, he had to move from America to Poland. He actually could probably join Apogee at this point. No, he moved to like Warsaw or something like that. And I feel like people underrate how difficult it is to just up your life and move over across sea. Like, I mean, I did it. I think you've done it before, Richard. I don't think you're yourself for the first month, okay? Like, so I feel like there's a lot of extraneous...
I was moving out of the UK, so I was ecstatic.
Yeah, you were just happy, okay?
I was loving it. Like,
I don't know. Moving from America to Poland, I'm going to reserve judgment as I haven't done it, okay? You know, so, but I feel like there's a lot of extraneous factors here for why people think this Elige move isn't working, but in terms of his individual ability, that's not the reason, okay? It's the fact that he's disconnected from the team in terms of the way they want to communicate. He wants to impose his own style of communication onto this team.
Don't do it.
Which I'm sure is almost like, why are you adding wrinkles to what is already a difficult transition period for FaZe? And I feel like with this game, this wasn't really the map for him necessarily, but he was also being sent on 2-man long hits with 1:10 left with no flashbang, and you're expecting him to do much more than this. Like, he played into the system well for this game.
Yeah, I agree with you, Yanko, as well. I always get nervous when I start seeing other players that aren't the IGL start talking about how they want to contribute to communicate.
It's also, Elige, you came from complexity, bro, right? Like, you were by far the best player on that team. You come to FaZe where you have an opportunity after a long time to lift some trophies. And honestly, outside of the Grand Slam run, that Liquid lineup didn't do all too much, right? So you have your first real opportunity to be on a team that can win trophies consistently. Just be quiet for the first 3 months, you know, like just learn what it is that you don't need to. Yes, there are probably things that you can help them get better on, right? And no one's saying don't talk and don't voice your opinion, but don't come in and try to sort of, oh, you guys, this is like really bad what you guys are doing. Really, the team that, you know, was in the back-to-back major finals, that's been, you know, so consistent, well, outside of the second half of last year. But yeah, you know where I'm getting with this is like, just try to take it easy, right? Like you go, like Maui pointed out, or you said, they already have so many things to figure out with this roster. Is like the finessing the last 5% of the communication is not on top of the priority.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So look, we can turn our attention to Ancient. I mean, to be fair to Apogee, this is their map pick. We've seen them play it. What have you made of them on this map? Are they in with a chance here? Puncher's chance, perhaps?
I feel like this is unfortunately just where FaZe show and assert dominance. Apogee, much of their success was predicated on extremity plays. So many A execs from people like Demo. Like Jacob, for example, in middle, had a really rough time in the games that I've seen him at this tournament against elite mid holders. Like when he's actually having to play against some of the better players at this, and look who's on the other side. It's going to be Elige. It's going to be Frozen. This is where, unfortunately, the humbling begins for Jacob. And in my opinion, Apogee are going to move away from middle. They're going to focus on extremity side hits as they have versus the Mongols, as they had versus Astralis. And they might get something done there, but I just feel like it's going to come across very one note. And if FaZe recognize they have full mid control every round, they're just going to be on those fast rotations.
I think you said it earlier as well, probably not on broadcast, so apologies for doing this to you, but I think you said they're a team that doesn't really use mids. they have A and B in their minds, and then maybe the middle of the map you just ignore.
Versus bad teams, they've done it more, but when they played against Astralis and Mongols, like Jacob didn't even really have that good of a game there. It was people like Prism who were actually popping off in kind of unexpected ways on some of his like late mid takes after an execute already happens. And the only thing that was getting them onto a bomb site wasn't splits. It was just let's exec out of A main. I just think that's a little too flat.
And we'll see, maybe that's still the plan, because, you know, that A hold, whether it's Elige or Frozen, neither really loves to be there, so that's why they're both more towards mid, and perhaps it's a little bit of a Navi defense where you end up Brokey being there most of the time with the AWP, so we'll see how that goes. I think for FaZe Clan, the important thing is to finish the job, right? Like, don't let it go to a third. Tomorrow already the quarterfinals start, so ramp up kind of into the playoffs.
And just final thoughts before we go to break. I mean, look, it's worth pointing out, this was a FaZe map pick. Like, I mean, this is something that they've historically played a lot. They're very good on. They felt comfortable on this map. It's a real tall order for Apogee because FaZe are no slouches on Ancient.
And the thing is that, reminder to the Veto, Kerrigan banning out Mirage, a map that Kerrigan and FaZe do play, just to force Apogee to this kind of map. They're in a much more comfortable position for the series now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you remember the G2 game from the Major and just a Kerrigan masterclass on T side. So let's see what he has cooked up for this one.
Indeed. Thanks a lot, guys. We're going to a quick break. We are about to find out if Apogee have peaked too soon as they take on FaZe on Ancient. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's lineup landing, and I've got the Latvian laser with me, Brokey, ready to take the challenge. How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm ready to do some fun content today.
I think this is something you would nerd out on, so you know what you got to do. We'll show you the lineups. You get 15 seconds to decide. So let's get to it. And the first one, starting here on Ancient.
I already know.
Oh.
It's going inside the cave maze. I don't know what you call it in the other. I think it's cave. It's going in the right entrance on the right. I like to throw the smoke sometimes, so.
Okay.
Easy for me. That's 1 point?
That is 1 point.
Nice.
Easy, straight away. You got it so quickly as well.
Yeah.
All right, next we're going to Anubis.
Oh, fuck. It could be two, but I'm gonna guess it's when you, on the left, when you go out of the main, I don't know what you call it, like, not temple, but the other side, I don't know what you call it, on the left. Huh?
Joe? You said if you go out the main, right? So B main.
And you go main to the left.
There's like
where the CT spot. You smoke
oh,
up
the towards CT spawn.
Yeah, I think that one, but I might be wrong. I think it's maybe Temple. I'm not sure.
Make a decision between those two.
The CT spawn one. So
okay, he's going with his first guess, the CT spawn one.
Fuck. I never threw in the smoke, so.
Ah, it's not one of your smokes.
No.
All right, next we're going to Dust 2.
And this is the CT smoke, like not B-spot smoke, but the CT smoke, so you can drop down from short.
Oh, again quick.
Yeah.
This is the one you're made to throw?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
So easy.
Perfect.
Is it 2 points or 1 point now?
That's 2 points, yeah.
Nice.
Okay, next we're going to Inferno. Oh, his face looks confused.
It has to be Ram smoke, no? It's either about... I think I'm saying Ram smoke, whatever. But I think I'm wrong somehow. Might be banana smoke. I don't know. Just Ram smoke, I don't care.
Okay, he said Ram smoke. He's sticking to that. I'm glad he did stick with that because...
Yes.
It is Ram smoke.
Nice.
Don't doubt yourself. Always believe, Apogee.
It could go anywhere in this map.
All right, from Inferno to Mirage.
This is Palace smoke.
Oh, instant.
Yep.
No problems at all.
I throw
with
it,
that.
so easy for me again.
And look at that land. Is the same one you throw?
A little higher, but same, yeah.
Okay. Next one, we're moving to Nuke.
Okay, what's happening here? Okay. I don't know. It's gonna stay there somehow, probably. It's gonna stay where...
It's a molly, just for you to know.
It's a molly?
Yeah. It's a bit hard to see on the screen, but that's a molly.
Then it's gonna land down next to the blue box, I guess.
Oh. Final answer?
Yeah.
Okay, he says next to the blue box, but...
It's gonna stay there, for sure. What?
Boom, it hits the lights.
No one does this. You can just throw it normally.
Yeah, you can just throw it normally and simple.
Yeah.
But this is some style points, no?
I thought it was a smoke at the start as well, so...
Luckily, I told you I was nice. I told you it was a molly. Okay, the last one. And you are playing a 7-map pool, so I'm confident for you with this one.
Fuck. Connector smoke?
I like it.
Let's see.
Let's have a look. Boom.
Oh, yeah. 2 wrong, right?
Yeah, 5 out of 7.
Could be better.
Could be better, but also could be worse, because you second guessing yourself.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
That's not bad.
No.
Knowing you, I'll ask you if you're happy and you'll say it's okay.
It's okay.
Swinging a hit for FaZe Clan on Dust 2 to kick off this series on the brink of playoffs. It's been quite some time, and I think that in terms of this opposition, Mo, FaZe aren't too intimidated.
Yeah, I mean, at least there's actually overlap in the Veto, which is interesting. Apogee will be more comfortable here, but it's not that FaZe won't be. They've got Ancient, should just be a good match. We'll get a full test of Apogee, and I think we'll see more clearly, you know, how they're feeling, because when they played Ancient last time, they dressed to impress. But when they played against FaZe on Dust 2, there were some damning stats, like the amount of opening kills they got versus conversions, and only picking up one of those clutches. So, no excuses here, Apogee. We've seen your Ancient before.
Got to get back into the highlight reel mode that Jacob was able to offer, that Prism started this event with. He is the engine of their belief in the run in Bucharest. That's how it all started, but that smoke grenade's going to stop them in their tracks, and they'll head elsewhere. Don't want to just be sitting inside A main with no map control. Odds are FaZe are making moves, and we see it here with Kerrigan's dualies on lane. He'll lock into pocket. We'll get this creepy walkout from Apogee. It's Brokey and Rain, 2 players that we said had to step up and did. Back on Dust 2. Here comes the pack. 1 player peeled off of it. Nice shot from Demo. Still, defenders in the bomb site. And Elige a little labored, but he gets there. All in from one direction. Donut stuffed. Rain and Frozen make it look way too easy. And now Prism surrounded at 50 seconds. Not unwinnable. If you can kill Kerrigan here, it opens up possibilities, but those Berettas ready to go, and FaZe 3 for 3 in the pistols.
Some lovely shots this game out of Kerrigan, and yeah, 3 for 3 out of pistols is also off-trend for Apogee. Pressure matters, folks. And this team were, before this match, the best pistoling team. But who better to lose to than the second best pistoling team at the event? That only proves who was the actual greatest this entire time. Rain with another 2, and his impact on the pistols was felt as well back on Dust 2. Playing from the back foot, not a comfort zone here for Apogee. No plant to speak of as well. No money, no power.
Who threw that? SMG stacking up on each other, and it's all good. Money made here for FaZe Clan 2-0 as the conversion comes out. I've got a question for you, Mo, before the game really gets going.
I'm ready.
FaZe Clan have lulled us into this idea that they're no longer top dogs and, you know, that they're no longer going to be able to compete with the better teams. But have you seen enough progress in FaZe to believe that it could just click spontaneously? Like this could be a top 4 event or a grand finals even?
I can't say that I have. I think the final straw was losing to complexity.
Sure.
So I don't know. I think it was holding out for a while, but with how successful some of the other moves have been, I was like, okay. But even hearing it from Kerrigan's mouth, that he's just like, I don't even think we are aiming for the trophy anymore. I'm not sure if I can be super confident, but it all comes with victories. That solves all your problems, and there is a great spray down. However, answered back.
Roki and Donut cuts off one player from that end of this bomb site split. And so nice opening man advantage established on the mid kill. A crunch into A main that costs 2 additional bodies for FaZe, and guns make a hell of a difference here for Apogee. Round 3 theirs off of a bye.
It's nice. I mean, another keep it simple round where they just play great positions to trade and put a lot of pressure on FaZe, who are coming into it sort of as a bonus. Minimal losses for them, so not the end of the world, but an important duel to win. But yeah, I mean, it's sort of like there's no sense predicting how good or bad that they'll become because FaZe are, well, they're always going to be tier 1, and their inconsistency, even after they won their major, was there for months and months on end before they got good again. They're probably the hardest team to sort of precipitate in terms of form. Yeah.
Well, not being pinned down right now because they keep signing up for these fights comes at a cost. We've got action across the map. We've got a duel here versus a pistol, and Kerrigan able to just snip Huff's head off at the tail end of that duel. I mean,
that's quite a find.
Talk about chaos.
I was going to hear the scramble back to A, but it's only one player.
And Kerrigan comes in to spot Demho, who is very close to being toppled. 8 points of health, starts to drop utility here, serving up a distraction, and also disengaging. Rain's going to have to remain worried about the CT spawn for a second.
Hypex needed to walk.
We saw that shadow, so both players know about one another. That means Rain can just wait for him to step into the duel. Rain seems ready for this. If you want it, come get it. And the A4 in with a bit of damage, much more than a bit, in fact. 13 health left on what remains here for Apogee. That fire is going to force him into the fight. Bomb drop, and the SMG delivers. That is a Kerrigan multi-kill. 3 frags on the round. That USP into the close for FaZe Clan's bounce back instantly.
Yeah, man, again, another great kill from Kerrigan. And with the USP of all guns in a position where it would have been man advantage flipped on its head. They knew in that pushing situation too, one player planting the bomb, they were both low. I think that was understood and corroborated. So they can't capitalize on a second round in a row here, Apogee.
Pretty macho start to this half. A lot of posturing going on, a lot of early fights, a bit of ego in some of these early duels. Frozen utility in hand. Takes a step back as these pistols group up inside of A main. He'll lean into this long distance. And a frag grenade in the back of the pack softens him up for him and Elige to just churn through with another USP kill coming out of FaZe Clan. Jacob's got the bomb in that Desert Eagle. Tech9 reopens the possibility of the B site. You've got ample time to do this.
Yeah, I said round's not over. Prism has to take the lead, though, because they need to go secure some space while there's still a moment. The MP9 will do it. Pushes Kerrigan back a bit.
Bomb's
no utility is the hardest part about this. One short smoke and they could put pressure on long, one long smoke and they could double swing, but
still cautious about the rock back. Kerrigan leans further into the depths of sight, so offering a bomb plant perhaps in a second. Kerrigan confirms they're still nearby, and that's going to be now support here by Brokey. So both players confirmed. Elish starts to run that flank. Planter dies instantly here to Kerrigan, making up for a few missed shot on Prism earlier on. It's money in their back pockets. A Hail Mary of a 1v3 here by Prism. Sprints out of the corner, but those players on site serve up the perfect distraction, and FaZe keep majority alive.
Kerrigan's HSP has been really high. It feels like lovely shooting from him. Just patient enough right there.
Yeah,
I mean, it's full control.
Him and Rain really kind of gave the runway to Brokey back on Dust 2, right? Early success, and then the op takes over. Just doing it once more here on the B site.
Faux take of middle. They're just trying to draw the distraction. Oh, Prism running in through the smoke. And
player down!
Oh, Elish!
That is good as need be.
How?
Snap up top.
What kind of aim training prepares you for that?
I don't know.
He just put his gun behind his shoulder and just started shooting. That was unbelievable.
That was like a serpent twist. Shuts down the guy above. Huffa, pressure on him. We've got a layered ramp hold, and the trades come out. Brokey, both kills to his name. Demo, 52 health, steps forward into Kerrigan, bests him in the head-to-head, and he's got 2 more players to drop with a low HP Frozen, but that bomb damn near irretrievable. It's a long journey to get over there, and at the moment, his fallback is getting pinched. Lane player to make that first swing by the looks of it. Nah, not even. He just buys his time, lets Frozen take it, and FaZe to the 5-1 lead.
I've seen enough, Connor. FaZe are back.
Yeah.
that was
woohoo.
Actually unbelievable out of Elish. Felt like it's just a guaranteed position here for Prism, and I think he could even prevented this first kill if he actually peeked out a little farther. He didn't realize that Elish was the one who was scared for a moment after he ran out above him.
Just enough utility to blanket this bomb site to try to get the bomb down. If it comes with kills, then great, but it is majority here for FaZe staying on beat and tenderizing their meat before it comes through with the commitment, but here it'll be in a second. There go the smokes. Molly for back sight. Even better, cave entrance. That's Kerrigan, a little off-kiltered. Still though, counter flashes come through, stalls out Hypex's entry attempt, and smoke spams bursting forward from the rifles, but Damo now on the plant. Oh, and they do get Kerrigan, able to just pounce on him from inside cave. That's 4 players here in cave for Apogee with bomb down. And Brokey gets tagged up incredibly low, so this isn't feeling the most comfortable of situations for FaZe. A little more damage looks good, but here comes Elish on the retake. Frozen connects his, and it's suddenly 4 versus 2 for FaZe. Another dink comes out. 3 of these bars low, but those pistols just betray Apogee, and the damage is not enough.
And there was such a good read of the play here from Elish, peeling back all the way into mid, understanding Apogee. We're going to get stressed and look for a way out. Through the back door, out of cave. And he has the perfect angle just to be effective, but without pushing too fast. Leaving Apogee trapped. That's a situation that could have got out of hand, especially with the kill and the bomb plant and almost no damage from FaZe on their way in. I mean, the good part for FaZe, if they win this match, is getting into playoffs. I guess the other good part is like, okay, this is the form that we're looking for on the right players and everything. The problem is the tests, of course, that they passed. Apogee have taken down MongolZ and Astralis. Was it MongolZ and Astralis? That's right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then it's FaZe to take out Rare Adam, Pain on the way here.
Yeah, I mean...
So still relatively untested, right? They lost to Astralis. They lost to Complexity just yesterday.
It's a situation where we'll be excited that FaZe can show a better form, but if I told you their run to playoffs is Pain, Rare Adam, and Apogee, you shouldn't be impressed. We have higher expectations for a FaZe Clan. Trying to step up to this one, off-man disadvantage. Elise floating bottom middle, found out by Demo, who doubles down and gets the 4v2 back in the hands of Apogee. And maybe if you've watched Apogee's matchups and you consider who they've beat, then FaZe beating them can still be somewhat impressive, but obviously it's just not comparable to the peaks of FaZe we once knew. That will not be upended without a deep playoff run. And that is what everybody watches FaZe Clan for.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the bar is not winning this event, I actually don't think anybody called FaZe a favorite coming into the event.
Not one that I know of.
Not with Aurora here. Not with the MongolZ here.
You know, it's just become this thing where FaZe have established such a reputation that we almost take their playoff berths for granted. And if you were to ask me how many events they've actually missed out on playoffs now, I've kind of just lost track, but you just never stop believing that it will happen. I don't know if I'm a sucker or if I'm in the, you know, if I'm in the pack with everybody else. I don't know what it would really take for me to truly stop believing in a FaZe Clan. Maybe I'm just a romantic.
No, I mean, they have taken out, they beat MongolZ at Cluj. They beat, it's kind of like what Dust said about Virtus.pro, that like, Sam asked, why is it so hard to watch these teams? It's because you know that they can be so much better. And they show you that once in a while. Like if you see Virtus.pro this year, they have some great wins, but then you see them miss all their utility in the last two series and you go, well, why are you going backwards? That's the question. So, but FaZe in terms of like top 5 victories, they beat Eternal Fire this year. They beat MongolZ recently at Cluj as well. They beat G2 at Katowice. So they aren't winning consistently, 2 or 3 series in a tournament versus top 5 teams, but they're still alive. They are not. Guys, they're not breathing through a tube yet.
Guys, they're still alive.
Yeah.
Oh, you've made me feel so much better, Mohan.
Yeah.
They're still alive.
In the way that a neutrino has the potential to become a star,
Okay. Settle down, Stephen Hawkins. I'm still alive. Into the B site quick. And the op missing shots. Come on, Brokey. Give it a chance with that flashbang. But he just sits in the corner. He's content to wait this out. They may be on the site, but they know it's not comfortable. Apogee reel away. They find the A site, though, vacant in the meantime.
They're taking a long time to get back over here in Demo's position by the time that this whole situation is distilled. Will not be as valuable as it was at the minute mark here as he sits at Brokey waiting. I mean, they're going to know someone's pushed something, so.
Just so worried about that mid presence that could have been, but isn't. Both FaZe and Apogee a little concerned about what could going down. Oh, Alish clearing the corner as Demo decides to jump up, so he finds good timing.
Yeah, because his teammates are right there ready to go. He has to make sure that they can't get peek from Temple, so really good play here from Demo.
Frozen tries to get in on the action. We hit 30 seconds. Limited utility for the T's. No smoke for Donut, but they find just an edge on that bomb site to put it down. And Demo's cover ends up being key. Smoke comes out now for Frozen to block him off from this. We've got Prism behind the big box. The other two deep on A main. Prism could be the first point of contact, and he will be as he shuts Frozen off the site. Get this swing out from Rain, double kill from Prism, and this is starting to look much better. Already on the retreat, our FaZe Clan. That deep positioning from Demo pays off.
It's not as easy as it looked, you know, with the amount of time that he had to wait and figure out how to still be effective, but he picks the perfect time to prod, and he finds a Liege as his team is coming out towards A, and it's a site that people are happy to vacate very often. So it's good for Apogee to find the punish. This half is actually still recoverable. So FaZe can't be too careful. Apogee were quite comfortable fighting mid versus Astralis. And I think because of their aimers and how scrappy like the meta of mid is right now, I think they should go ahead and try it. Obviously, they did once versus a Liege. That didn't end up too well, but they obviously have to believe in their set plays, their flashes, which are the most important part of those takes. Be any mid presence this time around for FaZe. Bombs drop back in this default. Oh, missed opportunity here on the boost.
And both teams decide to go for the op boost on B site. They rattle their sabers and walk it away. Where can Brokey get off to? Frozen eats that flash. Great flashbang from Jacob. Makes Demo's job so easy. Even took his time to clear it out and still had Frozen blinds. Of course, it's the two saved guns in Brokey and Kerrigan. That's what could make the difference, and the op will strike one down. Forfeits the position, and now it looks like that M4 is looking to go down ramp instead, but you've got Hypex playing it patiently. He hits his shot, but Kerrigan survives. And so the M4 is given an opportunity to move, change positions. Rain keeping his head tucked. We saw Demo get out deep last round, and we saw what that had in terms of an effect.
Oh, he didn't see him.
Just got spotted.
Oh, Rain doesn't know. Wait, okay, wait, what?
Maybe they saw each other and he prepares for the jump up.
Maybe Rain thought he saw something without, that knowledge and was ready for the scale. Nice spray down here for Brokey. 3-on-3 keeps us alive, but look at the HP bars here for FaZe.
Desperate, they seem. Brokey on arrival, Demo on the platform, ready for that temple peek. Just want to get active though. Again, you know, you've got these two rifles to save, and that's exactly what's happening. Disengaging from this one, so Apogee certainly making something of this half now. Racking up another.
They're using Demo like like he's in a relay race with the baton, just catching up to him as he gets out. A really good chance is found in these last two rounds from him. And they'll only need one more really strong idea to make this ugly for FaZe.
It's a weird interaction for Rain in this round.
Yeah, I'm going to guess he saw him looking to the side.
Yeah.
And just assumed he didn't get the info back. But was he walking up just staring at him?
Yeah.
He was?
Well, we praised Rain for a strong start back on Dust 2. And the consistency, or lack thereof, shows itself here. Now we're going to go fast into the B site. Apogee straight charging in.
Oh.
Brokey finds his from the back line. And Kerrigan off of the pillar shuts down this hit with ease. Kerrigan and Rain supported by the Opper. Not going to be that easy, Apogee.
Such a nice setup. I mean, the op 3B, they throw the molly. It's almost like, come through the molly, please. You see how little effect that has on slowing the attack down. But because the op's there, they're almost encouraging it.
And And Brokey, who just hasn't seen the most amount of action, more saves than anything else, still sitting on 2 deaths. You come at him, he'll put you down. Nothing saved here. Apogee's 11th goes the way of FaZe. Trying to keep it simple, trying to keep it quick. You know, you can celebrate a varied attack. Try something new here towards the tail end, but FaZe Clan happy and ready for that kind of a play.
My guard was down. Like when this play happened and you saw how far up they got without losing any HP, I was looking at 2 CTs behind default and thinking, oh no, like they're totally unprepared for this. They're over-trusting this one tiny incendiary from the CT side. But no, Brokey was right there on short. And it's honestly rare that you see teams reinforce like that. Very good call and read out of FaZe.
Oh, he's coming back over.
Brokey not short side this time. Yeah, their guard might be down again.
Rain eats the flashes, doesn't have Kerrigan on site. Brokey still yet to peel a player off, but here comes the cross. Oh, Jacob going down means Rain's still gone unnoticed. Deaths surround him, and we've got that off back on ramp, so it's a flurry of kills out of Apogee. For a second, it looked like Rain was gonna get the element of surprise, but by the time he fights, his teammates died right a second beforehand. And so final round of the half will be a frozen clutch attempt, 1v3. Everybody on site for Apogee. No idea as to which direction Frozen comes in from. And so they'll all remain on different angles for the time being. He's got utility to block off Cave. It's gonna start with the duel versus Huffa. There's that good contact. Most of Frozen dead already. Op shot missed, but so be it. It's a close here for Apogee, a 5-round T side. Not half bad.
Especially considering it's a recovery. It was a little messy. It was not a great start like Dust2 was, and they're still down 3 pistols in the series. So there are some foreboding signs for sure for Apogee, but they recovered this half. That's a nice thing to see.
It's also a good sign for a FaZe Clan to get CT rounds as they have.
That's true too. Yeah, that's the big question on some of these maps. Kerrigan playing Cave, Rain playing in the B site, but they had Brokey supporting in all the right positions, and I think Apogee, you know, yeah, their big wins were when they got out into the A site late into the round, which is again also good to see, like mid to late round situations going their way, flexing some of their ancient comfort they've shown versus some lesser teams.
Yeah, Demo's decision-making and kind of lurk style that happened throughout that T side was definitely a key to the success of Apogee. So nice to see him step it up a notch. He created the moments for the others to step forth into. And here we go.
Jacob died every single round that half, and also...
Hell yeah. A soldier.
He played every round.
Compare that to Brokey's 3.
Yeah.
There we go. 3 for 3 in the pistols. Kerrigan getting caught by a bit of A main pressure, so Apogee happy to sign up for a bit of a duel on their terms. They'll lose information in middle, and Elige skates towards Donut. Rain doing his own thing here on ramp. Oh, flash wasn't the best, but that's fine. Huffa quick to the kill.
That's a pretty great reaction. No Cave, no window here for the CT side, so even though they've got 5 up, there are some pretty big gaps. This will slow their movement a bit as Jacob starts to come back to window.
Prism in the corner, down at the hands of Elige as Hypex kind of gets pushed back off Temple. And Elige playing with him. Silent Bullet sneaks through the Temple exit. Oh, okay, Hypex wastes no time with that one. Opens up the door for the others. Another headshot from Hypex. Jacob just as clean, and that is what you're looking for. Yeah. Triple out of Hypex, seizing the pistol, the first of Apogee's series, and it's certainly when they need it.
That's their best performer ADR-wise from Dust2. Hypex stamping his name on this round, and a first pistol. I wonder what that means here for the course of this map. Surgical shots. Wow, what was that?
Oh, the Brokey kill is nasty.
Yeah. Always leave it to your opera. They got to fall back on pistols the most.
FaZe just go up in a whiff of smoke.
In a huffa of smoke. Maybe finally use that name for something. Huffa.
Frozen, ready for the back 8 contact. Very light on the buy this time, FaZe. Apogee showed that they were willing to take a stand with that forward A play in the pistol, and so maybe FaZe bank on it happening again. And we saw Apogee literally lose to less back on Dust 2. Final round of the game was one like this, but this one's gonna get mopped up for the most part. Elige able to connect to the head of Hypex, make him pay the cost. Elige back with a second Desert Eagle kill. Not half bad from the North American, but it is a tied game now, folks, and considering FaZe kicked this off with a strong 6-1 lead. Look where we've ended up.
Yeah, man, that's some good pullback here, but pistols help out a ton. We're going to find out about what FaZe can bring to this T side right here and now. Even on that round, they put themselves in a spot where one player goes down and FaZe can make a lot of traction, get to a site really quickly. You want to make sure that Apogee aren't too timid on the CT side. And just continue to play good CS. I mean, you can play passive spots and hold angles, that's fine, but FaZe will use your lack of information against you if you do that too often. Can't let everything rest on your 1 or 2 individual fights. They only seem vaguely aware of this boost right now. You can tell that Jacob desperately wants to get back into this game. His teammate's buying him some time. I mean, him and Prism for that matter, right? If you take a snapshot of right now, are Apogee going to win without those 2 players? I don't think so.
Okay. Rain's just given a gift. Poor Prism puts his head on a silver platter, gets popped. And that's going to kind of force Huffa to move forward instead.
Link's being watched by Elige. For how long?
Whoa, just missed the timing. Elige isn't able to react. That pack of players nearly lines up for Huffa. And the cave connection from Kerrigan comes out. Man advantage off the back of it. Bomb plant should be guaranteed. You've got Demo still held back by Kerrigan. We've got a battle going down in cave, and it ends up the way of Apogee. And the fact he takes no damage so far, besting Elige and Kerrigan and sitting on 100 health, but Rain's gonna catch him with a nade in hand. That wrap back from ramp to just secure cave control in the post plant puts Jacob in a tough position. He's got a kit in front of him. Smoke to work with. Rough series for Jacob so far. And he's gonna try to cause panic here for FaZe Clan, but doesn't put the smoke down first. Won't get a chance to keep his hands on the bomb. FaZe right back to the lead.
Yeah, that's right. They're balled up, ready to attack the site, and I think just a touch too reactive, once again, in the positions for Apogee, where single point of failure right here. I mean, it's a great shot from Rain, but you can see how much space FaZe know that they can grab after this. I think the positions become a little bit too telegraphed here for FaZe. They realize there's a lot of respect coming in across the board. And if it's only going to be jiggle spots here as the final defense against FaZe, well, they're not going to have much of a CT side to speak of. I think the one thing Apogee don't want to do is leave this tournament thinking that they were scared of a team like FaZe. They just got to look back on the rounds they played well and simply try to replicate those. Don't focus on anything else.
Certainly shook off the nerves after their first match loss to FURIA. FURIA's only win at this event was over top of an Apogee that we then saw power up in their following 2 games.
Yeah, they had that early wake-up call.
Brazilians shook him awake. Mongols and Astralis pay the price. An Astralis that has since been eliminated, and a Mongols whose future at this event is not guaranteed. FaZe will find no contest here in the 16th round, so it's not just the 8th, but the 9th round win that comes with it. And a USP pistol stack gamble that just unfortunately comes up empty. Kerrigan's looking to make cash here. Mac 10 versus 5 unarmored schmucks.
That's a bit of dough collected. A couple others though. A couple of good USP shots. Broke showing us how it's done.
Very nice.
Black Blau.
Proki hasn't been a part of every round this game, but has certainly kept himself alive for the attempts. There's a few saves that he just arrives to the A site a bit too late. You know, he's trying to tap back into the potential he showed us on Dust 2. Rain has actually gotten back into the mix since I kind of threw him under the bus, highlighting his inconsistencies.
Oh, okay. I thought you were very fair about it, actually.
Well, thank you. I thought so too. I try to be. Ooh, good flash. Spray's not great from Elige, but he's got the support of Kerrigan, and Hypex's escape is barely able to come through. 4 health as he hides into the corners of Donut. Nade's got his name on it, but it goes too far. And now he's kind of...
What a spot here for Hypex in between two smokes, phasing into his own CT smoke.
Ooh, the push out from the cave. There's still a chance at this pitch, but Kerrigan
what a move,
gets that last bullet into Huffa, and Hypex is now just running for that back line of B. Brokey and Rain to double up, and unfortunately Hypex trying to make something happen there in the smoke. What looked like he was waiting for the cave push to come through, to come out.
He actually, yeah, he walked through that snake of smokes all the way up the stairs, got the trade. But to be honest, right now, Hypex feels like the only reliable player here besides Demo on Apogee. That was a good move to win back mid-control, but with those first 2 kills going properly the way of FaZe, it was just an honest day's work here. Good flashes. Elige gets his first after a strugglesome spray, but there are so many flashbangs going both ways. They got fought exactly where they were looking for when Apogee, but they allow FaZe to get 10 on this map. CT side is normally their strong suit.
Fortunately for Apogee, in their 2 big wins, you had a life game so far out of Jacob for the first upset, from Prism for Astralis's victory, and we have not gotten either of those players kind of into their groove in the final hurdle that is FaZe between them and playoffs. Bit of inconsistency across the board from the Apogee players, trying to make a name for themselves on the international stage like never before. It's what your dreams are made of, but it's also crushing when you just can't collect. USPs into the cave denied. They're gonna bait them all the way in. That rifle was meant to get into the engagement with something. And unfortunately for Apogee, the M4 finds nothing. It is FaZe Clan 11-7 on the second map of this series.
There are some wins you don't pop off versus, but you know that FaZe are going to get real excited for this. Just playoffs right there after, you know, having 2 pretty bad losses at this event, not winning that revenge match for Elige over Complexity, only being able to take down Pain with a stand-in and Rare Adam. This will still mean a lot. Apogee have to assume there's still time to recover this.
Like you said, Apogee don't want to go home thinking that they've played scared. So back to the gun round, back to the more aggressive play, down the ramp, establishing map control and a man advantage.
Yeah, the best time to get info is early, right? This is where you can take B lane control the easiest. This is where you can try to grab mid if it's not going to be played here from FaZe. And this is what was missing from the rest of the half from Apogee.
Huffa peels away. He's got his incendiary in hand right now. They're going to burst through that door while he has his nade ready. It goes down, but they're going to go through. Up and over. Huffa regains vision. Oh, yeah!
Oh, no kidding.
Triple kill from Huffa. There's his individual moment. There's the sight hold that keeps Apogee in this game.
He actually threw that molly way too far. Definitely got into a dangerous spot, but the aim took over. That was a wonderful display of mechanics out of Huffa. Huff and a puff, you know what I mean?
Oh. He was holding his breath as they came running up that ramp, but great rifle work. Keeps Apogee within touching distance. And it keeps FaZe off of that all-important 12th round. Lines up Rain. But again, you know, going in swinging. If you're going to go home, then go down swinging. And we saw it out of the gate there once they had their guns back in hand, that lane control they established, and falling back at the right moment, right? In anticipation of FaZe Clan bursting through. Uh-oh.
You're saying nice things about them?
And a missed smoke out of spawn here for Apogee. Not ideal.
Not cool.
But it doesn't look like it'll cost them the world.
I wonder if that, like, extinguishes... I'm going to say that's on purpose, but...
There's a molly. Oh, it does.
It extinguishes the molly, and then you can stand in front of it.
But they don't put anybody there? Maybe just to...
But, like, if they did.
In case?
Yeah, it's preemptive.
Oh, I take back all the bad things I said.
Then you have to go and clear out the cutout anyways.
Excuse me, it's me, the fool. Nobody behind it, but we'll see if FaZe are still worried about the cutout because of the smoke. Trying to dismantle this cave control. Rain gets the duel to Huffa. From hero to 0 kills. And Frozen able to just keep an eye on the flank as Jacob starts to sniff out what's going on through middle. Prism working with half health. Certainly not ideal. Starting to feel the squeeze here, Apogee looking to make a move down mid to set up the climb up. Prism gets a better chance because the fire doesn't land on him. But there's the double back. Frozen gets the kill towards middle. We get this scramble out of Demo. He's got all the nades in the world, but he can't throw them. He swings in instead, drops Kerrigan first. Can he hold it on his own? Frozen coming at him, hits the dig now, 1 HP, and he still hangs on!
Somehow.
Tries to go to Brokey. Doesn't get that one, but it queues up Hypex.
Oh.
Misses his chance.
That was it.
And there's FaZe's 12.
Yeah, they grab it back. Oh, man, Demo tried so hard. It's actually a miracle that he even got that second kill in position at the right time. Tough moment for Hypex. And also, he drops out of Brokey. It's possible inaccuracy got the better of that shot. FaZe just ready for it at every single turn. The sun might be setting on Apogee's chances of taking this to another map. But that at least got utility. They've only had to make a main concession here with Prism's MP9. They've got bigger concerns, though, on the trade fragging. We're oftentimes looking at the heroes of these rounds, but having trouble doing this all together.
Valiant effort from Demo, no doubt. But that missed op shot that could have made the difference. He holds it.
Yeah, he knows with one comes two.
Slight limitations here for Apogee in the 21st. Prism wants back into that forward cave corner. We've seen him killed here empty-handed, as he and Jacob have both had a rough go of it on this map in this series. Bullets whiz by Elige. Just looking to find footing here for middle for FaZe.
Gun spotted, maybe.
Doesn't look it. Both players making sound. Elige is on high alert, sees the shadow. Easy setup for Elige. No second, and it comes with the demo frag too, so good push from Apogee into middle.
Yeah, a bit of a trapwire there as they come out of Donut.
Could be a FaZe Clan to try to vacuum up some space on the B site. Missed op shot from Brokey, who does carry bomb for the moment. Frag grenade goes deep down the line. Oh,
what
frozen.
a shot.
Walks out middle, hits the headshot. Hypex thinking about pushing this smoke, opts not to. Kerrigan tries to maybe sign up for the same play, but the other direction. And Hypex remains aware of that threat. Here's that contact. Huffa dead with nothing. Hypex draws back one. You've got Frozen to come and bolster bomb. They know that there's another one back on this line. That's Hypex in the background. And with 25 seconds on this clock, it is a long road for Demo to come over for what will be a much-needed retake.
Man, they're
Tournament
peeling
life
back.
on the line.
They're peeling back out of this. They're worried about everything at the moment. They need to focus on B. FaZe are going to get to much better spots. This smoke comes up. No one's playing from default. FaZe are playing for the win here, boosted up as well.
No utility for the retake, no kit for the defuse. This one's gonna have to be slick. Excuse me, there's the flash thrown forward, all they had. It at least gets Brokey to dismantle the boost. He tries to find the contact site. We get the demo push towards Cave. Pieces being put together, but the time is what's gonna decide this. Demo has to stick, and the frozen peak doesn't come through. Just enough to get him off, just enough to push forth into playoffs. FaZe Clan, for the second time in 2025, make top 8 at the PGL circuit, and that's at the cost of the plucky Apogee.
Yes, FaZe will be going to the playoffs. Apogee's tournament ends. But let's focus on the positives for Apogee. They won a lot of hearts and minds. They proved a bunch of doubters wrong. Remember, they came in under a bit of a cloud. People were saying some pretty heinous things about them online, saying they were going to, like, you know, crap out at LAN. They didn't. They've certainly won a lot of respect. And, of course, the huge jump in the points that they've earned, which might secure further invitations. So I say all round, even in defeat, great campaign for the Poles.
Apogee undoubtedly earned the respect of many people in the Counter-Strike scene who were unaware of what they were capable of a qualifier run that was sort of shrouded and bogged by just unknowing for a lot of people. They just didn't know where this or how this team could have came up in the way that they did. But all in all, in terms of the way that they like to play the game, it's exciting, it's explosive. It didn't work out today versus FaZe Clan. Some of the players are going to look back with regret on how this day went for them, but in terms of what they can take forward into the circuit, I think that they now have proven to themselves they're capable of taking down teams like the MongolZ, teams like Astralis. Like, that alone is worth its weight in gold in terms of keeping this roster centered for the season moving forward.
Yeah, I think for them, it always sucks to lose, but this event has been a massive success for them, right? You guys pointed out the rankings and all that, but also just the confidence of being able to compete at this level. I mean, they beat MongolZ and Astralis 2-0 both times, right? And the MongolZ are probably the main favorite to lift the trophy here in Bucharest. So, yeah, I think early on in players' careers, just having that knowledge that, hey, we can actually do this. Like, these guys are not that much better. Like, we can compete. Does wonders really for our players and a team's confidence, right, moving forward. So let's see what sort of an effect it will have on Apogee.
Yeah, and obviously FaZe, they should be making the playoffs at PGL Bucharest. We didn't really talk about them as tournament favorites like we did with some of the other teams, because I think we recognize that maybe they have got some problems, some questions they need to answer. But I mean, yeah, you know, the one thing I'll say about FaZe, they always level up when they get to playoffs. Carrigan's always got aces up his sleeve.
Kerrigan in this series alone showed to me that his game planning ability is still fantastic, that he knew how Apogee wanted to carry out their own attack on Ancient, how they knew that they could toy with them on their own T side of Dust 2. So those are the welcome signs of a FaZe Clan that still's got it in some capacity. I just think that when it comes to FaZe, that there's always a loose thread in a round for them. It always feels like they're not that airtight style, and they never have been. Always just playing off of each other, making sure that they're trading every kill. And this one, I'd say Ancient at the end came down a little bit more to star individual firepower. So they still had that in their back pocket, regardless of the fact that Apogee was really beginning to stick it to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for FaZe it would have been a disaster. I mean, anything other than a clean win here. So, yeah, I don't know. Moving forward, I think the playoffs are going to be obviously really important to see where they're at. The big difference between FaZe now and before, they were never a team that had clean runs at tournaments. You know, like they would always do it from the lower bracket. There will always be crazy series, 3 mappers, overtimes and whatnot. But the most important thing is they would get it done. Right? And that's what's been lacking in the last 6 months or even 9 months or so, right? Is it would be a lot of the same, but they just couldn't get the result. They couldn't grind out that win. They couldn't sort of piece it together enough to be able to get some of those results. And, you know, that's the only thing that matters really for an organization like FaZe Clan and just the players on that roster as well. So hopefully for them, this is the event where sort of things will click just a little bit more, where they're able to also get that confidence that there can still be a contender with these 5 players.
Right, well, we'll get a temperature check. We're going over to James, who's with our MVP, Frozen.
Thank you very much, Richard. Frozen, I got to look at this, right? Because let's maybe focus on some of the positives. Normally, when FaZe has a okay group stage, you make it through, you struggle a bit. It's a positive sign, right? Does it feel like that for you? You're going to try and spin it that way?
Yeah, we're coming back to it now, you know, struggling in group stages and hopefully going as far as possible in the tournament.
In terms of that, though, this was a bit of a worrying sign still. When I spoke to Carrigan at the beginning of the tournament, he was saying it was playing your A game, you could see it sometimes, but the C game wasn't there to pull you guys back in. Are you still seeing that as some of the worries?
I mean, yeah, you could probably see it when we played Complexity the other day, right? Yeah, I mean, you know, we rewatched the game and, I mean, just being honest, we haven't seen such a bad level from us in a very, very long time. So, yeah, I mean, there's lots of things to look into, right? But, I mean, now we made the playoffs, so hopefully the FaZe Godzilla playoff is coming back, you know?
That's what we all want to see. That's what we're waiting to see. Is this something where you feel like you guys are making the progress where we can see that FaZe coming back? Or is there still a lot of worrying signs where you're saying, okay, we're far away from the level we want to show?
Honestly, I think it depends on the day. Because like some days we can show up and like play, let's say, good, decent Counter-Strike. And then, you know, some days we can look really bad. So I think for us it's just about finding that consistency. Maybe, you know, not like having that, let's say, B game as good as possible. So yeah, so we're not getting caught off guard like that.
What are the difference on these days? Is it something you can pinpoint?
Gee, if I knew, then we would fix it, right? I think there's lots of things, to be honest. And
is it many different things?
Yeah, that's also a thing, right? Like we lose a game, and sometimes it's one thing, then we lose another game, and it's a completely different thing suddenly, you know? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. We are figuring things out, honestly, at the moment. But at this point, I'm just happy we're in the playoffs, you know?
Is it a tough thing for you to go through where you look at like the consistency that FaZe used to have and now you come into this and it's kind of an up and down? Is it hard to take in terms of your confidence as players?
I mean, maybe, but I think it could also be that, you know, as you said before, we would go, you know, deep runs all the way. So maybe we were taking things a little bit for granted, you know. Okay. So yeah, I mean, for us now it's just, you know, really showing up like with the fire, because, you know, you play like Apogee, for example. If you don't show up with the fire, like these guys, they can easily run over you. Like they beat some good teams here already. And yeah, we are not in the spot where we were 1 year ago anymore. We are trying to get back to it, right? And yeah, it's baby steps at the moment.
Baby steps, but hopefully those steps can take them through to the final when we get into the playoffs. That's starting tomorrow. Richard, back to you.
They certainly are. I always like it when we get those forthcoming interviews from players. You know, they don't try and like gloss over the fact that they've got clear and obvious problems we can all see at home and from our vantage point in the studio. And I think, you know, definitely frustrating for FaZe in the sense that I see what Frozen's talking about, which is every time they seem like they've fixed a problem, another one seems to pop up.
Yeah, FaZe is one of the more cryptic ones to really solve. Even if you go back to last year, watching them play, it wasn't terrible. It wasn't super bad. It just felt like every other tournament, a different player sort of disappears at a key moment. Someone else has a bad game, right? Like their play style didn't deteriorate. You know, it's not like they forgot how to approach the game or anything like that. You just missed 5% here and there, right? But the problem is that starts compounding, you know, tournament after tournament, the confidence starts to go down. Obviously the vibes in the team deteriorate when, you know, you're losing, you're not making the playoffs even for a team like FaZe Clan. So those are the toughest situations to come out of as a team, right? Outside of a roster change, because people are doing their part. I'm sure in the team, you know, players are trying to improve individually. They're trying to do things better. The in-game leader, the coach are figuring out, okay, do we need to add more things? Do we need to actually do less things, you know, do fewer things, but do them better and all of that. But at some point, if you don't get the results, it's just that jolt of a roster change is the only thing that can help you.
I mean, some teams, they level up with bringing new tactics to the table, maybe having a unique style or anything like that. FaZe know what they're doing game to game. Like, they're not reinventing the wheel day to day very often. And so it's always just a matter of how locked in are they? Just can those players avoid any kind of downturns in form? Because when they all can play at the highest level, then you start to see these glimmers of championship contender hopes, which made us believers at the grand finals of the last two majors, for example. They can always find a way to do it, which is why I've labeled them in the past as the great procrastinators. And it feels like that procrastination effort is probably taking them all the way to the major.
Yeah, you know, they're in the playoffs, so job done. But yeah, I think they need to get a tournament win in 2025 just to get the jitters out of the way, get this new lineup up and running. Anyway, thanks a lot for your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, an absolute banger of a series to close out the day. Falcons versus MongolZ. One of the teams will be going home. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yes, before the break, you heard me correctly. It is Falcons versus MongolZ, with one of these teams going out of the tournament. Crazy to think about, guys. We're obviously going to talk about Falcons first, because I think, narratively speaking, they are the more interesting of the two teams in terms of where they are. They came into this tournament perhaps as dark horses. We also saw them do well in Cluj on the PGL Tour. Then this team just can't stay still and improve. It's always got to be a new blockbuster roster move, or, you know, something's always happening with them in the background. And this, of course, is now that they're meant to be having MongolZ joining, and the mood in the camp just looks ridiculously bad right now. Like, they just don't seem to be a cohesive unit.
Teams and players respond to dead team rumors in various fashions. I've seen some North American teams play better than they've ever played once they know that they have a dead roster. And for Falcons, unfortunately, it's quite the opposite. People like Dexter, knowing that he's out the door, he's playing some of the worst Counter-Strike I've ever seen him play, period, other than when he pretty much just came back to CS2. People like Tessus now have a cloud over his own head because of rumors that he's going to be out the door after the major. And it feels like Falcons are just going through this revolving door of who can we upgrade next without ever really letting the dust settle and see what you have in front of you and trying to make the most of it.
Well, I think for Falcons, in the grand scheme of things, they're trying to build a contender, right? And I think looking back, the decision that they made to bring the heroic core is absolutely justified. Like, they got to attend all these tournaments and see which players, you know, where they're at. I think they probably learned that Kixon should remain on the team, right? As the in-game leader, that he could be serviceable in that role. So I don't think it's a complete failure in that sense. Obviously, it's difficult with all the noise to sort of perform on a really high level, even though they did make the final at Cluj, had a couple of close series elsewhere. So it's always difficult to look at a team, you know, in this moment, yeah, it's looking pretty bad, and there's signs that, you know, and that would be very worrisome if you thought these 5 players are supposed to be the guys for the 4 Falcons.
I would argue it's a failure, though. I feel like making one playoff of 5 events in the season and likely to lose this one, to me, that's a failure.
But if they made 4 playoffs, would it be better?
Yeah.
And not winning any trophies? But what would be the difference?
Well,
made the playoffs.
The playoff berths, to me, indicates success in some, because not everybody could lift a trophy, but if you can have a more than just one deep run at a tournament, that to me is good enough. Like, if Mao's this season ended up going to just 3 playoffs, I'd say that's fine, but they actually are doing even better.
To Maui's point, I don't know if I'm a little bit more extreme than you even. I think it's not just the fact that they haven't made it to playoffs. It's the nature of the way they've lost. You have to understand, every time this Falcons lineup has been assembled, they bought a core, and yet with every core they buy, they don't play like a core anymore. They play like a diminished version of the team they appropriated, and that's crazy because you're theoretically upgrading parts by putting in firepower. And then they do this on your screen. They do this camaraderie thing, and it's like, man, it just feels like you don't get chance to even fail slightly in Falcons. We watched Dexter on the stage. Like, he was nearly in tears saying, like, I've never had a crowd cheer my name. Well, I hope you enjoyed it, mate, because they've completely snaked.
Oh, come on. If you can bring in MongolZ, he doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but like, it's got to be in the back of the mind of every other player. Like, you know, Tezes is now being talked about.
Yeah,
being
he knows
replaced.
he's gone.
He's talking about being replaced for a kid that we don't even know what the ceiling of that player could be.
Maybe if he had played better, that wouldn't be a conversation, would it?
Well, and then we get back to who's got to take responsibility on this lineup. Is it the coaching staff? Is it the star players?
I think at least it's a top-down organization where, you know, you have people in the organization who decide on the roster changes, as long as obviously the coach has input on that, I'm sure. But yeah, I think whenever there's a talent like Kyosuke around, like, you're going to inquire, you know, when you're looking at changes in the off seasons, like it was right before this year started, like, you're gonna see what's up, right, and what your opportunities are, because again, you're trying to build a contender. But
let me give you a historic example. Remember when FaZe put together the super team? What did we all say? We had this glittering lineup: Olaf Meister, Guardian, all these incredible players. What did we say? They didn't win enough. So, and they spent a fraction to put that all-star lineup together than Falcons have spent on players that aren't even in the same conversation. So if it's not a failure, I just don't know how you would define failure.
No, I mean, I'm not saying it's not a failure necessarily. I'm saying for them, they're looking a little bit more long-term. They don't necessarily, I don't think Falcons would care if they lose this game and what their run has been so far. If they get MongolZ, you know, the major run, whatever happens, happens. But if they, coming into next season, have all the pieces that they want and have the team that they want and end up being a contender by the end of the year, I think Falcons as an org are happy with that.
We'll put a pin in that for now. We'll talk about the Veto. It's about to start coming through. Maui, where'd you see this one going?
I'm kind of interested where the Mongols decide to pick for this one. I mean, I think they could go for, say, Mirage or Inferno, but the Falcons, I think it's almost always Dust 2. Oh, yeah, they could go Ancient. Okay, so they go for Mirage, and Falcons, I think every time they can, they get Dust.
Yeah,
I don't think
you'd have to take Dust.
There's really...
So against the Mongols, it has to be Dust.
Yeah, it's their only map that really isn't airtight great. And now the Mongols, a lot of places they could end with this one. Falcons decide to take away Inferno.
Should be Nuke.
Maybe Ancient.
Oh, no, wait, it's
maybe
Falcons
Ancient.
ban, my bad.
Yeah. The flip always kind of gets me too. But yeah, okay. So actually, Mongols, in my eyes, they got 2 maps they really enjoy in Mirage and Ancient, and Falcons got to get their dirty work done on Dust. Like if they lose that, it's well, obviously it's over.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll just quickly say as well, I think the contrast in these two teams, you know, you've got Falcons that ultimately are playing with house money and can just assemble it. I've said everyone needs to accept one day they will be the #1 team because they'll keep buying players until that happens. They'll brute force it in the end. But whereas Mongols, you know, they're representing a whole region. They've had far greater success with far less to work with. And this is uncharacteristic that they're in this situation, that they're not looking at playoffs. They've been very poor at this tournament, not like the usual selves.
They flipped the switch, though. We got the trade stats from the first couple days of this tournament versus what they've done for the last couple days, and it's night and day. I mean, both of these teams. What's nice, though, is that both of these teams have actually improved. The Mongols getting back to their usual selves, and actually Falcons showing a little bit of life here in terms of teamwork when they were down into the 0-2 bracket. So I like this matchup simply because both of the teams clearly started the tournament just in horrendous form, and now they're both actually playing like they should be here.
Yeah, and for Mongols, the worrisome thing is that they have a sense of complacency coming into this, and because some of the big names aren't here and it's a studio event where they do their best work, rather they thought it was going to be a walk in the park, and all of a sudden you lose to Apogee, you're 0-2 down, you're playing for your life against Team Liquid, but luckily they managed to bounce back. For Falcons, completely different story. They definitely didn't have anything to be complacent about. They got embarrassed the first 2 days, so luckily they managed to respond themselves, sort of show some of that pride and get themselves to this series where, you know, 1 series away from playoffs. I think that's probably where you expect. I think no one would have necessarily expected Falcons to be anywhere other than the 2-2 game or worse if you thought they were going to make the playoffs.
I just think like key matchups in this one, probably the mid control as always. I feel like as much as you can sing the praises of Nico as being one of the best connector players ever, he has such a uniquely him style. Like he just sits jungle for 50% of the round every time. And I feel like if Mongols know that, I'd probably avoid A and Con, but it's pretty hard to just have a one-note approach where you just try to send it up Cat and B2.
I'll bring in our commentators up on the big screen. Of course, it is Connor and Mohan. How you doing, guys? Lots of narrative strands to pull on this one. You must be looking forward to it.
Yes, always. I love when teams who are squirming for success have to eliminate each other in a 2-2 matchup. Richard, this is what I live for.
Yeah, absolutely. Mohan, what do you make of where they're both at right now?
It's a story of form at this event, right? Like who's going to get to their usual form? Because now is the last chance. Like we need to see Mongols playing their best, and Falcons can do way better than what they've shown us so far. But it does feel like the trend's going in the right direction. So I'm excited for this game. I think we're going to get the best of both teams.
Yeah, well, it's ready to start. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Dick. Let's get into it. Falcons and the Mongols. Here on Mirage is where it begins. You know, you said it best, Mo. It's trending in the right direction, but unfortunately for them, it's trending in the right direction at the 2-2 final hurdle.
Yeah.
If we got this, you know, better form from them 48 hours, 24 hours ago, then maybe they'd have that one additional chance for both to make it. But
at least we get fireworks as fans, right? It's not as fun for the team who loses because they both could have considerably made it to playoffs.
Always more losers than winners at every single Counter-Strike event. So who are the losers today? It's time we find out between these two teams that certainly want another playoffs. Nades with Magic's name on it. Mzinho is able to catch the headshot as he pushes down into Ticket. Kicksand locks into the corner on spawn as Nico gets his flank into position. This is a flank with a man advantage, of course. So it feels like the Mongols are in a bit of a squeeze. 3 players here, eat that flashbang. Kicksand actually doesn't, so he's able to stop Techno in his tracks. Mzinho doubles back. Nico's still on the fringe of the ramp. Gets the reload off as Blitz's health gets toppled. Mzinho still in the middle, ready for more. 4th on the line, and Degster stops him. It's a clutch for the Russian as Falcons take the pistol.
Damn. Mzinho had one hell of a round right there, from the movements to getting the kill in CT, peeling back, getting the headshot through the CT box. When his teammate was getting flashed to go and get that trade, he was hitting everything. But of course, one more was the difference between a won and lost round. Couldn't win that clutch. Very nice try, though. With the plant, this is the best possible option for the most exciting second round. I think that's something to point out. And all things considered, it's good to see the start of this game being so close.
Where do your chips fall in this one today?
I think I just take MongolZ kind of by default.
Sure.
I guess in terms of who has gotten closer back to their level, I feel like MongolZ have after yesterday, feeling a lot better about them, but not feeling bad about Falcons.
Yeah, for me personally, it's just that Falcons collapse that we ended up seeing, them getting completely smacked around earlier this week. You know, MongolZ lost some games, but it wasn't that bleak. And I worry for Falcons that with the rotating door that continues to spin in that roster,
damn, dude.
They could be falling into the pitfall yet again, but here we go. Forced by man advantage for MongolZ, trying to go for the window boost. They make a bit of sound and decide not to. We get Falcons just kind of inching around the map in secrecy.
And here's where you pretend it was never the plan. We didn't want window control.
It was all a ruse for Mzinho to double back with bomb in his possession.
Part of the deal.
Yes, sir. The old rug pull, they call it.
Mzinho on 41 HP. What the kind of player he is, so tricky. You never know if he's going to take damage or not. And Techno coming in first with the Deke. Won't be a lot of room to trade.
Oh! Yes, sir. See ya.
Such low health, man. One bullet. And look how the complexion of the round just totally changes off of a frag like that. Kixan will have to answer for that one, unfortunately.
It's pretty wild at the start of the event when we had James Banks had a sit-down interview with Blitz. Just kind of ask him where the team was at, seeing as they have gotten a rare occasion to take an actual break, right? Time off in between events for the MongolZ. And Blitz was quick to say, like, yeah, I wish everybody was, you know, practicing as much as I was on the comeback. Yeah. And I thought to myself, how far can the MongolZ really fall by taking just their first little break? It wasn't even like weeks off, you know?
I know, yeah.
It felt minimal, but
it's weird for it to get that bad that quickly. But also, there might be some, you know, longer-term benefit where they got that, I don't want to say out of the way, but they got to hang out with their friends and family for a bit, totally sort of leave the game for a few days at least, in the only time that they possibly could.
Yeah.
And if they still win this match, they still survive to the point that they got good again. So that's kind of the main goal here for the MongolZ. And we have seen them get back to form. So, you know, if it'll be an honest day's work if Falcons end up winning this game. We've seen them both at their worst, you know, the last few days.
I had said it out there in the ether a couple times at the start of this year. Like, I put MongolZ and Eternal Fire, now Aurora, in this same boat where it's like, it's great promise, but surely they're both going to have an event where they...
Oh, man, Dexter too.
Okay.
Shots this game.
They're both going to have an event where they absolutely bomb out. Eventually, all the best teams have a bomb out moment. And I thought, you can afford it. You can afford one.
Sure.
If the fact that it still hasn't happened, despite them taking an actual break, starting slow and recovering, on the Aurora side of things, going through some difficult, you know, individual issues, health-related, and then the whole new organization ordeal that has clearly put added pressure to their form, then I'm just thinking, damn, these teams are both more rock solid than I ever pictured. And rock solid shots, part of this one so far, clean kills for both teams between Dexter's Scout and that ramp entry that gets doubled down on by Mzinho. Connector player distracted long enough for the kid to come through with his second. And now Kixan's 5-7, maybe an MP9 if he's lucky enough to grab it.
Pretty solid recovery position here. Bomb able to cross if it wants to. They're worried about someone being tucked in jungle, but won't be the case. Kixan, long way around.
Ooh. Oh, the dink for 97.
But Mzinho right now, man, he's got that plot armor. He is hitting shots. It's I think what you're kind of alluding to is the tournament window conversation with FaZe, where at the first part of CS2 is like they're so good, they're getting second. They're going to start getting first. But to be able to have those deep runs, get exhausted because you're in every playoffs, like you see with Aurora, and then turn that into wins. You have to make sure you capitalize on those periods of time where your form's good, because no team is too good to fall off eventually. Right. You know, it's just the way it goes. It's exhausting to play in the schedule that we have, and yeah, you just have to make hay while the sun shines. Gotta strike while the iron is hot.
Nothing is promised in this game, despite how hard you may work for it, no matter how bad you want it. There's no denying Mongols want another trophy lift. This is the kind of event that many had them pinned as potential champions. If not them, then Aurora. And we've seen an uptick in form unexpectedly from some of the underdogs. 3D Max and Complexity ready to get their hands dirty in the playoffs. So the Mongols trying to find a convincing form versus a flailing Falcons. I think that's name of the game today. These are two teams that we could have seen in playoffs, I think, per expectations at the start of the event. But if the Mongols can show they are truly that much better, then they're going to send a shiver down the spines of the other playoff rosters.
And for real, I mean, how high is the motivation right now for Falcons? You know, the roster moves, it's no secret right now that they're looking to make some upgrades on this team. So it's got to be difficult to be like coming in full strength. Of course, you should always be playing full strength because these are the games that are going to be the last memories of you as a player on this lineup if you're getting changed. And that part of your resume is obviously, it's just unfortunately what people are going to remember. So, but the thing is, it's not the Mongols who have any disruptions in their future plans. It's Falcons.
Out of the exit on the ramp, Magis goes for the swing, gets there with both.
Beautiful.
Now that is the kind of individual moment you are hoping to see from Magisk. The pistol's out, so too much to ask of him. The recovery starts to occur here by the Mongols. 910 working with a full bar of health. Yeesh, getting awkward. Mzinho's supposed to give him the gun back. If not, 910 standing there with just the sidearm.
I don't think he even realizes. He wanted to get the op so that he could post on CT while Mzinho planted.
At least they got the bomb down. Mzinho gets off site, but working with only 3 points of health.
He just missed this, Dexter. Are they going to walk into the shot? That's the question.
Oh, 3 HP. Then they turn back. 910 takes the dink, the frags to soften them up. And 910 even kills Kixan. This is a huge recovery for the Mongols if they stick the landing. But Nico's on top of it, looking for the bomb. Doesn't have a kit. Should have the time. I say should, but it's going to come close.
It's a very close call, but a secured position here for Nico.
All good.
Nice try, 910. Damn good attempt at that recovery after a very awkward interaction with the bomb. And to be honest, with the amount of time left over right there, you could see that those few precious seconds could have made the difference.
It's a hell of a moment for Magisk to put together a good 2K like that.
Always nice to see a spray transfer on a silence M4 like that.
What if I told you that right now Magisk is having his career, top 3 is not the right word. Bottom 3 career lands.
Yeah.
2 of those have happened in a Falcons jersey. It was ESL Challenger Katowice 2014. And then DreamHack Zowie Open in Leipzig.
2014.
Sorry, 2024.
Magisk, 96 years old.
What's scary for him is like, you look at his bottom 10 events, majority in a Falcons jersey. It's not been a kind run, despite seeing some promise at times.
Getting older sucks, man. Your back hurts.
You can't carry anymore. And yet the pressure never lets off.
Hair starts growing out of your ears.
Well, that's just a you problem.
That is the funny part about Magisk. Already an illustrious. Oh,
what's that?
That's not too funny.
Oddly, it was already smoked as well, though.
Damn, yeah, that's true. This does mess with their timings a little bit. We'll see when that comes up in the window, but no one's watching it for the moment. And Senzu sneaks away safely. Tucked down in ladder, no one to fight. But that is the funny part about Magisk. Such a long and illustrious career, so many victories and everything, and he was always the youngest guy on Astralis, you know, since Kirby. So
TSS hears this. They are not ready for a TSS push this deep. Oh my god, and Blitz still recovers despite Tesses getting the first shot off and the dink. Now Magisk is gonna just have to hide in back sight. Blitz gets a second. Clears out this A site like it's nothing.
That's such a crummy spot, you know, sometimes.
Holy hell.
Just needed a little bit of damage.
Nice recovery here from Nico, but is it too little too late? His teammates not really sniffing out this retake possibility, so that's MongolZ to a 4-2 T-side lead off of the back of a double headshot from Blitz.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, they were running, so obviously they definitely weren't ready, and then just in time, pulled out the gun.
Blasted. He reacted, actually. He saw the snap in his wrist.
Right.
Tesses not able to get that second bullet in the time that Blitz reacts.
Playing ninja right there. It's a very awkward moment because he doesn't expect Tesses to die on the ramp, so I think he's like, just get cover right now, and you usually will sit there if you think someone's going to swing on you from Palace at the same time. But you see that from Blitz's perspective. It's a free angle to clear if he's going sandwich. They could have forgotten someone was there. That's fair enough, and Blitz could have died in one bullet, but I feel like it left a little bit too much up to chance. Magisk. Well, for playoffs, and MongolZ are playing like they're there already. Some big frags happening.
Yeah, there's no denying they've powered up as these days have gone on. It was quite shocking, in fact, to see them be such a shell of themselves out of the gate. Even that nuke match yesterday for the MongolZ, man, that thing went back and forth.
It was like six traded rounds in a row to start it.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Another piece of util missed. Could have done some chip damage. Heavy presence here towards middle. Ready to pop out versus this. Zeno surely going to get pushed as well. But he's the kind of guy you want at this spot. Nico walking up on this angle. Oh, instant. Between the eyes. And that's awkward.
Okay. Oh, no way. The fact he gets the second with the USP as well.
Yeah, how does he make this scary? And another.
Burns out.
Oh, if not for the molly. He stays alive with 3 kills. Dexter in a 1-on-2 now. Spinning.
Fire continues to burn, but the bomb is yet still to cross.
They don't know he's here.
No, they don't.
They're walking up maybe into ladder room. Dexter, we'll see if he's got the awareness to cover this position. He could look back at Senzu. No scope found just yet. Oh, there's the spray.
Almost turned.
Yeah, hard for Dexter. Doesn't know where Senzu went. That's crazy from Magisk.
Ridiculous. You know, if he gets the first with the USP, grabs the AK, and somehow pulls that off, well, that's one thing. But the fact he gets both of them.
And then a no armor headshot to Mzinho and Palace. Wow.
USP headshots.
Well, we welcome it. Everybody playing well is what we want to see.
Sure. My God. There's been some good pistol moments from Magisk so far this year. One of the career best clutches even at Katowice to kick off 2025. That Dust 2 A-Site pistol round. Golly gee. But here he is operating yet again alone inside of the A-Site.
They've been goaded into sticking around at B. Just the right amount of utility here for the MongolZ. And Magisk, I mean, maybe another spray transfer, but he sits here on 14 bullets. I don't think he'll be reloading in this spot.
Nico gathering the information that'll justify the Falcons rotate. They throw a smoke grenade into Palace on their way over. Mzinho gonna try to just swing through, does it with ease. Another multi-kill entry here from Mzinho, but no cover on the bomb plant. Now that's a mistake. It doesn't get as costly as it could have been, and there is still plenty of time to recover, but all the while you've got Nico trying to put another flank in position. Forward stance could have been taken, but instead they double back here towards the ramp to try and hold before Nico gets out. Blitz playing with it right on this ankle, and he will straight up best Nico for the post plant, and that just sucks the life out of Falcons here in the 8th. You'll see them tiptoe their way to the save as the 6-2 score established.
Yeah, and we'll see if they get away with it. MongolZ quickly running over towards the other side of the map to catch their exit. And another amazing round out of Mzinho. I mean, him and Magisk are going to go head-to-head, right? He's a Palace Lurker, Magisk anchoring the A site. SS narrowly surviving this situation. At least they'll keep this gun forward. But if Falcons aren't careful, Mongols are about to put a bow on this half. Wow. Barely saw a thing.
Majority pistols. 910 won't be too timid about that. We'll see if the TSS swing queued up. Op bullet disappears.
Yeah. Want to see that again. Looked pretty good for sure.
It's a great opening for Falcons. M4 gets its trade up in Palace, so limited weapons, but they're working. And Degster's Deagle capable, we know it. Gets a tag on Techno's shoulder. Utility in response here. TSS ready to help out if needed. Not to mention, you've got Nico layered as the second cat play.
Yeah, how appealing is B right now after getting spotted from that far back? I don't think they can make inroads.
Good control of the guns here. Nico tries to come around the corner, sensing something's going on. Another chance for TSS to step forward into that op line and drops it for the second time this round alone. Now, pressure back to Kixan as the solo A player, where Mongols do indeed head.
And you do have Falcons worried about everything. So actually leaning here towards B, Kixan will have to frag. He plays for time.
Blitz on the approach has done good at unraveling this site.
They're coming in slowly from Palace. Let's see about this approach, because this won't be guaranteed cleared by Blitz. That has to be known. I don't see anything. Techno, how aware are you going to be?
Kixan's got to keep it full focus. He's going to look to attack Blitz now, but now the Palace player exits. No gun in hand, not ready for it. Blitz, barely enough time to make this happen, and it won't. Kixan plays it patiently, plays it perfectly, and Falcons pick up a round off of 2 rifles thanks to the TSS multi-kill.
Yeah, that's a spot where, yeah, you're real covered for yourself. If Palace is hard to get to because it's so long to go around, then Kixan knows that he'll get the drop on him. Very well done. Still time to bring this half back into fruition. The ops on the T side were cursed that round.
Good timing from TSS on the second one, right after Nico drops.
Scared him.
I think there's a world where Senzu just, plays that a bit safer, and it doesn't happen, but caught in transition, looking to get to the next piece of cover. Right there, finds him exposed. And then, of course, I forgot Kixan, that's true. He got his Palace kill as well, so it ends up being 3 kills Kixan that round.
The cutest rage.
Baby rage. 910 wastes no time, but Dexter's on the ankle. And so locked in here by the Falcons op. And it's man advantage. Falcons trying to recover at the tail end of this half. Good flash into the underpass. Line them up, knock them down. All too easy. You make Blitz force the team kill in the middle of all that. Oof. Hands all over the Mongols at the moment. Falcons starting to queue up fights on their terms. And there
Excellent
we have
round.
it. Dexter's second kill in this one.
I mean, everything from the utility to the mid control was just perfectly executed here for Falcons. 910 blind coming into that peak, had absolutely no chance of winning his duel. They knew where everyone was going to come in and what time.
So across the board, a little uptick here from the Falcons crew. We can see this finally stringing 2 rounds together in the 9th and the 10th, thanks to that half buy, that 2M4 round. Great way to give yourself a lifeline. Throw yourself the life preserver. Falcons afloat.
see if there will be an op difference once again. He's blown up in the window. It's beautiful here for Dexter.
Yeah, MongolZ
9-10 dead again.
Still trying to get this action going early in middle. Oh, perfectly timed here. The utility on top of it, making MongolZ life all the harder. And you've got Tesses keeping a watchful eye on that climb up. Oh, beautiful tap out of Mzinho. His entry's 8. Oh, 3 kills come back.
Wow.
We see that tap, but it's not the first kill Mzinho actually ended up getting. Dexter also now with a double.
And the bomb's coming late middle. This is crazy. Blitz has only got a deagle, but I think there's 9-10's AK that he can walk over to.
Plenty of guns out there. Oh, Mzinho triple now.
No way.
Forces the issue through the smoke, catches Dexter off guard. Kixan starts to come at him, and Blitz is going to take his sweet time with this one.
Kixan doesn't know it, but yeah, Blitz is worried about him peeking off of every angle. Very scary spot. And going B's, yeah, got to be the right play, right? There's just limited information. You'd think it makes sense to plant on the A site. And if they hold off window, they've got the 2 best positions.
Hell of a half so far from Mzinho. 15 kills to his name.
Oh, Mzinho's coming through it.
Kixan, just got the better of the timing. Just got it. What's crazy is he goes into the corner to wipe his hand on his jersey. I kid you not. Does it again here while the molly burns. But that's what afforded him the timing on Mzinho's back.
Yeah, well, this one's about to get sweaty. Look at the utility that Kixan has. He knows he can just win this round. Blitz going to play far back. It's going to be one crazy spray through a smoke to decide this one.
Such good utility, though. You put the Molotov down on Catwalk if you want to, and he can't even peek in to go for the spray.
Oh, but he didn't use the molly.
He didn't use it. You give him the chance to go for the spam, he'll take it. Blitz with the clutch.
That was nice from Blitz. I mean, it was. I want to say you just throw the molly, because either it's up or B. It's planted in a spot, it can be defended from 2 positions, sure, but it doesn't use the molly at all. I wonder if he even knew how low Blitz was in that position. Oh, wow.
Disgusting
Just
second
death
shot.
matching.
Lines it up perfectly, hits the headshot. Icing on the cake there for the Mongols. So triple Mzinho Palace entry. That's what gets MongolZ back on the board. 2 rounds consecutive, all the Falcons allowed. Magisk has been absolutely bullied this half.
And especially with the kills that he got, too. The only guy who could beat him right now is Mzinho. Look at him, 16-6.
It's impossible, but it feels like all 16 of those deaths would be Magisk's. Yeah. I mean, he has had his hands full with the entry attempts, and Mzinho will not shy away from setting it up yet again. We've got Nico down beneath him. Caught out, just perfect timing, quick time to kill, and the mid-contact goes the way of MongolZ again. Connector player gets found out along the wall with nothing. Kixan thrust to another clutch, but outnumbered 1v5. Bomb is not here on this site. He has been wrapped around and swiftly dealt with. 8-4 on the half here for the MongolZ. An excellent start to the series.
Crazy to be able to say that. Falcons had some great rounds in this half and still lost 8-4. They really did. Mid-control and utility and the op difference. Tessus on Cat. They had a clutch at the beginning of the game on the pistol round and still only got 4 rounds. MongolZ are clearly here, full force.
And that wasn't the case when they arrived in Bucharest, so it is a sight for sore eyes. A team whose popularity has skyrocketed in recent years. Finally, for a second, looked human off stage. This had become their bread and butter. What's meant to be their playground was a sketchy start, but that kind of a half, that absolutely sends a message to the Falcons. You better bring your A game, because the MongolZ have tapped back into theirs. And unfortunately for Falcons, we have not seen their A game at this event. They've got a win over Rare Adam and Pain.
Mzinho is he's the clutch factor. He's the Jimmy. He's the cold Zera. He's a smart late round guy, sneaky lurker, plays well above his years. decoys, the final piece of this. Mcinho, playing committed. And surely going to get peeked, right? No.
Leaves a bit to be desired. TeSeS waiting for the flash. He'll pounce on it.
Wow.
Clean double kill to the USP swap. 2 more to take down, but he finds himself in the sight lines of the CTs. And Dexter disengages here with man advantage in their hand. Falcons sitting comfortably on site. We will get Blitz eventually in the mix of this retake.
Yeah, their job descriptions are outlined right now. Senzu has to win CT by himself. Oh,
that helps. They push forward. Dexter gets tagged up more so. Blitz is going to try to cause them to frantically come back. Dexter in the backdrop. Nico up close. It's all he needs, but no kid on the play. Jumps on it. He'll try it. I don't know if he's got this one. It looks a little too far gone, but he'll try his damnedest. Down to the white beep.
Oh, barely misses it. Well, he couldn't have had a better attempt considering the situation. Running right away. Close call here for Falcons. But it'll be 2 pistols for them on Mirage.
Good on TeSeS.
Oh.
Killer stuff from Blitz. If only a half second sooner. Mongols will mostly buy up behind this. 910 takes an extra second to get out of spawn here. Armored Scout, Armored M4 on Senzu.
So B play oncoming, but you've got one waiting to rotate underpass. An early smoke as well, and 2 in the site.
5-7 for Techno. Gonna get challenged. Oh, stops the jumping MAC-10. That's supposed to be your space creator. You're now down to the 3v5. They still try to emerge. Senzu leans back, continues to just fire off with the rifle. Triple kill from the catwalk. They tried to get it up in their aggressive stance. Dexter dances from sight with only one. A quad kill from Senzu on the solo rifle.
Wow.
The first nail in the coffin here for Falcons.
It's crazy how good looking that setup was for how many options they could have employed. It wasn't just a B stack. You know, it was 1 on cat, 1 in the site. Of course, everyone has to contribute their frags, but they had just a little bit of utility towards B. The smoke to delay. They had mid information. They had a potential underpass flank on B at the same time. Everybody was complementing each other while still being able to cover mid control, potentially rotate fast to A. You would expect Falcons, who came in winning the pistol, to start off with more control of the map.
Nico enters this series as the 2nd highest rated player at the event. Only trailing behind rumored soon-to-be teammate m0NESY. That duo's names continue to be up in the lights, but unfortunately, it's the floor that falls out from beneath Falcons. 910 and Senzu hold down middle with ease. 1 death on Senzu, so be it. TeSeS barely alive at this point. The Mongols will waste no time getting back into control as this second half now underway.
He'll just have to find a way to die. He's going to look for the classiest way possible, maybe with a deagle kill. It's crazy how nonplussed Mongols were after losing that pistol. It's like it never happened.
It's just the fact that Senzu never had anybody shoot back at him.
Yeah.
That M4 was allowed to just pluck players off the bomb site one by one.
It was so easy going.
Yoink.
So many distractions.
Yoink. And I think obviously made possible by the Techno 5-7 insight, like tracking the jumping player.
Yeah, TeSeS 15 seconds in this deagle. It's time to get moving, my friend.
Don't die after time.
Oh, they can hear him too.
Yeah, they want to kill him after time. They're trying to avoid him.
Man.
Oh, they're trying their best, but it actually ends up costing them one.
Yeah.
Now we can save the rifle. Okay.
Okay, that's the best possible situation for TeSeS. I think they played it correctly, though.
Sure.
You know, you honestly wish more teams did that. But
I don't know if Mara's convinced. He's looking down the line like.
Yeah, I mean, just because it doesn't work out doesn't mean it wasn't the right play. He had to. If he saved that deagle and didn't get a kill and didn't get an upgrade,
sure,
that's a loss. That's a real huge mistake. So scary moment, but TeSeS gets out with something.
Yeah, I suppose silver lining is it's not like it's helping them come through with a buy. It is still just TeSeS Kevlar M4. We'll see if that is enough. He's a player who turned heads in the Heroic to Falcons transition. And he tries to slip out with that M4 to set up the pistols to push. Palace player delayed for the time being. Dexter, however, into sandwich. TeSS perched up, top Tetris, bomb spotted. There's the flood, rifles down, but the pistols cut off on the cross.
Covered.
Not afforded their ability to push into the bomb site, which means Mzinho very low to health, but he'll stand his ground and hold.
Said, please help me, guys.
Please.
A very spammable position right now.
And it's all good.
Oh, come on.
2 bullets in that gun.
Wow.
1 taps Kixan out of the round. Unfortunately for Falcons, that TeSS M4 kind of dropped awkwardly, so Tetris player couldn't pick it up. Nico keeps getting peppered, and with his crosshair shaking, Mongols come at him. 11th round to the board with ease. Yeah. Nice support there as Mzinho felt flustered for only a second, but the teammates bailed him out.
They are fast rotators, these guys, man. They got each other's backs. Money's good, up a ton of rounds. Solid CT side so far. Haven't looked back since the pistol. And TeSS's money's so awkward. He's got a back 10 now to support this buy.
You know, Falcons kind of get dealt the short stick today. Falcons and FaZe, both teams, only 2 wins were versus Rare Adam and Payne. One gets to play Apogee, the other the Mongols. Tough luck. And Counter-Strike is always tough love. Game that waits for no one.
Guess the question is, would Kiyosuke have let this happen?
Money can't buy happiness, but maybe it can buy solutions.
All right, Techno, he's been a star anchor today. Some great shots, not that much action. Oh,
okay. What? That's also the catwalk player. Kixan activates the perfect moment. Blitz by Kixan. That's good rifle work for the IGL of Falcons.
Not too shabby.
There we go. Some gusto behind that one from Falcons. Va-va, boom. Out from the apartments. Lickety split.
Madon. What a move out of Kixan. We just heard like 3 dinks at once.
Yeah, it all happened so quickly. It's because the Galil's a bullet hose. Bada boom. Nico back into the action. So Falcons, not dead yet.
Nope. I wish I could be more worried about the Mongols in this game, but
worried about them or worried for them?
For them.
Yeah.
But like you kind of got to get those kills every round to make this comeback happen. Kixan's found himself in a crazy position this year. You know, sort of the talent.
Yeah.
On this lineup, I mean, setting it up for himself because it made him, you know, his team was very purchasable because of him and Saw and the core they had on Heroic, how good they were together. And that team would have been a very successful team this year by itself as well. But second time, Falcons have made a purchase of a core and then, you know, tacking on players after that. Kind of makes perfect sense. And Kixan will have a chance to, you know, see if he can really shine with a sort of no excuse lineup. Amount of skilled players that are going to be on this team. They're going to be scaring the hose.
Senzu waits for the walk up from underpass, which could come his way. TeSS looking stoic for the moment. There it is.
They're meant to feign the cat split, but that just drew their attention.
Blitz quick with it as well. Insta headshot on Nico, bottom middle. Nico officially the lowest performing player in this map. Tough go of it, and Blitz is just going to step forward through the fire, escapes into underpass.
How do you find that route?
No way.
He's out towards B.
It's because he's always 4 moves ahead. Magisk connects on 9-10. But the bomb is still not in their possession. Blitz is going to get hurt by Dexter. 35 seconds. Bomb could be scooped up.
Yeah,
they are recovering this from the 2 versus 5 to the 2v3.
The radar wouldn't have popped up right there for Blitz, but with Techno's kill.
Yeah, Magisk tries again, and MZ always deep down on that ramp, ready to catch Dexter off guard. MongolZ 6 map points.
Another round that's really just not close. An easy default victory here out of MongolZ with every peak they wanted to take. Again, this is Falcons, 2 pistols in this game. 4 rounds in the first half. That 2 of them look excellent in those rifles, but no consistency.
It's a shame for Falcons coming into this one that, you know, what they had been banking on was Nico carrying them, kicking and screaming.
Timing.
To recover their event. Ouch. From bad to worse. Kixan down for the count.
They're just not welcome anywhere.
Dexter, measly half health. Nico stuck here with a Desert Eagle, gets wall-banged out of the round and potentially the map.
Bullied.
Damn near impenetrable CT side coming out of the MongolZ. It's an attempt towards top middle. And there's the opening yet again. Magisk once more in a disadvantageous situation, trying to get the lifeline back in their hands. Off scours the field. Magisk has still got a little more left in him. And he's got more bodies down towards Khan. Nice tap. That's all Magisk so far. With the map on the line, Magisk steps up. And now it's a matter of figuring out where what's left of the MongolZ comes in from. You hear the rumbling of the retake over towards stairs. Incendiary will not find contact. TeSS locks in this top Tetris angle, letting Magisk ready for the swing. And now TeSS helping hands. It's a double dip from the Danes. A jump in from Senzu. This round, MVP, hands down, Magisk.
Incredible. Beats his nemesis in MZ as they take over the A site, and then he does not stop. Again, who knows what kind of performance he'd have today if MZ didn't exist. Just diametrically opposing every single attack that he was trying to put forth. Defense on the CT side. And here, as soon as he gets his revenge, he opens up entirely. Crazy shooting. That kill matrix will be nice to look at.
And a wobbly economy for the MongolZ to handle. It's going to be Falcons trying to skip a couple steps from pretty constant mid-play to just the all-in off-ramp.
So, unlike that last eco, there's a lot of attention towards A on this one.
Oh! No, Nico. Magisk softened up by it. That's bomb spotted in the palace. And everybody able to flood out through the ramp. No real challenge offered up from MongolZ beyond the MZ Deeg peak. Nico's going to be shaking his hand.
Oh, the bomb!
Eesh,
oh,
almost.
So close.
Almost. 1 health. Keeps Magisk on that bomb plant. TeSS flash through. Kixan turns it.
Saved.
A nice 180 to both sides of the ticket hold. Man disadvantage for MongolZ to handle. Will they take a sniff at this retake?
Yeah, with the palace layer here from Blitz.
Yeah, you think this element of surprise could damn well catch players off. They turn, but not in time to stop it. Blitz, he knows there's another one out here. Drops down onto Magisk. Dexter's up, over from ramp, but a tap of the bomb. Dexter doesn't bite. Hangs on for a second, and the block headshot in an instant. Falcons now 4 out of OT.
Woo! Maybe if you walked out with that up, he would have died slowly. Really nice shot out of Dexter. It looked like there was, if that kill came down right then, maybe time to go for another defuse. A valiant effort here for the MongolZ, but equally as impressive for the Falcons to get by on that one. It's all about Kixan's second kill in CT spawn, I want to say.
That was looking sketchy for a second when Magisk jumps through the smoke.
And just to let you know, any round's possible. No! You're joking.
Sorry, what did you just say?
Any round is possible with the MongolZ. That's just to let you know.
A little foreshadowing.
Oh my gosh, that timing, man. He's just in the zone, isn't he?
He's nearly caught up to Mzinho's performance.
Bro, how does that feel? Starting off every round, just he killed in mid. Like, you don't even see anybody. I think 910 hit a timing shot through the smoke.
Yeah.
Palace push. They're dumping this op just to go into emergency mode.
I'm going to take a guess and say it doesn't feel good.
Yeah. Oh, man. And oh, look at the stack it's following, though.
But surely it would feel worse if they didn't have still all the guns.
Okay, let's see if they take full
all the
advantage
nades
of this stack.
Mongols get the right pieces in place. That Desert Eagle in Techno 4K's hand freed up to take a forward corner. Blitz still thinking about other positions. So one of the two Desert Eagles will be coming in late. Techno, can he strike them down? Missed chances on the first two. Fire at the feet of many of these defensive players. All seems to be going well. The USPs could serve up a distraction here for Blitz. They don't pop off, and the cover is great. Falcons come through a pack of Mongols, and there's no sweat on the brow in this one.
No problem. No further disasters. Good thing they went for that extra rifle. And mollies were landed in the perfect spots. They could have just gone forward with a quiet walk up the rank if they were feeling a little bit too scared. But I think that's one of those spots where you don't care if you let them know you're coming. You just make sure that your utility lands in the right spot and then trust the fact that you've got better guns overall. Early A play, slowed down by this molly. Looks like they're going to go right after it, though. Lamp Flash geared up here from Degster. Let's see if Nico can get back in the game.
Looking to charge headstrong through. No defense showing itself just yet. Ooh, Mzinho at bat. Single kill this time. His multi-frags have tapered off. And Senzu's not afforded the deepest of angles. Not enough to clear Kixan and Tesses off of this. Flashbang keeps him at bay for the time being. And the Mongols, it's a daunting task. If they opt to commit to this retake, it's a flash to get them through the smoke onto Ticket. Kixan dead, and Techno trades out the Tesses attempt. Degster up, hits his shot. Senzu does the same. You've got Nico now sprinting in, lowest performing player in the server, and a smoke goes on top of bomb. Total denial of one of the best. The Mongols step forward with 6 map points, and they'll close on their 4th attempt.
Yeah, it got a bit hairy towards the end, but the Mongols have done it and closed out the first map. Falcons, there you can see it's high fives. Probably would have wanted a bit more of a high performance, particularly from their star man, Nico. But anyway, we're going to break it down on the desk. I think, look, honestly, it felt like just for large portions of that, except maybe like the last 4 or 5 rounds, Mongols are just better.
Way better. This is a Mongols team that I wanted to see from day one of this event. They've clearly played themselves into shape. Things got a little bit hairy for them because of the Falcons' light cosmetic comeback at the end, mostly propelled by individuals such as Kixan and Magis just kind of hitting bangers. Don't really have a better way to put it. And all in all, the Mongols showing that they had a more well-rounded game and that even their stars actually popped off in ways like Mzinho.
Yeah, he was absolutely a force, especially in that first half. You saw it from Apartments. I think, you could pick out 3 rounds, 3 different rounds were out of Apartments. He had really good highlights, just completely dismantling that A defense. And I mean, if anything is the Falcons special, it is winning pistol and losing the second round. They did it again both times.
Read my mind. I was going to bring that up. It's such a trend with them. It's kind of crazy, actually.
And I think the problem is, after a while, when that keeps happening, you start overthinking those rounds. You start getting a little bit paranoid. Like, you tried playing default, you would lose it. You tried doing an execute, you would lose it. Like, and in reality, you just need to sort of take every round as a new one. I mean, in this one, on the T side, they're doing a B split, with 4 players coming out of B apps, and as they're coming out, there's only one guy jumped out B apps, right? And he dies to Blitz with a 5-7, and the other 3 players are just all in apps holding Cat, where Senzu was with the M4, and he killed Kixan from Ladder Room. It's like, guys, you need to, commit to the bomb site, right? We need to take the bomb site, we need to plant the bomb, we need to trade this guy. It was just very, very poor fundamental CS.
Yeah, and look, I think at a time when we're talking about Falcons assembling a super team and they keep looking for firepower, it's like, okay, you're playing against the Mongols and the best guy on the server was Mzinho.
I mean, Mazinho has been just such a destructive force coming out of Palace in this game. It was pretty absurd. Last year, I dubbed Bit the Prince of Palace. I don't know. I guess Mazinho is the Mongolian warlord of Palace. I mean, there's got to be something to work with there. We'll figure it out.
We'll workshop it.
Yeah, we'll workshop that one, of course. But yeah, no, the way he exploded onto this bomb site every single time, it was just swift kills. Really, very little chance for the Falcons players to even get back into it. The only time he really got stumped was when they started just throwing 2 bodies at him. I think one time they double pushed Palace, for example, where they were trying to find a counter. But look at like the time to kill on these is just pretty absurd. Like most of these, vast majority, as soon as I say it, are headshots. Though most of them took a while. I mean, as soon as I bring up like the time to kill, of course it takes some sprays, but like no, like most of these are just instant pops to the face. Like that's what's so special about this kid. I was kind of disappointed one time when talking to Bit in a post-game interview. It's like, do you see a little bit of yourself in Mazinho? And he said no, and I was like, have you ever watched him? Like, you guys do the exact same things.
I think probably the other way around. Mazinho watching some bit demos, but yeah, I think if the one thing that Mongols have going for them is firepower, right? Like that's what you see time and time again when they're playing well. Everyone is so sharp, right? The weakest link is probably Techno, and that's not that weak of a link, right? In general, any of their players is able to step up to pop off, right? We didn't mention 910 or Senzu at all, right? And those are the main upper and the star player of the team. So yeah, just a team that has really strong fundamentals. They don't have a super, deep layered advanced game, but what they do extremely well, and that's what makes them strong.
You've got a round you want to talk about. We do that sometimes.
I mean, this is just the round that we've already kind of highlighted with, the round 14, you win the pistol, you lose the second one. Yanko kind of got into this one, and I mean, for good reason. I mean, this is just kind of a sad attempt from the Falcons where they get just completely stuffed. And by the way, guys, like, it's a minute 22 on the clock, and you got smoked at apartments, and you're still trying to make it through it. And I feel like, it's always kind of like in hindsight, your anti-ecos suck, but I feel like that's one where you can just say to yourselves, hold on, like, we don't need to force the issue here completely.
The smoke did nothing. Like, the guy just did throw a smoke to sort of buy time. He was alone in the site. If they were actually committed and someone was there to trade in, they would get the bomb down and then have a 3v4, right? But with the bomb planted, you still have rifles, you still have an opportunity. I think even the smoke was a little bit too deep for the first
It messed
guy.
up their space. The first guy just went through it. The other guys kind of lightly hesitated. So I think it did actually kind of chop up the hit, because the first guy that jumps into sight is he was past it. He did get past it, but the other guys were like just kind of hanging out there, almost like, do we do this or not? And I feel like they hesitate, even though, yes, the first guy, nothing really was affected by him. I feel like the other guys were like, do we or do we not?
I think they just like have commitment issues.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Relatable.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, though, I think that's one of the things that typifies a Falcons performance. There does seem to be a lot of indecisiveness in their play. It's something that, you can always tell it's not very fluid.
Yeah, absolutely, right. It's not as cohesive. I don't know if there's maybe communication issues too, that people are just not on the same page, right? One is pushing, other is pulling at the same time, and that's where you get the disconnect, and that's where you have gaps in your game that exist for your opponents to exploit.
I mean, the good news for Falcons, we can turn our attention to Dust 2, I believe. It's a map that they obviously like to pick. I think it's the one map where they actually look good. They've got some really impressive wins on it, but I do have to say I'm still doubtful, simply because of there's more going on with the team than just what's happening on the server right now. I think it's clearly influencing the way they're approaching these games, just looking at body language and kind of how they're interacting between maps, etc.
I mean, when they exit their team huddle, to go full body language expert, as soon as they left their team huddle, everybody was looking at the floor. Yeah. Like, I mean, that's not a team to me. I mean, I'm always interested, though, in just what they're able to pull off and why they think they're good at it. I know we're looking at the CT side, but the T side is where I feel like the Falcons, for me, were very convincing early in the season, but I was kind of then sort of let go, or I kind of let go of those feelings because Tessis towards B would just go for picks. Like when he first joined this roster, you could tell the honeymoon was in effect for him. He would really like just going for some kind of just jiggle out, just see if he can get a headshot onto somebody in the bomb site. And nowadays, I feel like he's been neutered. He just doesn't really go for those same kind of plays.
He's neutered himself, maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Unix in the chat, press 1. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. It's just completely changed in terms of vibe for him, and I feel like that's also representative of the team.
When he first joined, you know, we were calling him the Spray Lord and talking about how impactful he was and what a great signing he was. I feel like we haven't really said that about Tessis in a hot minute.
I still like him. I still do. I hold out for Tessis, but this might just not be the fit for him.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy. You look at that roster and you just think like, you know, you've managed to figure out Dust 2, but not really a lot else.
Yeah, I think also just talking about Dust 2, that B player being able to apply pressure on T side without, you know, having to telegraph it every time with the lurk smoke or something is really important, right? To keep the attention of the CTs to that area of the map. But let's see how much this has to do with, you know, Counter-Strike and how much with everything outside of it, right? Our Falcons just, you know, because there is no shame in losing to MongolZ, right? Is that how they're going to think about it? Or are they going to show some pride and be like, we're not going to go down without a fight? You know, we don't care who's on the other side. We feel like we can still win the game and stay alive in the tournament.
And to end the segment on a positive note, Maui, I'll get you to commit to it. You still think MongolZ are going to win in Bucharest?
They've powered up. Yeah, this is still my tournament favorite. I know that the first 2 days went abhorrently for them by their standards, but I think there was a piece or like an interview where they basically said a couple of the guys went back to Mongolia to hang out and they didn't really practice in that time. And so coming into this tournament, they were playing themselves into shape. Well, they're back in shape now. They're beating teams handily that they're supposed to be defeating.
Yeah. Okay, and can they do it on Dust 2?
Yeah, this is series over for me.
Yeah.
No, I think it goes to a third. I think Nico had a really poor first map. He had one clutch and that's it, right? I don't think he'll have 2 bad maps in a row, and that might be enough for us to see a third map.
All right, then. We're going to find out. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we see if Falcons can keep their tournament hopes alive here in Bucharest.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I've got the young Mongolian star, the headshot machine, the baby-faced assassin, Mazzino with me here, and we're gonna play lineup landing. Mazzino, how are you?
I'm doing great, yeah.
You told me you were home?
Yeah, I was home.
You had some time off, but you were still playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
A lot of wins?
Yeah, a lot of wins.
And you were playing to get the new cases,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, new cases, yeah.
No luck?
No luck.
Ah, damn it!
Yeah, damn it.
Well, hopefully you will have more luck in our game. So we're going to start by showing you one of the first pieces of utility. You need to tell me where it lands.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, ready.
All right, let's do the first one. Here we go.
It's B-doors.
Oh, yes. Okay. Easy. We can play it.
Instant B-doors.
Yeah. You got that quickly, man.
Yeah. We
This
play usually instant, yeah.
Yep.
We practice a lot. What? Maybe tempo?
Oh, you're on the right bomb site.
Maybe city smoke?
Ah, close, but we'll show you.
What the fuck is this line? Like,
huh?
Yeah.
B platform. That's a good smoke.
Yeah, good smoke.
All right, next one.
Second box Molotov.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's play it. You know that one.
Yeah.
Nice and easy. See, that one you got quick as well.
Short Molotov, Kogo. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
Maybe it's landing on top.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Good job. You even remember that it landed on top as well against both areas.
Yeah.
All right, now we're gonna go into a bit of Mirage.
Maybe connector?
Ooh, let's have a look.
Yeah.
Good stuff. You said maybe connector.
Yeah, it's like going to a con.
Yeah, that's good. Very good. All right.
Backside Molotov?
Yes.
And the flash Sam? Yeah.
So quick and easy. Boom.
Then flash is like...
And the flashes, yeah. Molotov into flashes, into rush. All right, the last one.
Last one?
This might be hard for you.
I think it's not instant G? T-ramp, I guess, yeah. I don't know which colors.
You don't know, okay.
Yeah, T-ramp, I guess, yeah.
It's
T-entrance.
T-entrance, yes,
Yeah,
perfect, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw it from the demo.
Yeah. Nice and deep in there as well. Well, damn, Zeno.
Yeah.
You were good, man.
Yeah.
You were very good. Only missed one.
Yeah, the whistle was...
That was hard.
Shocking, yeah.
But that's a new one. You can use that one.
Yeah, I can use that one.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you very much for playing Lineup Landing. And good stuff. You certainly know your utility.
Yeah, I do usually utility at some point, yeah.
And so we hit that critical point for the Falcons tournament life. Do or die on Dust 2. Launders, do or die?
I think it's die. Die.
I think it's dead.
This roster actually about to be reborn.
Yes, sir. That's the reality of the situation again. You know, I think the analyst desk kind of hammered it home. This isn't just a result of in-server mistakes, but also just kind of a beyond the game environment, perhaps. Is that to give Falcons an out, or is that just the reality of the situation? Who truly knows?
I think they just lost because they were worse. I don't think we saw anything where the Falcons where it's like, they weren't trying to come forward with an interesting game plan. They tried lots of stuff. They had some good rounds in there. They were just not as good as MongolZ almost every single time. MongolZ had Mzinho as the best player in the server. He was countering the best performance you could get out of Magisk. And in terms of strategies and everything else, I mean, their setups are just perfect.
I think
even all their ecos, they almost won. Almost every single one.
Yep.
That's scary.
Especially that round over towards the B site. That definitely kept the few rounds between MongolZ and the Falcons. That little comeback towards the tail end cut short, but they got half of the rounds they needed to get the overtime. Whatever the hell that's worth. At the end of the day, it was an absent performance from Nico that cannot be ignored. You are the star of the show. And he came in hot-handed. We'll see if this series ends up trumping his previous performances. Still trying to fire off from ramp. He'll go down with nothing. Luckily, Dexter's got it all. Triple kill from Long. On the hunt of the quad, Techno gets popped, and Dexter locks this in.
Yeah, solid, man. He got the clutch on Mirage. Got the 4K here. on Dust 2. That keeps hope alive. And Nico brought up, I don't expect Nico to have 2 bad maps in a row. That's something that you could always bet on. But that will be the question for Dust 2 for sure. He's got the most active position, playing A, rotating. He'll have lots of opportunities to fight and stop these rounds.
I feel like Mara's usually a standing coach, and for whatever reason,
Maybe he just had a kebab.
He's also just sat very close to the 2 players on the very end.
Oh.
His chair is like between them, like he's at the desk almost.
He's gonna make sure that they're trying.
Keep your eyes on that. I believe he's between Senzu and Techno, if I'm not mistaken.
I got a hiccup.
Deal with it. See, look at Mara right back there. That'd make me nervous, somebody that close to my shoulder. Watching your every move.
Yeah, he's really making sure. You guys trying? You better be trying. You too. I got 2 eyes, 1 for each of you.
And 2 hands, too.
Choke slam.
Nobody home for the frag grenade, but they will prod the Hornet's nest. That pack of Mongols players starts to split up. Towards tunnels they'll head. Magisk, better be careful. Could be caught out in the open here. It's just a Glock at the start of this, but there's a Deagle right behind it. The Glock dink happens. Magisk looking for an evacuation plan, will reel away. Opens up the B site to potentially get pushed, but they want a gun for him, so he drops a second body, and they're not able to exit through to the B site in time.
Kind of just got to fight now.
20 seconds to go. Kixan keeps his head tucked. And that's going to allow for the MP9 to keep on making money. There's some free kills for Nico. Let's get him back online, shall we? I think that's where Falcons' best chances lie.
Yeah, he needs some confidence kills. Feels like Dexter might do the rest of this game as well. He'll also be a really key player. Opping throughout this half. 9-10, I think he can be very fierce. Controlling T-side from Suicide. No op for him, though, on this round. Ogden play for Magisk. I love it. It's a solid gun for B, especially if you're going to be playing K-Sharp. Ouch. Senzu enters this round battle-scarred already. But with no vision on mid, this 3A lean, excuse me, won't last forever. Nico's already going into CT spawn.
Smoke pops above him. Ahead of the incendiary, though, goes 9-10. Flashes find Dexter. He is burning to a crisp. Puts it out, but has to stay inside that smoke. Temporary cover. Nice frag grenade damage on that pack of players at the front of this push. They'll find a blind one in the back. Another grenade. Nico just dunking damage on top of that pack. And so Techno comes sprinting over from the other half of the map. His entire team died in an instant. That is great pressure offered up by Falcons to give MongolZ the plant, but nothing thereafter.
Yeah, that just goes to show when the cash utility in spawn, like, you can't just walk up A in that same fashion, not expect some adversity. Nicely done here from Nico. It looked like he was going to maybe fight on the jump up, but came in a bit late. This looked like a great timing for the Mongols, but the counter utility was just, that's the only thing you really need to speak of. Dexter, 6-0, 3 rounds in.
It's a great start for him individually. Much better go of it here for Nico as well, so trying to set up between maps. Dexter opening kill once again. That is Blitz down hard. And Blitz entered this with a purchase. Xenio looking for that gun. Or just at least the util.
For the amount that people try to win that, you just don't see people win it anymore. Coming into long, unless you have an op, you know. Such a CT favored engagement.
Magisk Og.
Careful with your ammo, they are ready to go. Kicksan in the back. This should be a great setup, but now they know the AUG is still here.
Kicksan got dinked, doesn't matter for him. Bomb dropped in front of the AUG. And while the execute lands, the Mongols kind of fizzle out before they're even able to get the push started. Nice kill from Kicksan and from Magisk, limiting losses here in the 4th round. Desert Eagle's still ready to go, but it's looking like only the one. Scout shot out of Senzu. In the end, it will connect, but you're giving Nico some runway, and Falcons looking a bit scary here for the first 4.
This is great, man. It's like Mirage never happened. They look so strong. Their setups look good. Their aim is right there. Utility's on point. I'm not seeing a way in here for the Mongols. I think that, well, that's not true. I think there are some mid-timings that they could try to pull off, especially if Falcons are going to lean A lot of these early rounds. And it's another round, actually, where 9-10 doesn't come up with an op. Pushing a lower here for Kicksan. And they miss a flash. Oh, that's a deep smoke, but they can see behind it. That's too deep. Uh-oh.
Magisk a bit flustered now. Op's gonna give a bit of cover, but only the one. And the rifle itself bested, so Mongols remain adamant. Better be careful, Blitz runs back. And you had Kicksan hunting him down. Jumps into the smoke temporarily. We're gonna get TeSeS trying to give himself a smoke to exit through doors with, but he opts not to follow through immediately. A little double up here from Falcons in the tunnels. TeSeS lines up a kill through smoke. That could suddenly distract the Mongols enough for the retake to come out. Molotov down in front of him. One runs forward, dies. The window player pauses, only then to fall next. Nico still with nothing here to work with. Blitz puts the last one in the coffin, and the Mongols on the board.
Yeah, definitely a scary spot. That's a different way to smoke the tunnels, but when you smoke that deep, you got that full vision behind it. It looked like Magisk was almost in place to get the full punish off. But yeah, you've got to be worried about. You always got to be wary of where the mouth of the smoke is. If it landed at the other end of the tunnels, Mongols don't even try this because they've got to get so close to the end of the tunnels before they can explode through it. I think this is just the exact opportunity they were looking for, unfortunately. Unfortunately for the Falcons, that is. Nice one.
Again, Long just continues to go the way, but hey, you've got a recovery this time at least.
Crazy, still 3A on this setup.
TeSeS just kind of sticking around in that smoke, gets blasted out of the round. Counter-terrorists will find out that it's clear for the taking. Burning out back blue just to guarantee it. All the while, Mongols slipping down middle with no real hesitation so far. How alone does Magisk feel in this moment? Bit of catwalk presence to continue to keep those CTs preoccupied. Op holding the mid push out. Degster just about to take the angle. Senzu's waiting for him. Oh! And that headshot is instant.
Oh my god.
Now Techno ready to go with 9-10 behind him. Bomb soon to hit this site. It is all Magisk. And for the time being, Mongols still a little delayed out middle. At least he's able to hold off the one. Second gets away from him. Memzinho able to split up through site. And that's an op save queued up here for Falcons. Mongols consecutive round wins.
Wow, Senzu is a terror, man. Waiting for the op to peek him. It's almost as if he knew it was an op that was going to hum his way, and he was still confident he would hit that bullet. You saw how carefully Degster came to win that duel. Walking, scoped in the whole time, and yet still stood no chance at all. We got Get Right in the building.
Just peeked his head in the door. What a
Say hi.
Terrorists win.
Am I officially a caster now?
Yeah.
Is this how it works?
Yeah, we're going to give you Launder's day rate.
Wait, I'm getting paid now? Even better. Wait, what?
No.
Dude,
no,
Launder.
Get out of here. Hey, get the heck out of here.
Your Get Right impression's getting so good. What the heck? Get Right in the building. Who let that guy in the house?
No fans in the studio.
You want an autograph? Line up. Get Right in the house.
Is that why they called a pause?
I don't know. I was like, I'm looking back like, wait, did we miss anything? Where are we? Christopher has...
Was that Get Right? Call a pause.
Oh, shit. Okay, now what if you put on one of the players' headsets? Get right, just causing a
Am I
storm
a player now?
here in the PGL studios. Alrighty. Christopher Allison. My man. Where were we? 2 consecutive rounds for the Mongols. 4 out of the gate for the Falcons. A test for Magisk again. How much has this guy been kind of getting pummeled on both the CT sides, right? From defending A site back on Mirage in the face of Mzinho. He's doing as good a job as he can, we said back on map 1, and he's still held the line more often than not so far here on Dust 2.
Yeah, oftentimes it's just so solo.
Yeah.
Right? Like that last round, his aim on the first kill was beautiful in Techno, but
just so targeted all the time. And
like right now, he's just by himself. Man.
Yeah, this round's going to be no different, but they don't clear him immediately. Door player comes out. Good shot from Senzu. Better from Kickman.
Oh!
Stands the ground.
Woo! Oh, they're hyped about that. That is unbelievable out of Kicksan. It looked like Magisk was alone, but in spirit, Kicksan was right there. Came through the door at the perfect opportunity. That is disgusting, right? He made that. He probably made that kill feed look like it was an anti-eco.
It's another one where Magisk gets the first kill, but he also gets 2 assists on Kicksan's first 2. Softens them up so that that M4 magazine can collect all 4. No reload needed when they're tagged up. Blitz. Oh my God! Jumps.
He didn't even take damage.
How? How does he do that?
He goes unheard. He didn't touch the fire.
Firewalker. And then he's going to come through the smoke. Dexter kills him. All right, 100 health, so be it.
Good for Dexter to be watching that, you know, especially with no audible.
Techno making sound at the bottom of middle, plenty of players with him. You've got this Nico crossfire set up with Kicksan. Dexter's off not too far away. Magisk in the background gets hit. 910 drops the first player up close, and Nico's not going to let them escape for free.
I mean, they might know. 2 at least over on the A site.
Magisk low HP as well.
Oh, and he dies, takes that fight early.
Oh, 910 just survived more damage. Not only hit by an op early on, tagged up through that mid door. Mzinho awaiting the challenge on the doorway. Senzu's got to try to find a road for that bomb to cross. He gets popped here by the car. 45 to the clock. Mzinho keeps fighting, low HP, and it gets cleaned up by Tesses. Op rings out yet again, but 910 removed from the bomb site, removed from a post plants. Falcons able to fight tooth and nail for this B-hold.
Yeah, such a scary spot. And once again, it's this time it's not Magisk at all, and he has lots of help coming in through the door. Dexter just quietly having the cleanest scoreline ever, 10-2.
Techno 0-8.
Yeah, true. Someone's having a good day, someone's having a bad day.
As is life.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, looks like Falcons had a great break. They've come in fresh-faced.
It's nice to see a glimpse of the team that started to convince us that they would be playoff regulars. Their run in Cluj-Napoca, you know, new heights for a Falcons roster, finally in a grand finals. Some inconsistencies since, but today just, or rather this event, was getting scary for a second. You know, one of the things we said was that with the rumors of players leaving Falcons, it's going to be important that if this is the last match we see of you, to perform well. Well, even on that loss back on Mirage, Dexter 1.28 rating. Look at him go here, off to the races, 10-2, and it's a race towards top mid for Kicksan. We say he's a fragging in-game leader, but now he's doing it tenfold. Smoke to the doorway to still try to put the bomb down. Mongols may be losing bodies top mid, but it's a post plant nonetheless.
It's a fast flank in the tunnels here. See if they're going to be aware of it.
It's not a great post-plant position for the player towards Car. Bomb behind the pillar. 9-10.
Molly
Ooh, it
does
doesn't
nothing.
spread. He's just going to keep watching that jump up.
His incendiaries are useless, honestly. 9-10, well, he's still going to hit the shot.
And will. TSS finds his. 9-10 doesn't need to peek. They play off of Senzu holding the entry, and Degster just waiting for that back flat swing.
Uh-oh.
It happens, and a missed shot.
Uh-oh.
Twice. Degster on top of it. Jumps for the defuse. Another clutch from Abdul.
Ooh, man, 2 chances there for 9-10. Second one was a little harder, but the first one was a gift. That's something you can't afford. I was feeling bad for the Falcons there with the incendiary landing at the back of the site. And this play takes place because Mzinho thinks that it's the Cat player who takes attention, not Kickstand, who's just beneath him under Cat.
Let's go!
Money keeps flowing for the Mongols, but the rounds keep racking up on Falcons. Degster just lights out. And he'll be posted right here on the corner to try it yet again. Missed shot from Degster, opens the door. 9-10 into elbow quick. He's got a teammate with him. Nico comes back though to pick up the slack.
Wow, after image flash, Nico, unfazed.
Wastes no time. Pops the first Mongols player. Techno slips out through the mid doors, but there's a lot of attention turned towards him at this point. We saw a similar setup from the Falcons. Bode well. Push the Mongols back. Again, looking to interrupt it. Magisk on his own, concerned about the tunnels. Nico trying to find vision through that smoke. He just opens up a small gap, and Magisk has to then fight off-site. Mzinho 1v3, but dead to the TSS smoke spam.
He's fully covered, man. Oh, Falcons did such a fantastic job. Everyone there, I mean, again, it's a spot where Magisk appears to be totally alone after, you know, the crossfire gets dismantled, but there continues on this flood of players from the A site, putting pressure on Nico, diving in through the smoke to help out with that crossfire in the first place. And then Magisk just entirely pulling guard to get the 2K outside the site, getting his kills one way or another. Anytime possible, Mongols are trying to find a way to mid-B versus him, but you got to give it to Falcons. The rotations have been impeccable. Oh my.
Okay.
What? Wow. Well, TSS literally standing in front of the smoke. That's got to be a demo kill. Mzinho just like, all right. I know what he's trying.
Op gets traded. Nico gets flashed. Blitz doesn't pounce on him fully, but the second flash,
he got it
still. But then he tries to change guns before he's around the corner. Magisk off of his bomb site. 1 kill deep in this 1v3, but he's got 5 health to collect the next 2. Very desperate as the Mongols sit pretty on the brink of a 3rd round win. Just layered attack on that long corner. And unfortunately for Nico, he could have made all of the difference, but gets caught jumping away with his knife out.
I mean, he was lucky to even get that second kill. He only came to and saw it. Unreal that Falcons nearly won that situation as well. Feels like a bit of Mongols and what they did to them on Mirage.
Terrorists win.
Dust2 looked at as pretty much the only place that they could go. That would, you know, make it difficult for the Mongols. Well, it seems like it's a great place to go. Falcons extremely comfortable.
Plenty of tests thrown Magisk's way. Steps up to most of the holds every single time. Most of the time, probably maybe. Catch my drift?
Call me maybe?
No.
Carly Rae Jepsen? Is that what? Yeah, I got it.
Just keep it coming, Magisk. Yet again, very lonely job over on that B site. Tessus gets bested by Mzinho in back-to-back rounds. You know, starting to find a little bit more success on this long corner. This isn't really something Mongols were too adamant about at the start of the game, but adapting slowly away from that B site after Falcons found consistency.
Two players spreading into tunnels, coming back late. This push off Cat surely is going to go all the way, considering the guns.
Techno concerned about middle, but the threat's really right above him. Kixan just atop. Oh, they didn't look straight
didn't
down.
Even see him. Okay.
Luckily, Kixan covers it. Techno just kind of caught there. 910's not able to stop them from falling away from it. Do the Mongols leave long because of this?
3B or 3A, they know for sure. And there's the B
That's
player
matches
dead.
though. B player dead, right? Op's going to take an angle in the CT spawn. Nico trying to move down along the wall. Does catch 910 off guard. And there's that pit activation from Mzinho. Now they could try to go up Cat.
You just missed that.
Kixan's able to hold back. Galil, all he needs. Gets into the site for a second. Set up by the flash top ramp. Mzinho's going to get his. But Degster's there to trade back. And it's only 10 health here for Blitz with 15 seconds on the clock. Now they've lost track of him. That much is for sure. But he tries to drop to spawn. Go! Hold on. He knows where the last player's at, but he has to get the plan. Dexter comes back. Dexter fights.
What?
All he has to do is survive. He'll take it on his terms. His whole team wondering why, but it works.
What? After he dropped in a CT spawn, there is literally no way he could have planted that bomb. Degster, nice shot.
Nice shot. That's the confidence of a man who finishes the half 15-3. You take Degster in all his glory, in all his different forms, for better or for worse.
One last time.
You play with fire, expect to get burned. Why do you look so concerned over there, Launders?
Just hot.
Oh. Yeah, Falcons raising the temperature in Bucharest. This catch, that could have gotten very awkward.
It's a pretty bad round here for the Mongols, though, right? 910 goes out. There's a couple moments where they know they have B. There's 3 players up Cat. They kill Magisk in mid, and then they have the Op try to kill the rotators from A, but that's early. They could have taken any angle they wanted to for that fight, so they really rushed that situation.
Nice. Mzinho, quick execution of the Magisk fight. Kixan gets revenge. Kixan's really not taking any prisoners here on map 2.
His aims look good.
And he's going to try to clip off another one down towards spawn. Instead, he offers over man advantage. Fast rotation. Nico takes it back. Senzu just going to send the bullet over the lip of ramp. And then those Berettas in sight look to get going. They'll best the clock. Turned off by Senzu.
Damn.
And the Mongols let them have it.
Oh, 2 shots Senzu hit were beauties. Nico on the ramp, Tessus on the flank. And just like that, the game is possible again.
Yeah, team split the pistols here on Dust 2. Tap.
Yeah, you can see from the energy, they believe it.
Plenty of reason to. On their best day, the Mongols can quite literally beat anyone. So long as it doesn't happen on a stage. But we'll get there.
Yeah, I mean, you said their best day. So.
Or maybe possibly they'll never win a major tournament.
So for the record, I did not say that. Scrawny did. And I don't know why he said that.
There's one, but the MP9 offered over. Mongols trying to scuttle this force buy of the Falcons. Or not even force, excuse me, just a couple deagles. It's that Kixan scout that had me convinced. And it sits here waiting for someone to move. That would be Senzu to try and go offer help to Techno. A Techno who's going to have 3 Falcons players charging at him through the tunnel's exit. Senzu does get able to cross. Kixan kind of turned around, concerned about his flank, and that's what allowed the site to get bolstered by a second. But the dinks come through, and that Desert Eagle of Nico finds 2 kills on the attack. Kixan's able to get out through the doors, tucks into the cutout. You've got 2 rifles on the retake. No way that's what happens. You've still got the M4 retake queued up, but a scout no scope. And Falcons looking to give the Mongols a taste of their own medicine to win with less. He's able to get down through the window. Desert Eagle off the mark. Second player head tuck, back car, now dead.
What?
He's got him up close. USP for the clutch.
Oy, that's a little messy.
And Mzinho able to jump on this one. It is costly, no doubt, but it's a 5th round nonetheless here for the Mongols.
I think that's such a key clutch right now. Mad just had no idea where he had gone. I guess it's tough to know when you're supposed to help out Nico in that spot. Knowing your job is to make sure you don't die from the door, but
that's crazy.
That shot was so ridiculous. They don't have to be too pressed about it. That was house money, kind of.
Falcons on the 9-5 lead, go catwalk this time. And Senzu sitting lower tunnels.
He does not know that they're okay. They just walked the whole way.
Op misses.
Uh-oh.
Twice. Now it's an open invitation on this A site. Frantic rotation,
Yikes.
but not a single kill. Oh boy, Mongols dropping the ball on this one so far.
2 dinks they know about for sure.
Yep. But just the way Senzu had his back turned towards middle, like the threat of the walk-up wasn't even possible.
They didn't use any nades. They didn't use any nades to get up Cat. There was no noise.
He's left flabbergasted here in this one.
But this is also the round that could have been saved from 9-10. Just having a pretty nightmare map, to be honest. Missed a lot of op shots so far.
Uh-oh, Techno. It's a good distraction for Blitz to come out. But they seem to all dodge him. Oh, they take his gun.
Everywhere. Yeah, you didn't need to hunt that.
I think it's because they felt so close and so distracted. Like that was supposed to be easy for him, but I mean, they keep their heads an inch away from his angle.
Oh, looks like a pretty perfect call here. I just thought, well.
Why was that the perfect sound effect?
Yeah, it was great. He's a little cartoon character. That's yeah, it's a bit more than awkward. I mean, it really shines a spotlight on 9-10's performance so far. Still maybe time to turn it around, but moments like that are the easier ones. Good call, though, from Falcons. Like, completely silent round up until they turned the corner on Cat, not anticipating any control. There had to be some tell there.
Bit more forward this time. Mongols just scouring outside long with the scout. Nico catching the right timing, and Kixan here to cover it all. So Mongols starting to feel like they are being forced to make moves, and Falcons not being caught off guard by those decisions.
And here's that better second map out of Nico.
Thank goodness.
I mean, him, Degster, Kixan, they've all been pretty much infallible this game.
Tapping back into the performance we've got from him throughout the rest of Bucharest. Senzu not able to collect a second 157, desperate to stop the crossover, but that is already Kixan on site. Good cover by Degster in the backdrop. So 3 players for Falcons, sitting on 16 frags Make it 17 now as Nico goes off with the cleanup duty. Falcons an 11-5 lead. Dust2 looking rock solid. Some of the best that the Falcons has to offer. And it's
just pure cartoon characters in this game. There's still a game that could have been recovered. A couple of very minor mistakes that just are amplified by the loss of the pistol, by the mistakes in the first half as well. But I don't know how much resolve Mongols have left at this point. They'll be forcing down. Not a very handsome buy. It's another scout here for Senzu.
Ouch. Utility damage, quite immense. Kicksand, though, going to keep on fighting. 5-7 betters him. And Tesses down into the pit now. Better stay small. Not a lot of health to work with here for Magisk or for Tesses. Not a lot of guns for the Mongols. That scout from Senzu looks for its victim. Fireworks. This is a good kill for Blitz to try and chase. You know the op is up here. Doesn't feel like he's still looking around from the pit. I think Blitz might be able to catch him off guard. And then you've got an op to try to hold sight. You turn that thing around if the cap play was able to hold back, but now with that gun out on the field, it's going to have Falcons turning direction again.
Yeah, trying to do it slowly, but eventually it's just about getting to
Techno, though, he's going to catch him.
Spot.
Now that op's going to have the door crossed. Do the T's have nades? No, they don't. Not a smoke. Whoa, missed chance for Blitz. But the bomb is still yet to cross. Techno's got a gun. Falcons could drop this. Magisk has 37 health to cross. Good thing the flash found its target. Nico gives cover. Mongols knocking on the door of this retake. Blitz continues to try to find a way. And that Molotov's gonna fluster Nico ever so slightly further back. Techno gets the better of him. Magisk down, and the Mongols scoop up that op, run it to the other side, and save this one to keep this game closer.
That's a pretty incredible round, man. That's really squeezing water from Stone here. Mara instantly goes into the timeout, not expecting to take this victory so early. A lot of things had to fall into place to make that possible, but they may have created an opening where there really didn't seem like there would be one. Match point is denied here for the Falcons. They'll have to do it versus a full buy if they want to beat Mongols now.
Luckily, Falcons still money to go through for the rebuy, but
yeah, because they win this round, it's going to have, they get an op now. That would have been possible if they were just in a
this kill
loss-win situation. Wow.
Nice stuff.
Brilliant here from Techno. He had a very slow start on the game.
Double op setup, though, for the Mongols. Talk about a kickstart economically. That's Degster's sniper on the field. And I feel like the Mongols still remain one of the teams that implores the double op more than anybody else.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they do it like it's old school, honestly. They don't mind spending the money.
Especially when Degster gives them one for free.
And to be honest, I think 9-10, you need someone to offset. Well, he gets back on his feet.
See if it's too late. You've got Nico on that box right in front of you. 9-10 steps out into it. Oh, another missed opportunity from 9-10. He has dropped the ball.
Is brutal.
On this A defense yet again. Mzinho will try to play into the long doors. Gets the better of Magisk at least with the MP9 of all things. Deep CT peek from Nico. He wants to end this. To take a 12th on his terms.
9-10, brutal misses, man.
I mean, it's
Nico's
one thing to be caught off guard. You know he's on that box. You're
Also,
stepping right into it.
Yeah, he's also not even peeking for you. He's looking deep into CT spawn. Again, it's one of those situations kind of hard to talk about the rest of the round when such a critical moment opportunity is just missed.
Down goes the second sniper. Mongols completely cleared out. Nico saves this one. Or is it more so 9-10 fails it?
Yeah, he doesn't get any of those kills. If this play goes correctly. Nine-10 probably looking at that kill, be like, ooh,
yeah.
Ooh. Sorry, guys.
Oops. Meanwhile, you've allowed Nico to absolutely tear it up this second map of the series. Maybe Mirage was the anomaly. Yanko said, odds are we won't get it back-to-back maps. Dead on. 22 frags and counting. With the 12th round allocated to him. Damn near alone. Magisk leads back, wary of Mzinho and this pressure he throws out into the long doors, but Magisk so concerned about long doors, he'll still push down into the back of Blitz. His double kills connected. That pesky 5-7 takes its swing, and this is the Falcons queuing up a convincing Dust2 victory. All of the shortcomings, all of the criticism, but Dust2 remains the kingdom for the Falcons. And it falls on 9-10 and Techno to stop this, but both these players have been struggling throughout this second map of the series. With playoffs on the line, Ancient waits to dictate which of these two teams can step forward to the top 8 finish.
Wow, both players missing this.
And Nico's gonna go ahead and collect some free ones, so here we go. Falcons respond back, not to go down without a fight. Two teams that at the start of the event, maybe we both anticipate getting to playoffs. Now only one slot left over, and Dexter and Nico combined excellently here in this second map to make sure this series goes the distance.
Yes, an air of inevitability about that one very early on. Falcons, I think that star they've got on their jersey must just be, look, we've got one map we can play. It turns out it's Dust2, because every time I watch them play on this, I just ask questions about where these protocols are on any of the other maps in the pool.
The star is just, it means they need one more star on the roster.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think for this game in particular, it's also the Mongols. This is their clear and obvious weakness. It's actually a big problem for them right now in their map pool. If they go up against a team that's good on Dust2, they will have, you know, a very difficult time managing to overcome that. And I think you saw also Falcons, once they're actually, well, actually they didn't even win the second round after winning pistol because the Mongols went for an eco. But once they don't lose that second round, once they get to a good start and have some economy behind them, right, it looks much, much better.
Yeah, and I think as well, there was just like some great individual moments. You know, Dexter made some questionable decisions, but you know, if you win the fights, it doesn't matter which fights you take. And obviously, Nico, you said it best, Yanko, he won't have 2 bad maps in a row, and he absolutely didn't. He took over this game.
It's exactly like Yanko foretold that the
prophecy.
Yeah, the greatest rifler of all time is really never going to go out of a series with just not showing up whatsoever. On the other hand, for the Mongols, I mean, they've got problems probably in terms of tactics, but just the glaring issue for me on this defensive side was, man, 9-10 on Cat. Like, how many times did he have an opportunity to just shut down the advancements of people like Nico, and he just misses? Like, they weren't even necessarily difficult shots. It just kept trying to, like, encroach, kept trying to move forward. And I think still people to this day, when they talk about sub-tick or 64-tick in CS2, it's hard to approach with an op. It's just hard to like walk into an angle because riflers just bang your head out. I don't know if that's move speed or the model necessarily, or just the fact that if you do frame perfect counter strafe, it doesn't register as fast as possible, but bullets disappear in this game a little bit more for oppers, and 9-10 seemed like his were just going everywhere.
I mean, even if you remember that round on Mirage, right, where he on mid towards Tessis on Cat had a couple of misses, it just looks weird. But yeah, definitely a huge part of the Mongols' struggle on Dust2 as well. And for the Mongols, it feels like one of their main obstacles is the mental. Right, like they tend to, big arena games, maybe sometimes they will choke, but I think more worrisome for them is that they tend to tilt and get frustrated, right? Like if things go wrong and then individuals start losing patience. So for 9-10, he's going to have to show some mental fortitude going into the third map, right? Obviously, his team is going to need him and be able to bounce back from this if they're going to win this series.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nico, you know, he always has that great mentality these days. Like you say, he doesn't go missing for too long and always finds a way to get himself back into a series and propelled his team to victory here.
On top of that, though, Nico's got a lot of highlights in this one, which we're watching right now, but there were a couple other people that stood out. I mean, when we were deciding on who we wanted to highlight as a player, Dexter, despite kind of having, again, some questionable decision-making in certain rounds, he hit a lot of great shots.
Yeah.
Really had to just see a sliver of a player before he was able to take him out. And also, I thought Kixan, towards the B defenses, was able to actually also come up huge. So a couple guys that were able to kind of shock and make sure, like, I'm glad to see Dexter is just fighting for it, you know, whether fighting for it means this map or this tournament or for potentially another job after this Falcon stint. Every single round, it seems like he's giving it what he's got.
I mean, the real hilarious thing, of course, would be if the Munacy report was totally wrong.
True.
and we've just been talking about it the whole tournament, but no.
The pushing the wrong narrative is what we do here.
Yeah, exactly. No, but I think for real, you know, we were kind of talking about this a little bit in the green room, you know, like what do you do in Dexter's position? How do you keep your mentality positive when it's almost a foregone conclusion you're being replaced? I've got to give him a lot of credit. I think he's been very professional here, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely so. And I think, you know, it's not an ideal situation or a position to be in, but I think you always just do what's within your power, right? Like Ken Dexter, well, the only thing he can do is play to the best of his ability, work hard, right? And then the chips fall where they may, right? If a team decides to replace him despite all that, well, then you did everything you could, right? You have no regrets about your time spent on a lineup. And I think also you're putting, you know, stuff out there for other teams, seeing how invested he still is in the team's result and performance at this event, even though he is most likely getting replaced, I think speaks to his character and what sort of a guy he is.
Well, I mean, what he could do, I mean, you say, like, what else could he do? I mean, he could give up. That's another thing. Like, that's another, I mean, he could just...
We have seen it.
Yeah, we
many such cases.
I mean, at the very beginning of this event, it kind of felt like, okay, Falcons are just looking on to the next project, but now they're one map away from making the playoffs, and that's a position that I don't think, if anybody was going to bounce back, it felt like the Mongols from O2 were going to be the team to make the comeback. Now Falcons is tied with them in a series like this, and that would be, in my eyes, disastrous for the Mongols to just lose right here off of a really bad start.
But this is just a quick thought exercise. Where are some of the guys that have presumably given up, you know, in a similar situation, right? Snappy is in NIP. Madden doesn't have a team still from that roster. Sun Pius is in the Sangal/Heroic team, right? Struggling to attend some of these events. Like, I'm not saying those guys are necessarily, but it's, you know, that's the situation in which you find yourself if that's sort of the vibe that you're giving out, you know, to other people out there or behind the scenes, if that's what's talked about. So yeah, I think coming into this last map, again, the pendulum shifts over to the side of the Mongols because Ancient is one of their favorite and one of their best maps. And this is where, for Falcons, you know, Nico in G2 played B, both as an anchor on CT side and as on the T side, and he switched over to mid in Falcons and has struggled to find the impact and the output that he has on, you know, some of the other maps that Falcons play.
Yeah, well, let's highlight that. Obviously, yeah, the decider is going to be Ancient, so it's kind of an interesting one. I think the point Yanko's making about how they are still trying to really figure it out and find that second map and bet in and get the best from their players. It's tough, but with the roster they've got, I still always have those high expectations for them.
Right, and with the, I mean, with the Falcons, even though I would still say that they are not the favorites here, they're the underdogs going into this final game, it feels like they've powered up pretty substantially in the series. And even if, say, Nico is going to have some trouble with mid, I think Blitz is, you know, he's got that reputation as a fragging in-game leader, but I've seen him actually drop some stinkers on this map, and it's up to sometimes the other players who really have to actually carry the burden of getting some rounds over the finish line. Like, Mazinho is such an X factor in terms of his lurks towards that A side side of things. Obviously, as their best player, Senzu is instrumental with the B takes, but like this could be a time when honestly Nico actually does find a lot of impact. Because yeah, I think head to head, him versus Blitz. Yes, he's foreign to the position, but Blitz is not. He's not the best mid taker in the world. He's just competent.
Well, I was going to ask you, Yanko, what is it you think he's not doing in this mid position on this map?
I don't know. Sometimes it just seems that the most awkward things happen, right? Where it's some spam smoke, sometimes getting shut down by utility, right? I think if Nico has one flaw as a player is that very rarely will you hear him not wanting to fight for an area on the map, right? So if you as the opponent know that, you put some extra utility in play and some extra numbers, and you can probably shut him down, you know, with a little bit more ease. So yeah, I think for me, having a player like that, I don't want to go somewhere where there's smokes, mollies, HEs, flashes all the time, right? Like it's better somewhere you can maybe isolate the fight and play a little bit more to your aim. So yeah, I think perhaps it's just a little bit more patience at times and just getting some more reps in terms of how people take mid.
Billy, though, I mean, just big picture regarding this whole how this is brewing. I feel like Falcons, if they lose here, people are just gonna kind of write them off in terms of they're going on to probably signing m0NESY, and they at least have that to look forward to. If the Mongols lose here, after not making the playoffs at the Blast Open Lisbon, that was the warning sign, and now it's maybe time to raise a bit more concern if they actually miss this too.
It's not even concern. It's like raise expectations. I think Mongols should hold themselves to a higher standard. I do think
they made playoffs for every tournament since Shanghai before Lisbon, and this could be 2 tournaments in a row where they missed the playoffs. When they were my tournament favorites, I think they were in everybody's top tier at the bare minimum for expectations for this event.
They were favorites in my book too, but let's put it this way, you know, even if there was a lack of urgency coming into this tournament because you thought you're going to have an easy way into the playoffs, and then when you're going to start trying or whatever, then maybe they just don't have the mentality to be the champions and to be real contenders, right? If that's how you think at the back of your head, like that you've made it there and now you're in this, I don't know, tier of teams. And by the way, no team can have that approach these days, right? Like all these guys are dangerous. Just look at Apogee and what they did, well, to Mongols amongst other teams. So then that tells you they just don't have that killer instinct. Like they're just content with being up there, getting the prize money, the sticker money and everything, just living the good life back home. So yeah, you don't want that to happen because the mentality is the thing that's important in making that last step.
Yeah, ever since they raised the trophy in Berlin for that event, I kind of feel like I want to see them do that more, and I want to see that fire that they had in their belly afterwards. It's kind of been a little bit complacent, and we are about to find out. We're going to go to a break. One of these teams will be going home. Will it be Falcons? Will it be Mongols? We're going to find out on Ancient. See you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's lineup landing time, and I've got Nico from Falcons with me here. And I chose Nico because last time we had a fun game, you got very competitive, you weren't happy with the result, but this one I think will fit you very well. Am I right? This is good for you?
The last time definitely didn't go my way, didn't go as expected, and this time around I should do better.
Yeah.
I should do better, but again, let's see what you cooked here.
All right, so let's start this, and the first one is Dust 2.
This one, I would say B split smoke.
Where's the smoke? Like B split smoke? Yes. Where's it landing?
I think it's on the ground.
Let's have a look at it.
This is not how we throw it, at least. Don't go on the box. Don't go on the box. Don't go. Yeah, nice.
There we go.
I was right.
Accurate, even to not being on the box as well.
Just don't use this smoke, guys. It's not good enough in CS2.
All right, we're moving to Nuke next.
Actually, this smoke I have never seen, but I would assume that it goes for Heaven.
Okay, I like it.
And I would say that it's going outside Heaven to cover, so you cannot peek tier it.
Even though you haven't seen it, you gave very good, accurate analysis on it.
Let's go.
Boom. Perfect of what you said. Ancient.
This smoke should be the CT smoke on A side.
Yep, let's play it out. And we just keep ringing the wins in for Nico on this one.
Let's go 3 out of 3.
All right. Next one, we're moving to Inferno.
Okay.
I know this is a map you love, but do you know the utility for it? You're normally the one fighting.
Yeah, this should be the D banana smoke that covers both pit and banana entrance.
Let's have a look at it. Was he perfecting it further?
But again, I don't use this smoke.
Someone usually throws this smoke for you?
Yeah. But yeah, that's the smoke.
Very good so far. Okay, next we're going to Anubis.
Oi. I would say that it should go and cover the small platform outside B. So when you go out B lobby, it should be covered. Or it's right side mid. Fuck. I'll go with the B stairs, the platform.
You are correct.
I am correct? Okay.
Yes, you are correct. This bit down here.
Yeah.
Now this might be the one to throw you off. We're going on to Train next.
This smoke should be landing, I think, for connector or something like this, or right side. Oh wait, is it maybe electric?
Oh.
I'll go with electric.
He's going with electric, okay.
Now, it crossed my mind because we used this smoke at the start of the train. We thought it, to bring the old meta, but it's just useless.
All right, you got a chance to go 7 for 7. The last one is a historically great map for you. It's Mirage.
But this is my smoke. This should be for top connector.
Oh,
this is the
yes.
one I use, yeah. Then I started using it very recently, so.
So this is the smoke that Nico approves. He uses it.
It's a good one. Just a bit slow to pop, but you need to time your molly correctly for connector.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Look at this. We bring you back.
Let's
7
go.
for 7. I knew you'd be good at this one. Good stuff. Thank you very much.
The next event, something in the middle, not too hard, not too.
Thank you very much for playing, Nico, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Suddenly, this series feels like it's anyone's for the taking, but it's still Dexter at the tip of the mountain here for Falcons. 1.53 rating coming into the third map of this series, has been able to maintain his form and his impact despite all the moving parts in and outside of the server. MongolZ started slow, showed us an uptick in performance, but when the stars connect like they did on Dust 2, that Nico Dexter knockout blow, feels like this one's still up in the air.
I hate to put a damper on it, but there was actually more than a couple of very critical, easy shots that 910 could have denied multi-kills from both of those players. MongolZ will have to just make up for that here. Rush into B.
They'll try. 910 gets one. Ooh, they then step forward into this crosshair, and it's not a MongolZ who are remaining too adamant about taking over the B site. They're looking to disengage this, step away for a second. And the fact that that second kill kind of delivers itself means the MongolZ can play the waiting game for now.
Still a kit in the smoke here for Magisk. I don't think there's really a bad option for the Mongols when it comes to waiting, going to A, or just re-hitting the B site in a little bit. But Blitz decides to take this time to find an easy kill. See if there's a push. Punish that. Okay, at the minute mark, if he walks all the way to A, they might just go back to join him since they don't see a push. If this were around 30 seconds, then you'd say Blitz maybe just turn into a lurk, but it's still possible for them to get back. But Bomb still hasn't moved yet, but surely they're going to think about it.
I mean, polar opposite side of the maps. The only position that hasn't been cleared between that bomb and the site would be Donut.
Yeah, he's peeling back now, but it's going to be time to start running.
He can run the whole thing because at least Senzu has maintained mid control the whole time, so that'll allow for the timings to happen. But by the time the rotate does occur, you do have Tesses in Donut.
Yeah, I think they're okay being heard because Blitz has gotten so far.
Question around Tesses, though. If he tries to stop the bomb plant, Blitz is in no position to help this out. They don't have utility to block it. There's going to be a very critical duel here between 910 and Tesses. He could try to swing out and clear. Oh,
what a shot. That's
tapped out of it.
Wait, can they get back?
Nah, this one's gone. Tesses, 1 bullet, 2 shots, and then he's just looking for the money, but a triple execution. Cold-blooded Tesses from Donut.
Yeah, that's actually such a sneaky move. Getting out to Donut in that position. Really great shots being hit. One missed, and the bomb gets planted back default. It's all good. But small lapse in judgment here. I mean, it's the last spot that he could be in, but at the same time, 910 doesn't have anything else to do. He does have the extra moment to clear this properly, or just run by looking. But still, I mean, it's just such beautiful work here from Tesses.
Faster second round queued up as Mongols take position inside A main. That was an ace.
That was an ace?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Wow.
There was so much chaos going down on the B side. I didn't notice who walked away with the first 2, but damn. Okay, Tesses. Oh.
Wow.
And that's an ace.
That's an ace too. Okay. Back-to-back aces. Damn. I mean, the latter part of that ace from Tesses was just amazing in that 3K. Like, damn. All right. And because there's no plant, there's no buy this round, and a mow down here for Dagster.
Comfortable as can be. Tessa says, mine was better. And we get this walkout from Blitz into middle, so early guns for the Mongols. Having let Dagster rack them up. Dagster finds timing as that pack of players gets snipped out by Nico. Now his multi-kill moment. Looking for a little more. They stutter step towards the main. Crossing over. Further damage done here. It's not going to be comfortable for the Mongols at all. At least they've got a bit of cover to work with.
Wait,
but Nico, he just keeps picking them up. There's no way we're about to get 3 aces in a row.
He was on for the ace.
Finally dropped. The smoke clears. He doesn't see the guy on Magisk. He's right there. Mzinho's given a gift. He should have been dead already, no doubt. This is winnable. Mzinho gets clipped out by Kixan coming around that sight box. My God, folks, settle down.
We almost got 3 aces right there. Nico was so close to that 4th kill. Well, this is just terrifying now for the Mongols. The desk brought up expectations for this roster, and especially having H in it as a decider is great for them. But if Falcons are going to play this well, I'll feel bad for sure, because I won't say this is easy to keep up with, or there are some glaring issues.
Like that.
Yeah.
Missed utility, not ideal. Luckily for the Falcons, there's not an immediate pounce onto that B site.
Well, as Semphis once famously said, the power of a dead team.
It's Degster who's walking the plank, and it's Degster who's the highest rated coming into this final map of the series. Ace to his name. MongolZ walk out middle. It's going to put a bit of pressure here on Magisk. He's had a bad map and a good one, and a full flash means he's got nothing to offer us this time. Missed second shot from Degster. Concerned about A main, but nobody to come from that direction. Everybody for the MongolZ out of Donut.
All right, a new test they'll have to retake. No one coming in from Donut means with the utility, they'll have to be this very careful.
Degster's just waiting for that peek off the back of the box. Techno delays for it, knowing that Op's probably trying to hold him in. Nico, in the meantime, thrives with 2 kills, and Blitz with his hands on that AUG. Can he do it? Not likely. Nico continues to force the issue. Kixan scoops up the last kill plus the defuse. Falcons flawless on this decider thus far.
Oh, wow. We are seeded, Falcons. This is a great start to map 3. We've got back-to-back aces to kick it off. Not lost a round yet. Now a retake 1. When does the carnage end? Falcons have taken over as odds favorites. Odds favorites over the tournament favorites. It looked like after map 1 they could have afforded to have those losses and make it to the last day.
It was a matter of powering up as this event went on. Falcons hit the ground running, win their first 2 matches over Rare, Adam, and Payne. This is their 3rd and final attempt to make it to top 8. Slip versus GamerLegion failed against Complexity and got blown out of the water in the first map of this series, but the rebound is real. The momentum of Dust 2 has yet to stop. Senzu in the corner to catch Kixan off guard. Does not look like Kixan's going to clear this.
Yeah, he has no idea. Just comes down to if Senzu's going to take that peek. There he does it.
Smoke still drops. Oh, but he lines up the Nico kill. He wants a 3rd, and TeSS able to stop that. Ahead of this wall of smokes is TeSS.
Yeah, he's in a key spot, actually, with that fresh smoke.
Oh, they find him out. Frag grenade pops it open. No defense left over, and the MongolZ able to cut through this B defense because of Senzu's early position.
Yeah, man. That's Senzu. Just a sneaky spot to be in. Another position that could have been cleared out if Kixan approached it carefully, but just had no idea he could have snuck up there.
Also still could have been stopped after the first, but the fact he lines up Nico as the smoke is in front of him, that's what gave him the confidence to follow through. TeSS feeling desperate to make the play inside top ramp. It's all for naught. MongolZ on the board.
I did love the segment earlier talking about Nico and his positions here on Ancient playing mid on Falcons as opposed to B site where he normally has played in his career. And I think like Yango talked about him being able to isolate duels, and it's like you think about a position like outside on Nuke, and he can take the round slowly. I feel like that's the big difference, where it's where the meta has evolved on Ancient. It is fast whether you like it or not in mid, and it's extremely messy when it comes to utility and flashbangs. Less so to do with your aim, honestly, sometimes. Just who swings the right moment, unblind, after the plate anti-flash, with the right support behind it. And that high volatility, I think, sometimes wastes the aim that Nico can offer. That's what might even the odds for someone like Blitz, who's going to scale versus him in most situations.
Here comes the execute again over top. Degster made uncomfortable. Kixan looking for his, and he'll peel away to at least keep himself standing. Up on the line, connects. Degster, the continuous rock of the Falcons hold. Bodies dropping all around him. His wall bang's a little off the money, and Mzinho hands busy with the plant. It's the 2 other players that die on site. Degster refusing to go down just yet. He's got TeSS working with him, but there will be no pinch into this bomb site. Corralled to exit the cave. And what feels like an eventual flank. TeSS isn't wrong to be worried about it, but Blitz will just still hold off for the time being.
They wait too long, they're just going to be baited here.
TeSS gets one on the cave exit, still kind of stuck in. 910 has to push the op up top ramp. Senzu just pops TeSS head, and that's going to send Magisk to the save. Mongols back-to-back B heads pay off.
Yeah, I mean, nice try here from the Falcons to go for that retake. Really good amount of patience, and even Senzu dies in the end. Couple players here on the Mongols yet to get a kill. Very entry heavy in these situations. But it's another successful B play for another round. Falcons still look very threatening, but they come into this with the saved gun on Magisk and nothing else. And the buy-ups come through, actually. MP9 for TeSS. Kixen yet to make his purchase. Just a deagle on this round. Wow, forcing down to 0 on everybody for 3 rifles. This kind of situation was Virtus.pro. They would even out in some, you know, 1 or 2 people buy, 1 full save. We'll see what this does to the economy later. Maybe Falcons win and don't have to think about it.
Flash gets him off the boost. It's going to keep Kixen standing. TeSS getting geared up to get frisky. He dies front cave. They've got problems on this B site, so he'll reel away. We hit a minute mark. There's been no resistance offered up by Falcons in middle, and the Mongols seem to have figured this out.
Yeah, they can't really risk playing a late round situation where Mongols keep getting map control back versus them, and they're already on the perimeter on all parts of the map. So this would be difficult for the Falcons. They're way back in as Mongols get too stringy, separated, but just want to pay attention to where that bomb's going, because obviously B is the right site.
The fact that Falcons have fallen back off this bomb site as well.
They feel like they maybe are thinking about, okay, well, at least we can save some guns because they've really spent everything. Retake is so unlikely in this spot.
It's a lack of confidence here for the Falcons that could just lead them into more so of a save. Nico leaning over towards B to try to stop it, but that wall of smoke's just blanketing sight. They'll hear the run across. Get a little spam through. Blitz dies in the backdrop. Nothing you can do to stop 910, and that's all Mzinho needs to activate. Desert Eagle of Kixan doesn't quite cover off Nico's back end, and so he is now reeling away from the site, maybe hoping to get into the save, but you'd have to cross the spawn. And Mzinho's not going to let that happen. So majority dead here for the Falcons. The Mongols 3 rounds in a row, despite different tempos and different portions of the hit emphasized each time. It's a bomb down in the end 3 times in a row.
Yeah, and the force down is a risk, but also if they save these 2 guns, it might not be too bad. We'll have to see if Dexter walks into this or if they walk into him. And it seems like they won't, actually. Oh, Dexter dies after time. That was not worth a fight. That was just not worth a fight. Not for the investment that they just put forward.
So the hero M4, huh? Silver lining. You get freed up to be the hero. And Magisk was the hero more than once throughout Dust 2. He awaits his chance in mid, but timing a little bit off. We'll see if that M4 repositions. It's looking likely.
9-10 seems a little unfocused today, man, to be honest. I know he's fast enough to hit that.
There goes the M4 of all the players on that ramp, but Dexter will pick it up, wastes no time doing so. And good on TeSeS to not overextend either into the players that were waiting for the full-on aggression. Gave himself just now another chance to strike it out, but nope, missed shot. And you don't afford yourself too many of these Deagle moments. Again, these smokes go down in front of it. TeSeS takes some damage on the fallback. 9-10 gets him.
There we go.
Missed shots in middle are one thing, but at least when the open sight is at hand, he'll hit it. And Zinho going in for the bomb plant. And they're going to try to boost the M4 over to just find some sort of parting gift. But you'd hate to use that rifle and then lose it. They'll peel away with it instead. We'll keep Nico over towards the swamps.
Been good at just squeezing control here on B slowly. And Nico with one clip off. Could he turn this into a gun? Maybe. Very possible. There it is, the AK. Oh!
All right. 10's powering up.
Yes, he's getting it back together. He's just so critical. That's why I have to keep bringing him up.
Right. It's nothing personal. It's not because you hate him, is it?
It's actually because I love him.
Oh.
You know, the same. It's kind of that brokey thing where it's like, problem is, he actually is so impactful that the way he dies oftentimes just totally dictates the round, because he gets the kill that wins, or he dies and then therefore the site gets trampled. In some ways, it's a good thing, but a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. And here's his competition, Dexter, who is not missing today.
It was Kicksan back on Dust 2, but it's Dexter, Nico, TeSeS with 8 kills each, trying to keep this party going for the Falcons off map 2 to 3. Two bad maps out of Nico back-to-back may be unlikely, but what about 2 bad maps in a series? For the time being, all good.
Wow, we highlighted Mzinho and his walkouts on the A site as he surveys here in A main. Sees the passive smoke. There might be a late round opportunity to go back to him. Bomb still at elbow. Techno up to the plate, 0 and 5. Oh, 0 and 6 now. Caught off on timing.
Falcons starting to, I feel like, open up a little bit here, right? Taking action, making these mid moves. That lane push made possible by a bolstered cave play because mid goes uncontested. MongolZ let them get positioning. Magisk finding a late duel here, and this is kind of MongolZ just walking into their death in round 9. Their demise comes 1 kill at a time all across the map.
They wanted to make it an A split through Donut, but couldn't even get out of elbow. Late round control of middle wins this for Falcons. And another duel goes Dexter's way. Not bad.
Poor Magisk.
Yeah, he's getting it. He's getting it from every angle today.
It's a good position. He's on the box. He gets the first shots off.
Yeah. So close. Nope.
Finally feels like as that boring A anchor, you get a bit of action. Yeah, I'll just clean up. And Senzu's got other ideas. For somebody who got deleted throughout the first map of Mirage, he was the victim of Mzinho's overperformance. Had a chance to catch his breath map 2. And makes sure to put this last round on ice as that late round move towards the A side of the MongolZ gets shut down for the close. Falcons in the lead, 5-4.
It's a solid one to stabilize off of. The money's pretty even on both sides now. So we enter the mid game. Mara will get in on the pause. I have to wonder what they're going to try to do. I know that MongolZ are oftentimes will rush both extremities multiple times in one half. They haven't really tried that towards A in the last few rounds. They did it early on, though.
Techno's got to try to somehow find his game at the moment.
Yeah, two very slow starts in this series already.
In the first domino last round, just hiding out in pocket, squeeze from both sides. TeSS continues to tear it up. They're going to go for the run boost onto the ledge. And that gives Nico an open road to ensure that nobody's exited elbow, ready to also rock into the lane once this fire finishes out. Nico sliding up. Oh, Techno tries to jump him. Still Techno without a kill. Magis turns up towards the lane, but Senzu connects to two heads, both Nico's and Magisk's.
Yeah, he played that timing like a violin, Nico. That was so close in between that molly. Just got in a dodge, perfect reaction back, but you could see that the attack was actually fundamentally perfect from MongolZ. The trade was guaranteed. Mid control is one off of the attack pause. Now they've got a player advantage. Oh, and another kill. Senzu's lighting it up at the moment.
Mzino sitting in the red room just waits for this activity from TeSS, which seems inevitable. He slides out, takes it on his own terms. And this B-bomb site's going to be found out to be completely vacant. So triple kill Senzu, little star-studded play out of the Mongols to tie the game back up. All right, Senzu.
Yeah, man.
When push comes to shove, an absolute phenom in some of these earlier stages of events. Not the first time we've seen him take things over. 9-10 connects up close.
And he upgrades to the better skin. Very solid round off the Mara pause into the mid control. And again, this is one where the run boost was executed perfectly. No one could come out of elbow at the right timing. Nico got his first kill instantly without taking damage, but Senzu answers back, both kills in mid instantly, not taking a single point of damage. Not a damn lick of damage.
Still the money flows. It felt like we had a couple rounds where Falcons were looking to set the tempo, make those opening moves. Nico much more passive than the round prior.
This is just becoming a very high-level game in terms of how close they're playing. So every round has been won off the back of some very, very tough, long engagements across the map. Early util damage goes the way of Falcons here. It'll be unconfirmed. And these Mzino lurks are just getting faster and faster. He's already in the window. Up a minute. Giving up middle too often could spell disaster. They could be watching their flank here if you're Nico, but if the B attack comes in first, well, his attention is going to be forced pulled. And no one from A is going back for the reclear. This would be a timing for Falcons to be reclearing middle, taking this fight out and then flanking B, but instead they're really calcified in their spots. Lot rests on Cave. Oh man, there's no response here from the Falcons.
Senzu, come on.
Man.
You can just feel it coming. There's a headshot back from Nico, looks as quick as Senzu. It's the fact that Senzu gets two.
This was just too quiet of a map here for Falcons. I mean, there was some natural moves you could expect to make that would work. You have Mzino, who's alone for a long time in middle. It's not the first time that he's there. No one comes to check on that spot. They don't come in for a flank. Playing Cave that late into the round is just what Mongols were happy to deal with. Even if they stayed in there and it was a full B attack through Banana, that would have been a comfortable spot. So I think this is the point of the game where Mongols now start to officially look better than the Falcons. They need to win back that lead.
Dexter hanging on for dear life. Mzino between them, caught out, so looking to come into this last round with something to work with. 9-10's gonna try to jump on it. Magisk's fighting every step of the way to keep this. Unnecessary re-peek into Senzu if he does it again, so he won't. But Mongols take a 6-5 lead.
Yeah, last round, so doesn't matter if you got that kill. They would have been able to afford anything.
It's not going to be a pretty purchase here for Falcons to close out. While Techno's still trying to find out his first kill of this decider map, you've got Senzu taking over rounds now.
Seems like Falcons are a little bit worried about risking it on taking middle control when everything went so well that previous round. They still ended up losing to the Senzu trades. But if they shy away from it too much, they need to have retake protocols or they need to start pushing extremities. A main has been open a couple of times. late donut plays to take out MZNio's position would have been not covered as well. But if they don't look for gaps, they'll never find them.
Matt just thinking about it. Yeah, you can see him kind of inching around that corner. Wanted to sign up for a fight, takes man advantage by his own terms. And TeSS floating around cave, locked in a 1v1 for the time being, but Senzu's not far off. Utility pressure for TeSS. He looks to tuck back through and will get away. But that's map control offered to MongolZ. To reclaim a stake in this 12th round, off man disadvantage, back towards middle. Middle in the mid rounds has been open more often than not. Nico floating around red room. This one could boil down to some spam timing. Doesn't have a frag to open the smoke, but does still have two teammates leaning A.
Yeah, they got a player disadvantage, but positionally,
it's a good off angle from Dexter as well.
This has got to be a wide swing from Techno.
Until he goes past him. He's able to get the instant headshot, re-peeks, and is clipped by the Opper Magisk. Nicely done. Finds a second with the SMG, can upgrade into the full-fledged rifle. Then you get that temple peek, perfectly timed out of Nico. They escape his presence top middle, but he slides into that bomb site at the right moment, and the Falcons recover. We go tied on the half. Two teams that open up in Bucharest with two back-to-back losses. Yeah. Each of them slowly working their way from the 0-2 Swiss pool to this matchup. We're on map 3. It's 6-6. Who's going to edge this out? Who powers up faster than the other?
Just happy to say that it's just not one-sided like we saw in the first two maps. Both teams are showing up right now. We started this off with 2 aces from the Falcons, and then MongolZ take back the lead off some really quality plays, well-placed timeouts, great shots being hit from Senzu. I think, unfortunately, Techno ends this half without a kill, however. So there are still some problems in firepower here.
Yeah, 29 ADR, 0 and 9 half.
As frustrating as it is for Magisk, he has been doing his best to make his own fun.
Sometimes that's all you can do.
As an A player, like, it's been almost nothing for him to do, but the duels that he's getting, he's actually working them.
No, it felt like back on Mirage, he was going to have himself a horrendous series.
Yeah.
But that's just because of how hot-handed MZNio was out of the gate.
Yeah.
We saw the recovery.
Arch nemesis, man.
Continues to hang on here. And again, he's trying to avoid having a bottom 3 rated event in his career. That's where his Bucharest stats were leading him. Second pistol, and MZNio kicks it off. Nico to the wayside.
Got to watch now from the passenger seat, Nico.
Gets tapped out of it. Last 4 Falcons players looking to join forces into the B split. We'll get Senzu, highest rated player for the MongolZ at the moment, looking to tap them back at a cave. Can't quite find that line. Has to offer over space. TeSS starts to truck towards him. Senzu, it's a one and done. Techno can't manage off the flash. Things get wild, but he's got it locked in. Turns around. His first kill found. Yeah. 30 bullets later, but he's got it.
Yeah, he's got it, man. He was aiming at all of them, man. They all almost died to Techno, but
something's got to land.
He at least got his first kill, man, right there. Got the lead off of that kill as well. Luckily, he had a lot of good teammates in this round, all chipping in. One gun wasn't enough, man. He needed 2.
So Falcons have to accept the lead will go. They walk out through that door, and suddenly it's just smokes. No wild swing from the MongolZ. In a game this tight, when you've got pieces just damn near offline in Techno and Blitz, you can't be taking risks. Unless they're very well calculated.
They kind of know that it's going to be a B play. You can see it.
Ooh, Senzu, a little sketchy, but all's good. SMGs, maybe not all good. Glocks respond. Techno comes through with Berettas. Dexter's P250 up close.
Oh my goodness, man.
Oh, what could have been. Techno 2 kills this round, cleans up inside the B site, but that's what I'm kind of talking about. That was just Glocks. You know, I'm not saying Mongols are sliding down the slippery slope, but I can definitely see the hill covered in mud.
Hopefully they brought their toboggan to make the best of it. They won't be coming out of this unscathed, but the way I always look at it is if I'm playing, you know, I haven't had a really bad game, I just go, my teammates are buying me time, you know. Just gotta wait for your moment. You got warmed up.
Ooh, good flash. Techno flies through.
There it is.
But he goes for the upgrade instead of holding that smoke, and so Kicksan's response is quick. So's the push out of Nico. Already stepping on those mid steps, but great distraction inside Donut, turned on by Dexter.
Beautiful.
Blitz is able to recover that.
Bomb stops.
He sells them the fake. All that attention turned towards his corner, opens the door for the teammate. Now Kicksan doubles back. A 1v1 versus 910 that escapes him, and so the Magisk 1v3 queued up.
And they don't know where he is. I don't know if they saw him outside of anywhere in this round. Yeah. So, wow, long trek through spawn. They'll follow him over towards the A side. I mean, they know now, unless it's a lurk through mid, it's not going to be B, but Magisk can maybe have a little fun with this. Looks like the plant might just be given.
You said it. Magisk has had to find a way to have his own fun. Well, he's been given the space to do exactly that here. Doesn't have the utility to block off Donut, so it's always going to be a sketchy plant. And maybe that's why he goes to clear Temple or CT.
But now he's just going to die planting.
Yeah, 910's not wasting any time. He'll go ahead and shoot him in the back. Magisk, it's all for naught. Mongols 9-6 lead.
That's a decent lead. And even though Techno goes 1 for 1, play, I think, works out in their favor. And this is just excellent from Mzinho. I mean, sometimes you got to run. That's one of those situations. Kicksan's not popping heads like he was over on Dust 2.
No, that's stopped as well. TSS able to get out. You know, Techno's going to have to fill some important shoes throughout this half because he is that cave player. We've seen him already kind of fly forward into lane, and you've got to do that with the lack of confidence after having such a bad first half. We've already seen an uptick from him.
Oh, they have to go through this.
Teammates hold off on the site. Senzu.
That's dirty.
Settled down.
He is so good. Shooting through smokes, like, he has such a good feeling for, like, exactly where they're going to go up to, if they're going to walk.
It's that third eye, man, wide open. Techno quickly dispatching of Magisk, so this measly test of pistols through caves shouldn't find any way to get its hooks in. And Dexter all the way outside of the doorway still. This is Mongols double digits.
Yeah.
The Falcons T side that unfortunately for them has fizzled out and has yet to find its footing. In a bit of free fall here. This is 4 rounds in a row from the defense. Still not even a bomb plant out of the Falcons.
That's the big part. Like, money's going to be stacked high after this round. Dexter comes into this with 100 ADR. And just an extra kill would be a small victory. But no, they won't even have that, man. 5 alive here for the Mongols as they get into double digits. Making this game feel like it was never close. Let's see if Falcons can break the trend and make an actual comeback happen in this series. This may be the last rounds we see with this lineup.
Cutout damn well cleared. Ooh, okay. Techno, we've seen some wild antics on the cave. He tries it again. Nico insta-kill on Blitz. Those are the 2 struggling players in the Mongols camp, both trying to take initiatives on each side of middle, both dropped empty-handed.
That does tell you something, you know, fortunate here for the Falcons, because middle control will be pivotal to a comeback if Falcons make one.
Missed shot as well from Senzu. That could have been the start of turning this one back the other way. And instead, it's looking like the first gun round from Falcon, the first real buy. Had all the trimmings. And they actually got a chance to play it out. Not hit instantly by Techno flying out the cave. Finally, one of these MongolZ engagements ends up catching a Falcons player off guard, but it's all for naught. Bomb's gonna hit the A site, Falcons gonna win this one, and it feels like MongolZ off to the save.
Simple as. Winning mid and won the round off of that. That's sustainable. You know, full A hit, full B hit, that's not sustainable. That's, you know, part of the greater tapestry of a half if you're trying to call, you know, a 7-round comeback, but the meat of your round are going to be into mid, slower defaults, appropriate map control. So I think it's the best place to start.
It's also a round, though, that MongolZ offer openings. We'll see if they decide to start letting Falcons kind of force the play.
But again, 5 alive last round. MongolZ don't care. They've got lots of money. Probably just waiting for the opportunity to get the op in play anyways.
Hell, maybe 2. Nade with Nico's name on it. He doesn't seem too bothered quickly. Slides up to the climb up.
And one difference we'll look for if this keeps going 5v5 is what do the MongolZ do now that they've lost it?
And Techno doesn't realize there's an entire team on the other side of this. All of the Falcons ready to hit this B site as needed. First, it's the wall bangs.
Let's see what the double donut set up. They're ready to just walk out if they need to. They don't know how many players are here, but they have heard considerable utility outside B. Not a...
Dexter offers it up with a little jump over the box. 9-10. Not able to strike them down just yet. Chucks the nade to the base of ramp. It's cave first. At a minute mark, Falcons 3 sets of feet inside cave. Still 2 to push up that ramp. And if anybody from the MongolZ pushes down into them, bomb could get cut off and cause a problem for the follow-through.
Yeah, MongolZ are still guessing, though. They haven't gone in for any flank. They don't have late round information.
It's a deep ramp smoke, but it looked like there was a gap on that.
Techno has to be vigilant. Well, Falcons look confused, man.
Yeah, they're kind of pausing out at 30 seconds.
If they're walking
to leave.
Yeah, if they're deciding to leave, though, no one's actually dipped out a donut yet. Like, wait, they're walking back?
In through middle, denied inside the B site.
What?
A defense is going to hear this run. Mzinho's going to drop an incendiary at 15. Smoke on top of that. You want to run through? Go ahead. Mzinho gets popped.
Oh!
It's a saving grace here from Magisk, making his way, finding a way into that bomb site. Talk about desperate, but it works. At least enough to put that bomb down. Senzu peels back with the op, caught off by this lurk out of Dexter. And suddenly Nico and Magisk sit a little more comfortably on site. Doesn't mean the MongolZ have given up yet. Blitz emerging, shadow spotted. Should be the attackers on high alert. Missed shot at a Senzu, and he is now gonna get swarmed from behind as well. Time limited. Falcons play with fire, but they still break through.
Oh, wow. I mean, make no mistake, the calling absolutely broke down there for a second, and if not for Tessus and Magisk both getting their kills at the same time, that could have been done on time. That could have been either player on the other side of that smoke getting a multi-kill easily. That is Counter-Strike for you. Sometimes your shots can save the day. I have no idea exactly what went wrong there mentally for the Falcons, but they still ended up winning. And, well, of course, they end up winning on the round that cost MongolZ a little too much. 9-10, only op. He actually just bought this, though, right?
Yep.
Whoa. Okay.
Oh, the bottom of the... Okay, good kill.
Just traded the booster.
Why not?
That's
Had to make that
worthwhile.
decision fast before Degster gets a chance to disassemble. But that is the early warning for Falcons. There's a sniper on the field.
Yeah, it's a little recalculation. He just teleports over to window.
Now you got to be careful about every approach. You know that op is out there.
I do like ops versus especially the way that we saw Falcons play last round. A little indecisive, a little bit of a lot of walking, and especially coming into mid-late. Kixan needs to get the reins in on this team.
We saw Falcons kind of shaking to the core last round, so if now you know there's an op out there and you try to get them a little caught up in the timings, their caution could maybe be what trips them up again, but for the moment, they're still playing with ample time towards this A site, and that's not where 910 keeps the sniper.
Rotation will come over, but it's not the op coming over, which is the most important part. So free sight here for the Falcons as they get in.
Assuming Bomb's able to cross, all's good. Senzu seems to have let it go. Magic's gonna lock in the temple. Ooh, Blitz dies in the meantime on smoke.
1 round game now.
Well, well, well. Two teams who have, again, been on unfortunately comparable journeys in Bucharest. It was always going to have to be a step up. But it looks like it could boil down to just the slimmest edging out.
Terrorists win.
We go round 20 with
Again,
a 1 round difference.
This is less embarrassing, you know, for the Falcons, regardless of the outcome. Because no one has the expectations for them to go far at the moment. For the Mongols, it's the opposite. We'll see how it plays for them. And there is the double op setup. I think versus the type of rounds we have seen, this makes sense. But towards the end of the game, I think that's where Kixan actually starts calling a lot more rushes.
Right. Feels like it's just too hard to ignore, though, right? It's the 1 kill they got.
Yeah.
So you get that free second op. Just can't help yourself.
Yeah, still not even a bad thing to have even versus fast rounds if they're in the right spot. And if it is rushes and it's not mid and the ops are on extremities, well, it can be a new problem here for the Falcons. So much rests on this round. Feels like Mongols have been leaning B for the most part, expecting it to come in late. This one might
Tough
fall
spot for Senzu. Burned by half. Blitz gonna try to, nope, not even. Thought maybe get some kind of positioning on site. Instead, he just stalls inside smoke for an extra second.
Uh-oh.
4 players to surround this site. It's good damage. There's the trade back. They try to charge in. What a turn from Tesses. Snaps it onto Techno, who has been bullied all map long. Degster sitting behind that pillar, hoping cover can come through from that Tesses op, but he's not fast enough to the trigger. Now it's Degster's turn, AK in hand. Finds the first kill to 910, and his teammates got him covered. Falcons tie on 10.
Tesses, what was that? We need to see that again. The 90-degree sharp flick into cave. He was dead to rights.
Afforded a chance to put the bomb down. You had 4 defenders breathing down their necks. Oh, what a snap onto Techno.
Yeah, there's literally nothing he could have done about that. It's a massive round for Tesses.
And a tough one now for the Mongols because it's 2 rifles out there. Falcons playing with a bit of pace out of spawn here, looking to capitalize on a tied game. It is a lead around the corner. It's a flailing economy for the Mongols. We've seen what they've tried to pull off, say, with that solo 910 op. Techno's struggles continue. Burned into Kicksan, who's also starting to finally find a couple more kills. Here comes Blitz with one of those 2 rifles, trying to hold them back on ramp. Again, he goes down with less than you've come to expect. A Desert Eagle in the middle of it all with 1 frag. Senzu locks in his kill to the bomb, but Magis gets the trade back. Magis, who was muzzled on that A defense in the first half, starting to find his groove. Mzinho announcing himself as he puts hands on the rifle. And they are not sure which side he'll attack, but that's 3 sets of eyes that await him. He's got no utility for the play. Magis peeks in, confirms the departure. That's him running for the hills. That's Falcons, 2 from a win.
Yeah, no kidding. Back in the lead off of this. No surprise on this round. Not even a save here. And it'll be another bye for the Mongols. Honestly, this one smells like OT with how close those last couple of wins were for the Falcons. But the fact that they've taken this game back into the lead, they've actually posed a comeback, unlike from what we missed in the last 2 maps from either squad. Finally, one that goes double digits both ways. Teams splitting pistols on this map.
And pistols really all that the CT sides have managed to get this streak of rounds out of Falcons. God, Nico taking a pummeling here. Quarter of his health gone just to get eyes out middle. And a smoke to face the double donut defense. Mongols have left slack in mid throughout this map.
Yeah, a ton of it. They've definitely been timid about their pushes. They haven't looked for late round timings. They played almost solely site defenses. Oh, but and Techno dies again.
Yeah, they get him to lock in with the fight. They get a dink through the wallbang that actually ends up doing way less damage than they would have wanted. Doesn't mean they don't follow through.
So much confidence after they heard that dink.
Still 3 players down on elbow. We're gonna get the Mongols to try to come back at this perhaps. 9-10 on the angle, Blitz in the corner. This is a setup that's banking on Falcons still pushing their luck through the caves. But 1 kill on Techno doesn't mean that this whole pack of Falcons is inbound.
It's not bad lay of the map here for the Mongols. Even if they're not going for mid, they still have Donut to watch.
We saw some shaky late round decisions out of Falcons, but it looks like they're moving with enough pace. Into Mzinho they'll go. Fire at his feet, force the issue. Util's well placed. Blitz on the flank, but this is being covered by Nico. May come down to Senzu on the site. He's got the coverage of the box.
They're not looking for him.
They've turned both backs to him. Senzu strike!
Oh!
Bomb down at 15 seconds. Dexter picks it up. Up out of 9-10 here on the lane, and he's missing shots. Bested by the pistol.
Oh.
Bested by the soon-to-be departed. Dexter is the star tonight.
Yes, he is. Across these maps, he's been the hero for the Falcons. Another moment, Senzu knows if he takes that duel at that second, they win on time. The rounds might be close, but every close situation going towards the Falcons. Snipe might end in tragedy for the team that absolutely owned on the first map. Expectations could not be higher for this squad. They won't see another double op setup or even single on this round. An M4, a FAMAS, and 3 MP9s to defend their tournament life.
It's a team that had this community convinced. A trophy open for the taking without a big stage ahead of them. The Mongols start slow. The recovery grew. The first map dominant. They had swagger in their step against the Falcons. And in this second half, they had a clean start with the 4-0 without bomb plants. 70 rounds straight from the Falcons if they put this one on the board, if they eliminate the Mongols now. But Techno in 9-10 will crank that dial. A bit more pressure offered from this B defense that's been inactive. Techno barely stands. Senzu gets hit, and he's been going so above and beyond.
First time that you have 2 angles on this attack for Techno to have someone drawing attention, making this duel a little bit easier. Falcons not out of the woods yet.
It's just such little health. These SMGs, a shell of themselves.
Yeah, 3 mollies as well. Perfect for setups like these.
This B defense boils down to the 2 low players with the MP9s. They decide to double up inside of the cave. They will hide for the time being. That opened a door just enough for the Mongols to double back to get some kind of eye on mid. Incendiary drops at 40 seconds. Limited utility still for the rest of this round of the Mongols, and the Falcons decide that this is their moment, this is their time. They will lay down those smokes and they will try to follow behind it. Blitz goes down with nothing, and now these cave players have to somehow pull this out of the hat. Techno first at bat connects. Just the SMG, just the 6 HP, and it's enough. Kixan's gonna go for that bomb plant, bullets whizzing by him. A little more damage done, he hangs on. Magisk into the back of this site. Low health bars means clutchable round, but they find it. And the Mongols push us to the 24.
Oh, they can finally take a breath for a second as they get better guns. And no, they now have a real hope to bring this into overtime. Still room for an absolute travesty here for the Mongols. But at least they showed they can win. They finally open up and push Banana at the same time as Cave. How many moments have we seen Techno isolated in a one-on-one engagement with no way to refrag, no player beside him, and no one else peeking another angle? One of the most detailed rounds of this game was called after Mara's tack in the first half. This is the rainy day they saved a tech for. With the amount of money coming into this round, 9-10 on the op. They have to maximize their value across this round. Falcons are putting themselves in great positions constantly, and they haven't gone into any sort of rushes early. They've been going the sustainable route of defaulting.
Flushed out in the cutout. Blitz has been having a hard go of it. Nico looking to lock in on him. Mzinho offers up util. Check out the damage from the nades. But the chase is on from the Falcons regardless. Popping it open, finding the contact. 9-10 first blood, man advantage Mongols. Nico walks up, Blitz from the corner, toppled back by Degster. And so the 3v5 begins.
9-10. Critical moment. Should be an easy shot. Hits it. 2 left. Overtime looming. Falcons thought they had this one wrapped up.
They've still got a minute to unfold it.
Yeah, and at least they have Degster alive of all players.
He's been so good.
The only one on this team that is positive in
all
this map.
Series. And he's not gonna stop the show now. Swaps off. What started as a 3v5 goes to the 2v4, now 3 remaining Mongols.
Oh man, Mzinho's giving up a great spot to hold on to A to turn into a flank, which his teammates could have pulled off from Cave. He'll give them some guaranteed late information, and they'll make this move over, but Degster, he hunts. He's still on this op.
Nobody considering the flank just yet. They've got the smoke to cover the plant. Tessa starts to fall back. He better turn to hold the donut. He still has his back exposed. They never saw this coming. No flick around this time, but Degster, oh, a showstopper. And he chucked that AK to the wayside. You've got 3 bullets in this op. You've got 3 players ahead of you, and they will not let him get one off. Mongols, when push comes to shove, step up. A streak of T rounds mean naught. The Mongols get us to overtime.
The slightest smirk out of Blitz's face and a sigh of relief as they get a new lease on life. Another chance. Here we go into overtime. And now maybe we get a little bit more worried for the Falcons. The Mara attack pause awoke in the Mongols. 9-10 in 2 impactful spots, easy shots, movement across this map, flanks for the first time on the CT side. Everything comes together. And it's actually not too late.
Deep breath and another charge forward. Kixan looking for it.
Oh, Techno dead again.
He's had step-ups, but the tempo this time gets the better of him. And Kixan's looking for a little more love.
And that was with the assistance of the HE as well. You know, he had support in the way of that utility, but not a bullet of damage. I mean, Techno's done well to get back to 12 kills, starting 0 and 8. I don't think he got a kill in the first half. But still, he's been the first point of contact of interest here for the Falcons.
Bomb will get grabbed by Kixan, looks to join forces with the A main push.
And these are the mid pushes that give you late round outs. Oh, they're on good time. This is actually dangerous. Tessa's going to be regretting throwing that smoke when there's no one else out here. No movement, though.
Yeah, keeps them a little bit too preoccupied. Mongols only now starting to scramble back around through Donut. Mzinho's got an incendiary. You set that corner of the site ablaze.
Smoke's a little deep, actually. He's not going to get in front of it, however.
And no CT control either, so a bit too worried to try to plant behind the box. Kixan just waits it out. Could be spammed off the plant, not the case. Mzinho decides to slide out into sight. Only caught out by Magus, but he only needed that sliver. A slight bit of vision. And a whole lot of comfort to come with it. Bomb plant, 5v3. Blitz will slide out on the same angle. This time Magus not ready. Blitz a double down. And now as you've got Senzu emerging out from Donut, his teammate not far behind him. Tess holds back with Degster up above. 9-10 tries to get on Bomb. Senzu has to get both with another breathing down his neck. It's done. Falcons the man advantage too much and an early lead OT.
Oh yeah, they get it back, man. This game has had so much parity every step of the way in these final rounds. And as good as Mongols looked for a second, the same problems come back to bite. How many positions will you be able to win from a 4v5? Even if you get map control in response, you make up for the fact that Techno dies inside of Cave. That is not something you can let happen every round and expect to close this game out.
This one's fast. Oh, this is a charge headstrong into the B site. Entry frag off the MP7. You catch him off timing, but Techno's still able to put that first one up. Look how fast the climb is too. Already down at the base of the ramp comes Mzinho. Mongols ready to retake already. Falcons corralled, but Tess able to get a bit of lady luck on his side still to strike up the top of ramp. Mzinho's in the corner. Oh, does he press his luck?
Oh my god, he gets smoked now. They're surely going to watch it. The walkthrough will happen.
Change the timing. That second smoke changes timing.
Another layer.
A slight delay, a great spray. Blitz finally in that kill feed. And 9-10 strikes one down from inside that cave. Nico now time to clutch. 30 health and 2 players layered up. It's good damage. It's 2 kills in. Senzu on the bomb denied. Nico all the way.
It had to be him. And it was. Nico with the 1-on-3. A second round back-to-back here in overtime. Absolute composure with the clock winding down. Another shot missed slightly.
Nico! Спасибо, Nico! Nice.
The look in his eyes just says another honest day's work. One round away from guaranteeing a second overtime. But for the Mongols, they're just thinking about, have we lost? They've gone to Value Village for this one. 2 MP9s. M4 trading hands. Looks to be Mzinho just on a 5-7.
That whole round, you couldn't help but feel like Mongols had the Falcons off-kiltered. That was a constant reaction to some sort of pressure, some sort of timing from the Mongols. Not to mention that first clean kill out of Techno, but opening kills be damned, Falcons still follow through. And Tess hot to the trot yet again. Techno has been trying his absolute best to get back in control of this game. His T side was abysmal.
He starts from the back foot already. It would be the final nail. This was the recipe, though.
Boost.
B pressure. Techno dies again.
They disengage. They decide to just swing it instead. Senzu finds Kixan in return. Tess could still try to pressure, following through on Cave. Blitz's position catches him off, but Blitz doesn't get his kill.
Oh, that's scathing. We've got the window timing as well. Sanzu, 19 health.
All he's got, Nico slides forward. It's the element of surprise. It's a good position, but it's a great teammate too. Magisk has stepped it up. Bullied on that first map.
Whoa.
His name across the next two.
910 made it back into the site. It looked like he escaped
Bomb could be
backwards.
caught. He gets it past.
Oh, what a reaction.
Man, we're starting to get into the nitty-gritty. And there's the op shot. 910 just dives into Dexter.
They have no idea.
He missed the timing, right? Mzinho comes out from elbow, and he didn't see the bomb just walk out through that cave.
He knows Magisk is already in CT as well. They just didn't have the information. And now Mzinho, he'll walk over and op. What's this going to do?
Man, it's bleak. But he's got the op. He's got a smoke now. That helps. Picks it up off the dead body. Throws the incendiary first. He's going to look to keep it frantic. Swaps over the guns into the AK just in case. They're going to expose him.
They missed the nade, but he gets off it.
Defuse. Things could still get frantic, but now they don't have a way to reopen. They better get him off this
They don't know where the bomb is?
They get some damage in.
Hello?
The knife is out. He wins this.
You're joking.
Oh, in classic Falcons fashion. They'll leave a little slack out there, and the Mongols capitalize in an insane way.
You have the point of reference. Could someone communicate where the bomb was planted?
Communication's what's broken down all week long. Devils in the details and their downfall.
No one decides to spam the right side of the pillar. They have no idea where this is planted. That's inconceivable. He has to go back in for a second to fuse. He thinks he is dead meat when that first HE comes out, and he should have been correct. It was a bad bounce. And now Mongols have a chance to bring it back. They better recognize that opportunity. I remember the comms from MongolZ at the Columbus Major when Liquid made one mistake at 15-11. He said, these guys are not playing to win. They can choke. That's the resolve that Mongols need to look for.
Nico dances with danger through middle. That pack of Mongols players groups up to set their teeth into B. Cave smoke gets replaced. TSS will buy himself and his team a little more time. We hit the 35-second mark, and the Falcons have opted to get a little more aggressive. It's them to step up to the front room of Cave.
But
what that does is opens a door for the ramp push to come through, and Techno very clearly has a sense as to what's up. It's two players inside of it. Neither one of them goes down at his hand. But as they double back to the site, they will have found it taken over.
Yeah, Cave is nice, but it's not enough.
Mzinho goes deep, blindsides Magisk, doubles down on Dexter, and while you may have taken over the Cave, you will find yourself with nothing else. The Mongols pick up 3 frags elsewhere, and your Cave becomes a cage. Flawless one from Mongols.
Leave it to Mzinho. And as much as Techno dies in another untradeable spot with info on 2 players there, they know they have a moment of reprieve. That they can move on to other protocols. They don't have to worry about an immediate threat. The only 2 players trying to defend the site, and this goes for both teams, are overcompensating inside of Cave over and over again. It has never seemed to be a recipe for success for either squad. But now with the score tied, that last mistake from the Falcons as well than defuse, they call another timeout. This game is wide open.
When it shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be. But that's the pressure of the potential to make it to playoffs. 2 rounds changes your whole next week. Dexter wants to show them that this was a mistake. 28 kills on this game. Now he has more teammates climbing up the scoreboard. But the breadth of these frags are coming from him.
An extra body added to this B site out of the gate here. We've got Nico in the middle. That's a vacancy out towards middle that the Mongols aren't capitalizing on just yet, but it could come back to haunt Falcons. We'll see. Passive Mongol setup outside elbow. First, it's the boost by Senzu. Talk about playing lights out.
Don't even know if they changed glances there. I mean, Senzu was blind. I don't know if Nico caught him on the right time. Bombs out here. No push coming in late.
And now suddenly that lack of information out middle, the absence in their knowledge,
Remember how many,
confirmed by the fact the smokes go up.
so many times that Mzinho was able to get into the window, but this time it's Blitz who's hanging out. No opponent as well. Oh, look at the map for Falcons, man. They are giving up so much control and taking nothing back.
They just forfeit this. They're so worried about middle because Nico starts the round on B. That gap in information just suddenly seems too daunting. And the Mongols are just going to go ahead and find a completely vacant site, barring Tesses. He gets that first one and the second clean. There he is! Not just Dexter soon to be on the chopping block, they claim. Tesses, 3 kills to his name when it matters. And it's 9-10 to go deep into the peak. Blitz, it's a one and done. 9-10 recovering off that name.
No way.
Kill. And Dexter's got this line held on. So there we go. A Falcons 15.
Oh, a Falcons 15. That's a Tesses 15th right there. He's the only guy who has vision on the B site when everybody is so late to taking back mid control. Falcons were one step behind, staring at a window smoke that was thrown by Blitz earlier in the round. If not for this play, this round is over in favor of the Mongols.
Let's go! Making up for the non-flawless first half of overtime. Senzu's nade, a homing missile on Dexter. And Nico just gets popped. Mongols man advantage. Falcons wanted to sign up for the mid-fight. Stark contrast to the round prior. You signed up for it.
Oh, Techno. He's been getting timinged every single round. Right now, it's a man advantage here for the Falcons. Techno decides to lurk and walk around up through B. This could
be
a huge play. It has to be.
9-10, Shadow, Magisk. Oh!
Whoa.
The fact he gets him, Zinho maybe saves them. But over towards B, Techno now preoccupied. They know at least one of these Mongols members on the other side of the map. What can Tesses do to be the hero yet again?
Oh!
Senzu down, bomb not planted, pressure's up, and there's the second attack. Kixan couples with Tesses so well. And they knew where Techno was once upon a time. No possession of the bomb. Rumors of the Falcons putting 2 players on the chopping block, but it is those 2 that step up in this deciding map between Dexter and Tesses. An extra breath of life in the lungs of Falcons. From grand finals inclusion of Poca to a top 8 in Bucharest if Techno drops this. 20 seconds, and the first duel's found. Position confirmed. At least he's got the smoke to block them off. He could try to go for the desperate plant behind box. It's all he can do. He tries to bait them in, takes damage in response. Do they flush forward? Do they charge? Yes, sir! Not just into him, but into playoffs. And the Mongols will flail on the other side, missing top 8 in 2 consecutive events.
That is indeed the talking point, Connor, as Falcons celebrating their victory. Mongols indeed will not be going to the playoffs again, and I guess that means we get to start a dialogue, Maui. We always love to start our dialogues about their mentality and kind of where they're at, because ultimately, it's not even this loss to Falcons that we can tunnel in on, although I will say they definitely had moments in the series where you could see their mentality was affected, but it's the fact that you've lost to 3D Max, you've lost to Apogee, and you've lost to an eminently beatable Falcons, and you were the second-ranked team at this event.
The Falcons have missed 4 playoffs this season already, but at PGL, they have made it to both of the playoffs, and everybody knows PGL has the biggest prize pools, and what do we know about Falcons? They like money.
I think for all the noise and the shit talk that Falcons get and the players get for the rumors around the roster and how it is that they approach CS division, like they don't get nearly enough praise for moments like these. Look, for example, at Dexter's performance in this particular series throughout. He was the highest rated player, best performer for the Falcons. You know, they were 0-2. First 2 days were nothing short of absolute embarrassment for the names on the Falcons roster. But did they falter? No, they rallied after that, went back from 0-2 down all the way to this final game where they had to play the Mongols, the main favorite to win the event, go 1-0 down in the series and still come back. Don't close it out in regulation. It goes to overtime. Lose a silly round in the first half of overtime that you were supposed to win and still manage to overcome all of that to book a spot in the playoffs.
This is where, in reality, I know Zonic's gotten a lot of flack for lately, but I feel like he was definitely instrumental in keeping them focused. Timeouts, consistently seeing strong performances from the Falcons, the resilience coming out after he's able to get in their ears, instill a little bit of faith. And I mean, Tessis at the very end of this game, man, he just turned all the way up. The 3K that he had from the long side defending B, the way that he was able to find the spam spot through the smoke at the end to just disrupt the plant. Like, he was having a really difficult time at the beginning of this series and at the beginning of this tournament. And so for him to come alive in the last 7 rounds of the game, masterful.
And I think Tessis in those last 2 rounds are the perfect example of what does confidence do to a player, right? Like, he defends the bomb site on his own, builds up his confidence, and then in the final round, he sort of goes for the aggressive information play on mid, clears it, gets the information for his team, is in the right position to stop the plant, and basically save the round. It looked like it was going to go into double OT, right? But him and the guy on your screen, Dexter, absolutely the main 2 performers here on Ancient for Falcons.
Yeah, and it's got to be said as well, I think Dexter just had a great all-round game, you know? I mean, obviously you can see that on the heat map. He was kind of everywhere, but I mean, just in terms of like multi-kills, you know, trade frags, he did so much heavy lifting for Falcons here.
I mean, with the rifle too. I mean, that's what was impressive about this one. He had a couple and also, like, he didn't overstep as much as sometimes I see, where it's just, this is not a great example because he's just re-peaking, but I mean, like, he was doing a great job at just keeping himself alive. That's why, even though in some of the rounds, I felt like the Dexter, even maybe like 2-3 tournaments ago, he just goes for re-peaks. This time around, he was just kind of getting his and then peeling off, and it was just concerted efforts to just make sure that he maintains man advantages and just plays within the system, while actually knowing that in some ways the system may be betraying him.
And maybe not so much on the scoreboard like he was on Dust 2, but Kixon, man, they were down 10-6 on T side of Ancient, brought it all the way back to 12-10 with 6 rounds in a row. I think that's also pretty impressive in its own right. And it was an all-around effort from Falcons, really, to secure the win.
Well, we're going to go over to James Banks now, who is with a very relieved Nico.
I think that's very correct as well, Richard. It's definitely a relief after a game like that. But talk to me just through this Ancient at the end here, because you're down 10-6. Mongols look like they've figured it out. They've got the run on. Then we see this T-side comeback from you guys. Still goes to overtime, but you never gave up. You fought the whole way through. Just what was going on in this map?
Yeah, it was a crazy match, especially the last map. Of course, it has to go this way always on the last map, but yeah, I mean, I think the map overall is right now like kind of T-sided. So I think even we struggled a lot against how they played. So I think if you just like slow down the pace, it's just so easy to get into execute and stuff like this. So yeah, I mean, I think they also played very good on Ancient, and I think we kind of knew how they like to approach the areas and how they like to fight, and we had pretty good success on the T side. So did they on T side, but yeah, I felt like we could have closed it out without the overtime. Losing this force buy that they did a good call, and we kind of were not connected because we were smoked off indoor and 2 guys were in front of the smoke. We didn't know they can push down banana, so this is something that we could improve on for the next game. But overall, we're very happy that we managed to close it out. And yeah, man, this is why we play these games. Are just super exciting. This is why we love CS, and we just live for moments like this.
Talking about moments like this, I want to talk about a group stage like this. You kind of get destroyed in the opening 2 matches, right? You play against Complexity and you play against GamerLegion, but then you complete the reverse sweep. What did it take from you and the whole team to be able to switch on and come back into this and actually qualify for the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, after we got destroyed in those first two matchups, it didn't feel good. It was really embarrassing how we played, and it was just really not acceptable. So we kept talking after each game. We kept addressing the issues. We tried to always find the solutions, and we never gave up. Props to Danny for keeping us alive throughout this event, because it was very tough after we lost to GamerLegion. So he's one of the biggest reasons why we came back and managed to qualify to playoff. But also the team, the players stepped up massively in these moments as well. I'm really happy to see us find the groove again, that we are going for duels, that we are winning duels, that we are not afraid to overpeak and stuff like this. And also when it comes to composure, I think in first two games, like, we've always wanted to do something, to react to something, want to play fast, and then we just kind of lose the trace. And ever since we started the winning, then we kind of understood that we just need to calm down a bit more in these rounds, slow it down, get the communication going and just flowing. So I think we made a huge improvement from the first two games that we have lost, and just props to my team. Really proud of our mentality for the last three games.
And it really showed. And could this be now a positive going into the playoffs starting tomorrow, that you've got this momentum, that you've been able to work through some of this?
Yeah, I mean, usually, like, the playoffs, we get a couple of days between the groups and playoffs, to relax a bit and, work on some things and just rest a little bit as well. But yeah, tomorrow, the playoff, honestly, we haven't been thinking too much about it. We just want to take it game by game. We had, back against the wall. So we haven't put too much thoughts on it, and obviously we got the hardest opponent in these two games. So we really focused on this game a lot. But yeah, now when it comes to playoffs, I think I don't even know who can we play. Honestly, it's very hard to say. But I'm just happy that we made this step further, and I think now that we have shown the game like this, that we not only beat Rare Atom and Pain, but we also beat one of the top teams at this current event, if not, almost all, one of the favorites. So this should mean a lot to us, and this is something that we should remember for tomorrow. Carry on the confidence that we have, and just we can't relax now. That's the tricky part. Now we have secured the playoffs, but now the harder part starts as well. Now we want to go further. Every event matters a lot right now, because we dropped a couple of spots in the rankings because we lost to GamerLegion and Complexity. So now we need to grind back again, and just happy to be in playoffs and play good CS again.
They got a big smile on his face as well. I would too if I just play like that and I made it through to playoffs. Richard, back to you to close it out, mate.
Thanks a lot, guys. Always good to see a smiling Nico, particularly if you're a Falcons fan. I've got to say as well, obviously we're doing the calculations for the playoffs. It could be a return to G2. That would be one of the most ridiculous, so many storylines to pick apart there, all things considered with the narrative strands. But look, just to talk a little bit more about Falcons, I kind of agree with you to a degree, in the sense that battling back from 0-2 to go 3-2 anytime is a hell of an achievement, particularly with the cloud they've come into the event under. Still don't think they've shown me anything in terms of their play, because I definitely think the Mongols have kind of bottled that one and given that to them.
Well, I don't know. I guess you can always look at it both ways, right? I don't think anyone should expect Falcons to have clean, dominant games against a squad of the Mongols' stature, at any point. I think it's been a work in progress, right? So the fact that they're able to take down Mongols in its own right is a huge feat. Last time in this field of teams, they made it all the way to the grand finals, where they lost to MOUZ, who turns out is the second best team in the world behind Vitality. So if you're Falcons at this point in time, there's also something about rallying, and going from 0-2 to now making the playoffs and beating a team like the Mongols. It becomes liberating. And then you could hear it from Nico, right? They felt like they were stifled, and they couldn't play as relaxed, as loose as they were supposed to. If you can beat the Mongols, why can't you beat anyone else remaining, right? Me and Maui both saw Mongols as the main favorites to lift the trophy. You took them down, so what's there to stopping you to keep this run going?
This is something that they obviously need to build on, and I feel like of all people, who it should matter the most to has got to be Dexter. I feel like if he's going to be able to put up an incredible map 3 performance like that, show that he's got a lot of life left. I mean, that sort of audition is going to
I don't know, bro. I got so many worries now. I did a tweet like I want to say it was like 18 months ago or something, where I was like, we're entering the what if stage of like the Dexter discussion. I think he's been such a talented player, and yet it feels like there's just forces working against him at times. You know, he's had that year out of the game with all the visa stuff, and then, you know, prior to that, he's been on some rosters that are kind of imploded, and there was even rumors that he wasn't going to be part of the heroic core prior to Falcons. It's like, I don't know, man. He's such a talented player, and yet his career doesn't really reflect that.
I think for him, unfortunately, it's one of those things where you would have to be on a team with him to know what some of the deficiencies are, because outside it definitely he has talent and mechanically he's solid, sure, things to iron out here and there, but you know, if teams are willing to relinquish his services, it has to be something, either the intangibles or maybe communication. The communication aspect isn't that good. You know, I don't want to speculate out here.
Yeah,
but
of course. Yeah.
It's a strange one, and also shouldn't be you know, taken lightly, the fact that people mature and people and players can evolve, right? So just because he was unsuccessful maybe at one team, or he didn't have a good time there, or the team wanted to replace him, doesn't mean that he can't succeed somewhere else. Just look at anyone who's been at NIP ever.
Yeah, true. Yeah, many such cases. I mean, look, he's still 24. I mean, we're talking about him like he's in the in the twilight of his career. I just hope wherever he goes after Falcons, no matter how the Falcons run ends here in Bucharest, I hope Dexter's able to get himself a good home, and hopefully this doesn't knock his career and his confidence too hard, because as we just saw in that series, still got it. You know, still a great team.
Totally.
Yeah. Let's take a look at today's results. These are the other games that happened today. We can do a little brief recap for you before we close out the show. Obviously, you've just seen Falcons overcome the Mongols. FaZe were not upset by Apogee. Apogee, an incredible event for them in terms of what it's done for their stature, for their VRS rankings, their potential to be invited. But at the end, the playoffs were a bridge too far despite some positive wins. And also, while we're talking about, you know, organizations that maybe haven't lived up to past billing, Virtus.pro overcome Astralis. Astralis not starting the second half of the season as they would have wanted to go on. This is the Swiss bracket. I'll continue that point though, Maui. Astralis, obviously, another disastrous campaign for them.
Man, there's just so many things you can point to, and already we're hearing that Stown in a Dust2DK statement saying that he's not a fan of the MRQs being online. It doesn't really look like LAN's helping you guys either, okay? So I'm not really sure where that comes from in terms of the bitterness.
You've had plenty of opportunities to avoid the MRQ
that too.
And just book a spot at the major. You just are not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is the standings. This is kind of how it all went down. Some really cool stories emerging here. Remember, the flip side of the Falcons Muncie story coin is G2 Esports. They just came here, head down. You know, they're doing the thing. We don't know anything. We know nothing about what's going on in our own team. We can't talk about it in the media. But anyway, they went 3-0. 3D Max is the cool one there. 3-0, really tenacious performance as well. So they, you know, got to take our hats off to those guys.
Without a doubt. I mean, 3D Max, or both 3D Max and G2, kind of nose to the grindstone in different ways. The way that just in the micro, G2's doing it despite the extenuating circumstances of their future as a lineup, and 3D Max, on the other hand, doing it as they have shown me, steady improvement.
Yeah, go on.
No, yeah, I was just going to not say really much of value. I agree that 3D Max have also, you know...
Man, these desks are going to get spicy. What are you all agreeing for?
Been stepping it up, right? Individually, too, I think that's the one, right? Like, because you look at them and how high is their ceiling, and when guys like Exercise step up, right? Maka on the op, even though he's an IGL, has impact, like that's where they're at their most dangerous.
It's actually Maui's most informed opinion that he's actually ever held, was that Body. He said when Body joined 3D Max, he was like, that's actually going to really improve him, and the rest of us weren't believers, but you were right. Now, speaking of believing, here it is. It's the talent predictions. Y'all believing in Liquid, it seemed, and FURIA for some as well, also ridiculous. But not a bad shout, guys. I think you did reasonably well.
I think this means undoubtedly that Dust and Prof are better analysts than me and Yanko, because we got one more wrong than them. So unfortunately, they will carry the torch through the playoffs.
Yeah. Good on them. We'll just sit the rest of the event out.
That's actually how hiring decisions are decided.
We've got the bracket ready. We're going to see who Falcons are going to play. Let's have a look.
Okay, yeah.
What?
Are you kidding?
Rematch.
Oh.
No, how?
We wanted the Falcons G2 so badly.
Yo, I even telegraphed it.
No, redo it.
Yeah, redo it. Redo the bracket, PGL. This is outrageous.
Yeah.
Do the thing.
Okay, so GamerLegion versus Team Falcons, 3D Max versus FaZe Clan, Complexity versus Aurora, and G2 versus Virtus.pro. I mean, look, the Falcons GamerLegion rematch is absolutely crazy because GamerLegion battered them. I mean, it was really one-sided. And then they did that tweet about the Happy Meal. If you saw that, they put out on social media how bad the team was. They absolutely owned them. So that's like, I don't know, that's a grudge match now.
I think definitely so. You know, I mean, even Nico was vocal about it. They were embarrassing against GamerLegion. So they bounced back after that game. Didn't have any days off, though. GamerLegion had today at the very least to...
Yeah, and it's the first one tomorrow, too, for Falcons.
Yeah, so it's, 6 p.m. now, local. They play at 10, so, you know...
Yeah. Chill.
Congrats, Zonic.
Yeah.
You have,
16 hours.
You have 1 hour to maybe call your family, and then it's back to...
Straight back to
If anything, they already did some of the prep for GamerLegion for their group stage game.
Luckily.
So. I got to say as well, the one immediately that excited me, probably not the one a lot of people will pick, Complexity versus Aurora. That is like super interesting.
Anubis overlap.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They both love it. They both love it. I think we might get a Train Anubis game there. New map. Teams that like new maps, I enjoy watching them.
You were hanging out with Complexity last night. Any insight from behind the scenes? How's the camp?
I got a lot. Yeah, I actually did get a lot.
Do you remember much?
That's a separate question, which I won't be answering. But you know, that's why I'll just talk in generalities. You know, high spirits in the camp. JT's taken on some new roles.
Whoa,
I feel
that's my shtick.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think the team just really turned a corner when they actually had JT take a lot of Alicia's positions, which just kind of happened recently. That was like one of the main points that Sixy brought to my attention. That it's like we just made JT kind of play star player spots, and actually, in a weird way, he's been delivering as a star player and IGL.
The Apex way. But yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. It feels like with the Mongols out of the picture, well, now Aurora
wide open
is one of the big names. I think people don't say G2 because of their prior results, right? But the way they've been playing in this tournament, they're definitely up there also as just sort of making a run with MongolZ one last time. So yeah, probably the best game is going to be 3D Max FaZe Clan. I think that's going to be very, very interesting, right? That's now it's sure the environment's the same, but the setup's going to be slightly different, I believe. And then also the mental difference from going into playoffs and now playing a FaZe Clan in the playoffs, right? This is a great opportunity for 3D Max to show us that they are ready to take that next step.
Yeah. Final thought from you?
Just that the Mongols leaving as early as they did is probably, I mean, from what, making 6 consecutive playoffs, if you include Thunder Pick all the way back to that, to missing 2 in a row, that's a downtrend that I feel like needs to be concerning for them, because I felt like they were just coasting, and for now, like, you can't do that.
Are we out on the Mongols?
We're not out, but
one foot out.
I mean, the thing is that they haven't shown on a big stage, or really any stage, that they can beat even tier 1 teams consistently. Like the tournaments that they actually won, like
Shanghai feels like so long ago.
It does, and a lot of people picked them as the team to win the whole event. Like I saw a lot of playoff pick'ems that had Mongols going all the way through because the form that they showed in that group stage was a level up, and now it feels like we're getting the absolute worst.
Clueless.
Yeah. I didn't put them going all the way through.
Whatever.
All those people.
Right. Anyway. Lots of fun to hang out. It's my first time closing the show because we've been on the first half of the shift. So, you know, I'd love to stay in.
You can do it.
But yeah, I'll give it a try. Anyway, that is it from us. Like Falcons, we're going to be playoff bound. We hope you'll join us in the playoffs tomorrow. We will see you then. Bye.
Nailed it.
Thank you.